Revolutionaries of India in Soviet Russia. Mainsprings of the Communist Movement in the East. Edited by Professor R. A. Ulyanovsky. Contents. Preface. 5. Introduction. 12. Chapter I. The impact of the Great October Socialist Revolution on the oppressed East and Indian revolutionary émigrés in Soviet Russia. 17 Organized Indian émigrés in Soviet Russia. 37 Unorganized Indian émigrés, 66 Social and Political Profile of Indian Revolutionary Émigrés 81. Chapter 2. The emergence of the communist movement among the working people from foreign Eastern nations in Soviet Russia. The role of Lenin and the Comintern in the Marxist education of Asia's first communists. 97 Bolsheviks' internationalist work with the toiling people of foreign Eastern nations. 98 The beginning of the communist movement among citizens from foreign Eastern nations. 102 Indian revolutionaries adopting Marxism-Leninism. 108 Indian and other early Eastern communists at the Second World Congress of the Communist International. 124. Chapter 3. Ideological and political battles among Indian revolutionary émigrés in the Soviet Republic. The first Indian Communist group formed, 171. A Provisional Indian Revolutionary Committee established 173 L. 3. The first organized group of Indian Communists. 189 The Military School of Indian Revolutionaries. The military factor in Eastern revolutions. 226 The Western Group of Indian National Revolutionaries in Moscow. 258 In lieu of conclusion, 277. Preface. I. The October Revolution and the East is a subject which, for all the abundance of studies about it, is still far from exhausted. With more research findings available and more evidence discovered, it becomes clear that the impact of the October Revolution on Asia has been greater and deeper than it was first believed to have been. This is the conclusion one arrives at when reading a book that brings out some hitherto unknown aspects of the influence the Great October Socialist Revolution had on the struggle of imperialist oppressed peoples. This book provides an insight into the emigration movement of Indian anti-imperialists, fighters for their country's freedom and independence, into Soviet Russia. That movement, full of dramatic revolutionary struggle, good faith, and enthusiasm, could not be stopped by the Himalayas or by the Hindu Kush, or by the all-seeing and all-knowing intelligence service, or by the ruthless British colonial administration in India. Tsarist Russia welcomed only merchants and money lenders from India into her Central Asian provinces. Her authorities had no sympathy for Indian national revolutionaries. After the October Revolution, the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic became a haven for Indian revolutionaries who turned to it for help in fighting for the independence of their own country. By telling his story of the Indian revolutionary émigrés in Russia, and analyzing their class background, their activities and, above all, their views and ideas, the author of this book opens little-known, and interesting pages from the history of revolutionary thought in India and the early stirrings of its communist movement. Some of the Indian national revolutionaries who came to Soviet Russia were politically organized, others not. The book considers the ideological and tactical views of revolutionaries from the so-called Provisional Government of India formed by Mahendra Pratap in Kabul as early as 1915, and also from a group that had broken away from that government to constitute an Indian section of the Council for International Propaganda in Tashkent in April 1920, and also from the Indian Revolutionary Association headed by Abdur Rabbark and Prativedi Acharya. Those politically organized groups had advanced rather similar revolutionary democratic programs to achieve India's full national independence and establish an Indian federal republic. They held primitive socialistic views basically rooted in egalitarian and other mostly pre-Marxian notions of the essence of socialism. They had all welcomed the October Revolution as one, above all, that established the right of nations to self-determination. This interpretation of the October Revolution was perfectly understandable. Indian national revolutionaries were not yet prepared to appreciate all the ideas of the revolution, least of all, the socialist gist of its program. But it was indicative that they stood pat on the idea of a close alliance of the Indian national liberation movement with Soviet Russia. They saw it as their main defender and liberator. It is not surprising that some of the personalities and groups just mentioned should have combined their unquestionable forward-looking notions with retaining and even accentuating their regressive views, as the fear of a massive grassroots revolution, adherence to conspiratorial tactics and individual terrorism, overemphasizing of, and insistence on the liberation of India by force of arms, up to and including armed intervention from outside, to end British colonial rule. The Indian section of the Tashkent-based Council for International Propaganda came nearer than other Indian national revolutionaries to socialist ideals and to understanding that India's freedom and independence could be won through a massive and active struggle of the Indian people themselves. This was a major achievement of the group, especially since the mass movement inside India /was confined to Gandhian nonviolent civil disobedience. The book also portrays politically unorganized Indian revolutionaries, describes their attitude to the Soviet system of government, and recalls those of them who, arms 6 in hand, defended the socialist revolution against white guards and armed Basmash bands in Central Asia. As could be seen from a scrutiny of factual material, most of the Indians arriving in Soviet Russia turned to the Soviet government, above all, for military aid in launching the liberation struggle in India. They believed that the only way to end British rule in India was by force of arms, and that meant arming the masses and getting direct military aid from the Red Army of Soviet Russia. It was not easy to teach those national revolutionaries a sense of reality, so it is not surprising that they should not have accepted much of the ideology and tactics of Marxism. But, some of the revolutionary émigrés did want to learn Marxism in Soviet Russia so as to use it to resolve the political and social problems of their country's liberation from British rule. There were more and more of them, which meant that the Marxist theory of revolution was gripping the minds of the advanced fighters for Indian independence. Many of that group of revolutionaries subsequently took the lead in starting and organizing the national liberation, working class, peasant and communist movement in India. This book considers some aspects of the origin of the Indian communist movement. The immigrant Indian revolutionary community in Soviet Russia produced the first communist group which declared itself to be the Communist Party of India, though it never became one. The book provides conclusive evidence to show that the formation of the Indian Communist Party was a long and tortuous process. It took place in a country with a semi-feudal peasantry making up the bulk of the population, and an insignificant proportion of proletariat whose class consciousness was at a low level. The bourgeoisie, on the other hand, had a certain amount of political experience to go by. The country was bedeviled by caste and religious traditions. British colonialists maintained a system of ruthless military and political terror which had to be braved by a sweeping national liberation movement of almost all classes of society. The independent communist movement in India and similar countries faced considerable difficulties as it emerged. It is worth mentioning that Lenin questioned the very possibility of true proletarian communist parties * committed to the ideology of Marxism, arising in those countries. 7. In the early 1920s. The fact that the first communist group was formed of Indian revolutionary émigrés in Soviet Russia and that the Communist Party took years, subsequently to shape up did attest to the difficulties the emergent communist movement in India had to surmount. Two Indian revolutionary émigrés are not the only characters of this narration. The book tells the story of revolutionaries and other citizens from China, Turkey, Persia, and Korea who came to Soviet Russia in 1917 and in the early 1920s. There were at least 1 million nationals of Asian countries bordering on Russia in the Soviet Republic at the time. Those were not only peasants and artisans who had been ruined and impoverished in their native lands, but also a certain proportion of workers and a host of disinherited people, not engaged in production, primarily from Iran and China. The author has thoroughly analyzed the objective and subjective factors of Soviet influence on that huge mass of Oriental working people who had congregated in Soviet Central Asia, the Far East and in Siberia, and constituted a sizable anti-imperialist force. Having become the eyewitnesses of the Russian revolutionary events and experiencing their liberating effect, the more politically conscious of those citizens took part in the Soviet people's armed struggles against the White Guards and foreign invaders. They showed they realized that from November 1917 onwards, the outcome of the national liberation struggles of the oppressed peoples they formed part of was predicated directly on the consolidation of Soviet government in Russia. Besides, under the impact of the October Revolution and the political work of the Bolsheviks, the revolutionaries and advanced working people of the Orient, who were in Soviet Russia, launched a communist movement by forming communist groups and cells. That was an event of historic importance as the start in training the leading core of the national communist parties of India, China, Turkey, and Iran. That is to say that the later-to-be communist parties of a number of Asian countries were built not only in their home countries, but, outside, in Soviet Russia, as well. That was a logical historical twin process arising from the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution, SQ the Hook brings out and I. Looks into problems of general importance for a study of the conditions of the origin of Oriental Communist parties, those in the countries bordering on Russia in particular. In examining the ideological and political views of the early communists of India and other Oriental countries, the author shows their similarity, notably, their left sectarian and voluntarist positions. In other words, the budding communists of the East were particularly afflicted with the infantile disorder of leftism, which essentially implied mechanically and undialectically borrowing the Russian experience and, consequently, ignoring the specific historical situation and national environment of Oriental peoples. Leftism did, of course, hamper the communists in their effort to win the masses over. The author of this book is not the only one to have studied and criticized the left sectarian views of the early communists of India and other Oriental countries. Other students have taken this up more than once as well. The present author has distinguished himself, first, by having mustered and set out copious material out of record files on this subject, and, second, by identifying and analyzing not only individual left sectarian views, but also a whole system of views and tactics peculiar to many communist groups and parties of Oriental countries in the 1920s. The reasons behind that objective phenomenon are brought out in detail and relief to prove the validity of Lenin's conclusion that economic relations which are backward, or which lag in their development, constantly lead to the appearance of supporters of the labor movement who assimilate only certain aspects of Marxism, only certain parts of the New World outlook, or individual slogans and demands, being unable to make a determined break with all the traditions of the bourgeois world outlook in general and the bourgeois democratic world outlook in particular. Point 1. The book cogently proves that it was the adoption of socialism as a science to follow by the most consistent and patriotically minded revolutionary Democrats that was one of the major historical factors behind the emergence of the communist movement in the East. The author writes, it was not through a labor movement that Indian national revolutionaries advanced towards Marxism, as a rule. 1 V. I. Lenin, Differences in the European Labor Movement, Collected Works, Volume 16, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1963, p. 348. 9. They were not connected with it at all and, for the most part, failed to see its significance but through an anti-imperialist liberation struggle and through their affection for the Soviet system of state power which had become the world's most important anti-colonialist force and a real base of support for the liberation movement of the peoples of the best. In the Eastern countries, he adds elsewhere, it was principally the national revolutionary and revolutionary democratic intellectuals that made the first communists and formed the first communist groups that gave rise to a communist movement. Of course, with the passage of time, the national revolutionaries came nearer to Marxism, increasingly stimulated by social trends that were gaining ground in the national liberation movement as the working class started independent action in major industrial capitalist centers of India. Indian national revolutionaries turned to the scientific theory of socialism and to the evidence of its actual application by Russian communists under Lenin's guidance to see how they had to go about winning their own national independence and resolving their urgent social problems. The essentially petty bourgeois origin of the early communists of the East accounted for their left sectarian deviation from science-based socialism which they were yet to achieve. Having studied the outlook of the early communists of the East and the views of national revolutionary groups in exile, the author has shown that they all were in various stages of ideological acceptance of Marxism. The author's analysis of the origin of the left sectarian concepts of the pioneer communists of Asia and their criticism are of practical as well as scientific value. They can be helpful to the communist parties of the once colonial countries in countering any relapses into leftist philosophy and action in the present conditions. The conclusions made in the book are based on a thorough investigation of a wealth of historical evidence, mainly from Soviet public records and on Lenin's works, especially those dealing with ethnic relations and colonialism. M.A. Persits has succeeded in bringing out some important aspects of Lenin's dispute with M.N. Roy, which has not yet been given an adequate treatment in historical publications, although, as the author has shown, many bourgeois scholars are extra keen on this particular subject. He has provided a novel APD convincing characterization of 10. Lenin's attitude towards Eastern revolutionaries who had declared themselves communists but had not yet totally adopted the principles of Marxism. The author has shown that Lenin did not only criticize them for leftism, but made some concessions to them since, he said, the communists' proper tactics calls for concessions to elements that are turning towards the proletariat whenever and in the mesure that they turn towards the proletariat. Point 1. An important feature of the book is its pointed argument against the concepts distorting the origin of communist parties in the East, and attempting to prove them to have been extraneous and unnatural to Asian nations. The author has succeeded in showing that the Eastern Communist movement was brought into existence by a crop grown on the national soil of oppressed Asia and by the conditions largely produced by colonial policies. These conclusions are most valuable, especially for the present time when the communist movement in the East is under fire from the imperialist ideologues of Washington. This is, essentially, a book about the problem of proletarian internationalism. Moreover, this problem, so manifestly relevant as it is, has been examined in full accord with the principles of historical research, applied to the period that saw communist parties spring up in the East, the Indian one, in particular. The reader will get an impressive picture of the formation of the Soviet Union's alliance with the revolutionary forces of oppressed Asia against international imperialism, which Lenin had foreseen and had spoken about with so much conviction. As the historic battle against imperialism went on, and colonial empires broke up, this alliance has broadened to become worldwide and draw in all the socialist countries and anti-imperialist forces of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The revolutionary forces of the emergent nations have thus received and are still getting powerful support in their uncompromising struggle against imperialism, for freedom, peace, democracy, and social progress. Professor Rostislav Ulyanovsky. Dedicated to my son Lev Persits. Introduction. It was under the impact of the Great October Socialist Revolution that an organized proletarian vanguard communist parties began to be formed in all continents. This process started to develop in Oriental countries in the specific environment created by colonial oppression and social and economic backwardness. Furthermore, the effect of the October Revolution on the emergence of the communist movement in Asian countries close to the borders of Soviet Russia was particularly appreciable because it was exercised straight and immediately through the working people of those countries who happened to be in Russia at the time. There were at least 1 million citizens of China, Korea, India, Iran, and Turkey in the Soviet Republic in 1917 through 1920. The Great October Socialist Revolution and the very first few decrees of the Soviet government produced a tremendous impression on all classes of colonial countries and served as the principal factor in molding the anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist outlook of the great mass of subject peoples who were now increasingly linking their struggle for national liberation with the idea of defending the Soviet system of government. This showed itself in the involvement of thousands of Eastern working people in the Soviet People's Armed battles against the White Guards and foreign invaders. The October Revolution and the activities of the Soviet government heightened the keen interest of the revolutionary sections of Eastern intellectuals and professional people in the ideas of socialism, which they had developed far earlier on, and aroused, above all, their imperative deter. 12. Ruination to study and emulate Russian experience for resolving their own problems of liberating themselves from colonial oppression and feudalism. Many representatives of Eastern revolutionary forces set out for Soviet Russia, and there was a full-scale migration of Indian national revolutionaries into Soviet Russia in 1920. Soviet Russia became a real rallying point of Eastern revolutionary forces and their moral and material base of support in their liberation struggle and their political training ground with Lenin, the Comintern and Soviet communists as teachers. The very march of life prompted the Bolsheviks to carry on propaganda and organizing work among the revolutionaries and working masses of the East who had flocked into the Soviet Republic. The Comintern and Soviet communists worked hard to teach them the ideas of socialism and of oppressed nations' liberation and helped the revolutionary-minded Turks, Iranians, Chinese, Koreans, and Indians about to adopt Marxism-Leninism in creating their own communist groups. It was in Soviet Russia, too, that the pioneer forces of the Asian communist movement were trained and formed in the context of a revolutionary upsurge among its working people. It was there, through practical work, rather than through theory alone, that they realized that they needed a Marxist-Leninist party as a powerful organizing and guiding force, the only one that could lead the struggles of millions. It was there, too, that Lenin's famous dispute with M. N. Roy, the first Indian communist, took place. Lenin expended so much energy and so much time for his discussions and disputes with Roy, for he saw him as a typical representative of Eastern emigrant revolutionaries who were turning to Marxism and his outlook as having some typical features of a leftist system of views which many of the budding communists of the East were developing at the time. Not only did Lenin discover in the course of that dispute that left sectarian mistakes were a serious danger to the entire communist movement of Asia, but outlined the ways to meet it and worked out the fundamental principles for the communists of Asia to follow in their strategy and tactics for the historical worldwide passage to socialism. The Great October Revolution, having accelerated the emergence of communist elements among Asian peoples. 13. Allowed the Communist International, almost from its very inception, to pose and solve the vital problem of relationship of the two major movements of the East: national liberation and communist. Lenin's principles regarding national relations and colonialism, which the Second Congress of the Communist International had adopted, have since determined the fundamental aspects of communists' activities in Eastern countries. A communist movement began to develop among citizens from the oppressed East who were in the Soviet Republic, in 1918 to 1921. Its historical significance consisted in that it was the initial and essential element of the process of laying the ground for the establishment of national communist parties which went on almost simultaneously in China, India, Iran, Turkey, and Korea. That makes perfectly obvious the imperative need for a thorough study of that very important, though not the only one, source of the communist movement in Asia, the source that was directly attributable to the October Revolution, the Soviet Republic, Lenin, and the Comintern. Without such a study, there can simply be no proper understanding of the origin and development of the communist parties of Eastern countries lying close to Soviet borders. To accomplish so important a task requires an objectified historical investigation of the experience of communist organizations Indian, Chinese, and Turkish, to mention just a few of those that were in battle under the Comintern's leadership and with assistance from the Russian Communist Party in the Soviet Republic to create their own national communist parties. The work hereby offered is a study of the ways and forms of the immediate impact of the Great October Revolution on the emergence of the communist movement of India and, to a lesser extent, of some other Oriental countries. This involves an examination of the views and activities of various groups of Oriental national revolutionaries, primarily Indian, who were in the Soviet Republic, a study of their ideological evolution that changed their philosophy from petty bourgeois revolutionary nationalism to Marxism, an analysis of its difficulties and sacrifices. The Indian revolutionary immigrants in the Soviet Republic are seen, therefore, as a noteworthy social phenomenon which revealed the great impact of the October Revolution on India and gave rise to the early elements of the Indian 14. Communist movement. The first communists appeared in India proper almost at the same time, coming not only from the midst of national revolutionaries but also from the left wing of the Indian National Congress and trade union officers. The early stages of the Indian Communist movement, along with its specific national features, had much in common with the communist movement arising at the same time and under similar conditions in other Eastern countries adjoining Soviet Russia. All of those countries suffered from imperialist domination, they had no independent proletarian movement as yet but were enveloped with a mounting national liberation struggle. Each of them had its own groups of revolutionary intellectuals, who, under the influence of the Great October Revolution, discovered the remaking power of Marxism-Leninism and turned to it. The early communist groups of those nations were springing up not only at home but also abroad, in the Soviet Republic. Finally, such activities of the early communists of India, as those of M. N. Roy and V. I. Lenin's dispute with him, were of most direct and essential importance not only for the Indian communist movement, but for all of it throughout the East. It is all this that makes it possible to consider the origin and ideological evolution of the pioneer exponents of the Indian communist movement in the Soviet Republic as typical in many ways of the similar processes that occurred in other Eastern countries bordering on Soviet Russia. More than 60 years have passed since the events dealt with in this book. The balance of forces in the world has changed materially in favor of socialism, and the world socialist system has emerged and gained strength, with the result that the oppressed peoples of the East were able to end the colonial domination of imperialism, while the proletariat of the Asian countries had not only grown numerically but advanced far ahead in terms of class consciousness. Nevertheless, the problems treated in this book are not of purely theoretical value alone, but of practical interest to the peoples of Asia and Africa, because these peoples are still in battle today against imperialism and its neo-colonialist policies backed up by local reactionary forces. Nowadays, Oriental societies are still saddled with the troubles of enslaved landless peasantry and by the poverty and destitution of numerous city grassroots. Really. 15. Caste, nationalistic and tribal traditions still keep the working classes of Asia and Africa from developing their political understanding. Left sectarian views are still widespread among revolutionaries in the East and extremist action is a quite common occurrence. In these conditions, the problems of overcoming leftism, just like those of building communist parties and promoting the proletariat to leading positions in the liberation movement remain most relevant in the developing countries. Therefore, a study of V. I. Lenin's and the Comintern's struggle to assert the fundamental principles of communist policy in the East, to educate Asia's pioneer communists in the Marxist way, and get them to rectify their left or other errors is a matter of pressing and direct interest to the present communists of the East. A study of this set of problems is likewise necessary for refuting anti-communist concepts which distort the true history of Soviet Russia's and the Comintern's relations with the peoples of the East and its social movements. Lenin's works were the major primary sources indispensable for an effective study of the problems treated in the book and, in particular, for an investigation of the ideological conception of the early Indian and other Oriental communists as well as of Lenin's and the Comintern's activities directed towards overcoming left sectarian illusions and mistakes which were widespread in the incipient communist movement of Asian countries. The subject herein treated has arisen from many years of study this author has made of Soviet archives to explore a big and general problem: the Great October Revolution and the communist movement in the East. This work is a result of the investigation of scores of records and hundreds of files in 6 Soviet archives of Moscow, Tashkent, and Tomsk. It leads to the discovery and study of a mass of documents relating to the presence, activities, and philosophies of various groups among the Indian and other Eastern revolutionaries in the Soviet Republic and the political work the Bolsheviks and the Comintern did among them. but for a very few exceptions, the material given in that book has not yet been brought to public knowledge either in the USSR or outside. CHAPTERI. The impact of the Great October. Socialist Revolution on the oppressed East and Indian revolutionary émigrés in Soviet Russia. The emigration movement of Indian revolutionaries into the Soviet Republic, which took place in 1918 to 1922, yet mostly in 1920, was one of the most interesting and striking indications of the effect which the Great October Socialist Revolution had on India. Scores and even hundreds of Indians crossed over into Soviet Russia, primarily into Soviet Central Asia, from India in search of ways and means of ending British Colorado Nile rule and gaining their national political liberation. Some of them dreamed of expelling native, not only foreign, enslavers. Some of the emigrants were members of the Caliphate movement, which involved the Muslim population of India and many representatives of the radical left wing of the National Liberation Movement, and, finally, some secessions of Indian revolutionary democracy which had already adopted the principles of Marxism or were in the process of doing so. Those people stayed on in the Soviet Republic for months and years, and some even became its citizens. There were all kinds of groups among the emigrants. They had hectic political disputes which brought out their differing ideological views on various matters of the development and relationship of the national liberation and socialist revolution in India. True, these discussions were often compounded and obscured by unsound personal relations within the immigrant community. The first Indian communist group was formed by émigrés in Soviet Central Asia. Some of its leaders were the exponents of the most left radical views in the communist movement that was emerging in the East. Before the Indian National Revolutionaries set foot on Soviet soil for the first time, the Indian revolutionary émigrés had spent years working in various countries of Western Europe, the Americas, and Asia. They had their own views on ways to achieve India's liberation and their organizations to pursue them. Many of those who arrived in the Soviet Republic were, as a rule, a fraction of that immigrant community, ideologically as well as organizationally. So it appears to be well worthwhile saying a few words about Indian revolutionary émigrés as they had been prior to the October Revolution. The emigrant movement of Indian revolutionaries reflected the processes of division and unification that were taking place in the Indian liberation movement since it surged up following the First Russian Revolution of 1905. The rise of the liberation struggle in 1905 to 1908 led to a breakup between the reformist and revolutionary sections of the movement. Many of the Indian national revolutionaries who rejected agreement with Britain and called for the overthrow of British domination and for full national independence had to emigrate to various countries of Europe, the Americas, and Asia because they were subjected to most ruthless persecution by the British authorities. The Indian revolutionary émigrés were people of different religions, determined in their opposition to the split of the Indian liberation movement on religious grounds and united in battle against British imperialism. Before and during World War I, Indian émigrés had considerably stepped up their revolutionary activities, having created their fighting organizations and revolutionary centers in various countries of the world. It was easier, in their opinion, to press for the liberation of India with the help of the powers hostile to Britain in the years of an international crisis and exacerbation of inter-imperialist contradictions. 18. A Ghadar Party was created in the U.S. in 1913 under the direction of an outstanding Indian revolutionary, Hardale. That meant bringing off the unification of scattered Indian revolutionary and patriotic organizations which had earlier emerged in the U.S. and Canada. After Hardale's arrest in 1914, the organization was led by Bhagwan Singh, with Mohammad Barakatullah, a Muslim and subsequently prominent leader of the Soviet-based Indian migrant community, as his deputy. 1 Ghadar established its own centers in many countries of the Americas, Europe, and Asia. 2 In 1914, prominent leaders of the Ghadar Party and of other organizations of Indian émigrés had converged in Berlin. The revolutionaries in those days banked mostly on Germany, counting on her financial and military aid organizing an anti-British armed uprising in India. There was a fairly large group of Indian national revolutionaries in Berlin. Some of them subsequently went to Soviet Russia in an effort to organize an Indian revolutionary center following new principles. They were Virendranath Ghattopadhyaya, Bhupendranath Dutta, Mohammad Barakatullah, Mahendra Pratap, Prativedi Acharya, Abdur Rabbark and Pandurang Kankhoji. Apart from them, the Berlin group comprised Champakraman Pillai, Tarkanath Das and Bhagwan Singh, and Hardayal, who arrived in Berlin at the end of 1914 after his release from prison. Virendranath Chattopadhyaya subsequently had this to say about those days. In 1914 I organized the Indian Revolutionary Committee in Berlin, consisting of almost all the Indian revolutionaries then living outside India. One naturally, he meant only the top leadership of the various groups of Indian revolutionary émigrés. That committee, working in close contact with the Ghadar party, carried on extensive propaganda work in Europe to oppose the anti-Indian campaign waged by the British press, and in India to prepare her public opinion for a major battle to end British rule. The greatest amount of work was done in the Indian forces outside India and in India proper, mostly in Punjab. This orientation of revolutionary activities was due to the firm conviction that it was only the action by individual military units that could start a general popular uprising too, and that the success of that uprising could be ensured by the preceding and succeeding support of powers hostile to Britain. Therefore, they carried on conspiratorial work among small groups of revolutionaries, and also in selected army units, and least of all thought of conducting mass propaganda work among peasants and workers, and did not believe them to be revolutionary and politically conscious, presuming these qualities to be peculiar only to educated and rich people. Some evidence of great interest was furnished by Mikhail Pavlovich, a Russian social democrat, who was in close touch with Indian national revolutionaries in Paris, where he lived while in exile before and during World War I. 3 By their social outlook, Mikhail Pavlovich wrote, most of Indian revolutionaries were extremely backward people. They were revolutionaries only inasmuch as they accept the need to fight British rule over India. I remember a young Indian coming to see me one day. His comrades recommended him as an unquestionably reliable man, ready to give his life in the name of fighting the subjugators of his country. When I told him it was necessary to bring the ideas of national liberation home to large sections of the population, and, above all, to the proletariat of India, he showed great amazement at that kind of reasoning, and said that, from his point of view, the rich were the only reliable revolutionaries, independent people one could fight with, side by side, for the great cause of India's liberation. Anyone can buy and bribe a poor man, and what does a poor Indian know about the condition of India, the man told me. One such backwardness was typical of many Indian national revolutionaries long afterwards. 2 Not even after the failure of their attempts to organize an armed uprising in Punjab in February 1915, did they give up their tactics of military conspiracy and reliance on support from powers hostile to Britain. In mid-1915, the Indian Revolutionary Committee in Berlin got Mahendra Pratap and Mohammad Barakatullah included in the German mission of Hentig Niedermeyer III bound for Afghanistan. The German diplomats and Indian revolutionaries did not succeed in talking the Emir into an alliance with Germany for joint action against Britain. But Pratap and Barakatullah made good use of their visit to Kabul. They organized a new emigrant revolutionary center there on December 1, 1915, the so-called Provisional Government of India in Exile 4 with Mahendra Pratap as president and Mohammad Barakatullah as prime minister. Ubaidullah Sindhi of the Indian Muslim Liberation Movement became Minister for the Interior. He was one of the leaders of the Deoband underground organization which was laying the ground for action against Britain by a volunteer army that was to be formed of individuals recruited in India proper and in neighboring Muslim countries. 1 Muhammad Ali was appointed Assistant Minister for the Interior, and Muhammad Shafiq, Secretary of that ministry. Muhammad Wali Khan became Finance Minister, Mohammad Bashir, War Minister, and Muhammad Pillai, Foreign Minister. 2 The composition of the newly established organization attested to a radicalization of the Indian national liberation movement and a unification of its revolutionary forces of diverse orientations. The provisional government in exile was made up not only of representatives of the Ghadar Party and the Berlin Committee, but also of some leading members of the Muslim movement and extreme left-wingers of the Indian National Congress. The provisional government strove to organize an all-out uprising in India with armed assistance from the Afghan government and independent borderland Pashto tribes. True to their tactics of alliance with anti-British powers to get their financial and military support, the Indian revolutionaries in the provisional government looked to Afghanistan, with which they had even signed an appropriate treaty, and to Tsarist Russia, strange though it might appear. The reason why they looked to Russia was twofold. Russia's Central Asian possessions lay close to the borders of India, and the Anglo-Russian contradictions in the east had come to a head. Point 3 In 1916, Mahendra Pratap sent 2 missions to Russia to get the Tsar to commit Russia, either to outright support for prospective Afghan-Indian action against Britain, or to neutrality. Point 1 The first mission reached Tashkent, while the other was stopped at Terme. Russian officials of Turkestan, under instructions from their government, reaffirmed the Tsar's loyalty to the alliance with Britain. While the first mission, led by Muhammad Ali, did eventually return safely to Kabul, the second one was arrested by the Tsarist authorities of Turkestan and handed over to the British Consular General at Meshk. Point 2 The head of the mission was subsequently executed in Lahore. Moreover, the Tsar's officers in Persia arrested the third Messiah of the provisional government as it traveled to the capital of Turkey in September 1916, and also turned it over to Britain. Point 8 Following the February Revolution of 1917, the provisional government of Indian revolutionaries once more counted on Russia's aid. In June 1917, they attempted to contact the Turkestan Committee of the Russian Provisional Government. But the committee refused to negotiate with them and reaffirmed alliance with Britain. So towards the end of World War I, some of the national revolutionaries came to see clearly that they had mistaken tactical guidelines to go by, counting on military units as the decisive force of the uprising, giving up revolutionary mass work, sticking to isolated acts of terrorism and relying on support from certain imperialist powers for ending British rule in India. By and large, the plans and attempts to organize an armed mass uprising without long-term revolutionary mass work proved ineffective. Indian revolutionary émigrés sought effective means of delivering their native land from colonialism. While in Western Europe and the US, they began to study the ideas of socialism. Virendranath Chattopadhyaya wrote in his autobiographical note that in 1910, to escape an arrest in London where he had been active in organizing the first Indian Revolutionary Committee, he left for Paris where he joined the Indian Revolutionary Group, and continued the publication from France of revolutionary literature for India. In the same year, together with the Indian socialist and revolutionary worker, Madame Gama, he joined the French Socialist Party and was a frequent contributor to El Humanite. Point 1 Russian Social Democrats did quite a bit, along with Western socialists, to bring the ideas of socialism home to the Indians. Chattopadhyaya writes, for instance, that he and his colleagues were known to comrades Charles Rappaport and Michael Pavlovich. Yet another Russian Social Democrat, Kirill Troyanovsky, was in close contact with Indian revolutionary workers. But it was Mikhail Pavlovich who did the greatest amount of work with the Indian revolutionaries in Paris in 1909 to 1914. He recalled afterwards that his home was a meeting place of Indian, Persian, and Chinese revolutionaries with whom he discussed plans for revolutionary work. He said, besides, that he edited leaflets for Persian, Chinese, and Indian revolutionaries, and contributed to their magazines and newspapers. 2 It goes without saying that the influence of such personages as Pavlovich did much to promote the ideological evolution of Indian national revolutionaries, yet what mattered most in this sense was the very course of life. Back at the Stuttgart Congress of the Second International in 1907, Indian national revolutionaries learned something about the Bolshevik policy on ethnic and colonial relations. Subsequently, they had more than one occasion to see that was an abiding Bolshevik policy. In the long run, they found that it was not the social democratic movement of Europe, which was ensnared by reformism and revisionism, but the Bolsheviks who were upholding the right of all oppressed nations to self-determination, independence and national sovereignty. In the years of World War I, and, more particularly, as it drew to a close, Indian revolutionaries came to see still more clearly that Western socialists were incapable of defending the interests of the people of the East. Later on, they said as much themselves in a message of September 3, 1917, to the Executive Committee of the All-Russia Muslim Council in Petrograd. While welcoming the position of the Russian Muslims who wanted the provisional government under Kerensky to acknowledge and uphold the right of nations to self-determination, they warned against the vain hope that European socialists could ever take a similar line. It would be a mistake, they wrote, for anyone in Russia to think that the Stockholm Conference I-II would speak out for the peoples of the East VIII with no more of his illusions about the socialists. Chattopadhyaya took an important step in his revolutionary career. I left the Socialist Party, he wrote, because I disapproved of its moderation in many questions of vital interest. 3. Apparently, by mid-1917, the Indians, having gained practically nothing, besides, from their alliance with Germany, though not giving it up as yet, were coming round to the idea that they had to cooperate with the Bolsheviks. A GDR historian, Horst Kruger, offers cogent evidence to prove that Indian revolutionaries set up a branch office of their Revolutionary Committee in Stockholm in May 1917, essentially because that was a convenient place to establish and maintain contacts with Lenin and the Bolsheviks, which could not be done in Berlin at the time. One fact to show that such contacts did prove possible in Stockholm was that as early as November 1, 1917, Chattopadhyaya sent a letter to the Berlin Committee calling for Indian revolutionary activity to be organized in Russia. 4 ******. So that was how, even before the October Revolution, Indian national revolutionaries had turned to the Bolsheviks, being sure they would help and support them in their struggle to make their country free. I certainly agree with Eric Komarov's view that in the opening decade of the 20th century, the Indian revolutionaries mingling with the socialists of Europe and even with Russian social democrats was still far from serving to spread Marxism in India. Not even those few Indians who were involved, in one way or another, in Western socialist organizations, went any further than radical nationalism in their outlook. 1 Things did not change much in this sense by the early 20s either. None of the men involved in the national liberation struggle in India, nor any of the national revolutionaries in exile had yet come to espouse Marxism in full. Only a few of forward-looking intellectuals in India in search of ways to deliver their native land from British rule developed various egalitarian utopian socialist ideas. While criticizing the nation's incipient capitalist development as fateful, they put forward impracticable ideas of a social order based on small-scale production. 2 So, as we see, the Indian national revolutionaries in exile began to distance themselves from the European socialists by no means because they saw the futility of their methods of struggle for a social remaking of the world, but because their indecisive and reformist policy on the national and colonial question dissatisfied the Indians. 3 Beyond question, Indian national revolutionaries in exile were particularly sensitive to the October Revolution and welcomed it at once. They were the first of the political organizations in battle for the liberation of India to establish contact with Soviet Russia. Chattopadhyaya pointed out in his autobiographical note that after the October Revolution he and his associates openly declared our adherence to the Bolshevik program. However, to judge by their views of subsequent years, that must rather have been acceptance of the Bolshevik national relations program. True, towards the end of the war, the nationalism of Indian revolutionaries began to acquire certain democratic overtones. It may well be that under the influence of the Russian Bolsheviks and the very events of the imperialist war, they no longer idealized bourgeois democracy and began to criticize it strongly, while increasingly insisting on people's rule for India. The Great October Socialist Revolution had a tremendous impact on Oriental nations, above all, perhaps, on India. Recent publications have furnished ample evidence to bear that out. 1 2 The measure of the influence of the October Revolution, as a world event of truly great dimensions, depended and still depends not only on its own force and the extent of the social change it wrought, but also on how far the surrounding world is able and prepared to see and understand the meaning of that change. Not even the brightest ray of light can be photographed without a seeing eye or sensitive plate in your camera. Now, the surrounding world's ability to understand and the very extent of understanding are historically objectified notions, since they are determined, first and foremost, by the level of the social and economic development of this world and depend, consequently, on the presence of elements possessing the requisite measure of culture and political perspicacity, the pattern and intensity of social movements which involve those elements. From this point of view, it is clear that the perception of the October Revolution in the West was more adequate to the essence of the revolution itself than it was in the Orient. Not even the revolutionary democratic forces of India could digest the entire program of the October Revolution in the years immediately following 1917, for they were not yet prepared for it. The working class was too limited in numbers, and it had not yet separated itself from the peasantry either geographically, economically, or intellectually. Besides, the proletariat was multilingual, totally illiterate, and subject to religious and caste notions and traditions. Therefore, communist ideals, properly speaking, were still beyond its grasp. All the foregoing applies, in even greater measure, to the large sections of the peasantry who were destitute, ignorant, fanatically religious, and downtrodden by feudal exploitation and fettering usury. Nor should one forget that the British authorities exerted tremendous efforts to mislead Indian society and Indians as to the character of the October Revolution and the practical activities of the Soviet government. And if, nevertheless, the awakening of the masses to political life had begun, the only form it could assume in the opening stages was involvement in the national liberation struggle. A national liberation movement was unfolding in the country for years until it entered a period of a new upsurge towards the end of the World War and, to all intents and purposes, absorbed all the other social movements in India and lent national coloring to the aspirations and sentiments of most Indians. Now, the working class movement, which was taking its first steps, was, in point of fact, but an element of the national liberation struggle, as were the spontaneous anti-feudal uprisings of peasants, for they struck at the feudals who were the mainstay of British domination. It is natural, therefore, that the October Revolution should have influenced India, above all and most of all, by the democratic, rather than properly communist, part of its program. Even the country's most advanced elements, national revolutionaries in exile and in India proper, saw the greatness of the October Revolution, first and foremost, in that it had proclaimed and secured the exercise of the right of nations to self-determination, having freed the colonial peoples of the Russian Empire from the yoke of Tsarism and, thereby, pointing the way for the other peoples of the East to national independence. A group of Indian historians under Gautam Chattopadhyaya produced a collective work to draw a rather striking and realistic picture of the response of Bengali revolutionaries to the October Revolution. Most of them were under arrest in 1917 to 1918. Nevertheless, even in jails they commed the Great October Revolution. While reading The Statesman, British reactionary mouthpiece, the only newspaper they were allowed to read, they watched it abusively fulminating every day against Soviet Russia. As old Satish Pakrasai, a 77-year-old revolutionary, recalled in that book, this convinced us that something really progressive had taken place there. The socialist meaning of the revolution was attractive though very vague, for the revolutionaries. 28. The ideal of communism as yet attracted us only vaguely, he said. When, however, the revolutionaries had secured, through a hunger strike, the right to read the national newspaper, Amrita Bazar Patrika, it would seem they ought to have dispelled that vagueness with its help, and discover the socialist substance of the revolution. But all they had again discovered was the anti-imperialist character of Bolshevik Russia. 1 It is even difficult to imagine how strong was the national light in which the Indian revolutionaries saw the surrounding world. For example, the slogan of the Soviet government, "Down with capitalists," was interpreted by the Indian revolutionaries not as an appeal for the overthrow of all bourgeoisie, including their own, national bourgeoisie, but only as an appeal for a struggle against foreign or, to be exact, British domination of India. It was Mohammad Barakatullah who aptly described that when he told an Izvestia correspondent that a capitalist is synonymous to a foreigner, to be exact, the Englishman, for us. Therefore, the Soviet government's well-known appeal for a fight against capitalists, had produced a colossal impression on us. And as if to leave no more room for doubt as to what was the most important thing about the October Revolution for the Indians, Barakatullah found it right and proper to stress, what produced even greater impression was Russia's abrogation of all secret treaties imposed by imperialist governments and the proclamation of the free self-determination of peoples. It was that act, Barakatullah added, that brought around Russia all the exploited peoples of Asia and all parties, even those far removed from socialism. To one of the distinguished leaders of the Indian revolutionary émigrés in the Soviet Republic, Abdur Rabbark wrote in his letter of May 8, 1921, to the Executive Committee of the Communist International, that the peoples of India have taken a liking for the Soviet government because it is an enemy of Britain and a partisan of the principle of self-determination. As to the social program of the Bolsheviks, it had long been viewed as purely egalitarian even by the educated sections of society. In 1923, the leader of the Jugantar, a revolutionary petty bourgeois party, Ulyacharunadhikari, wrote about the Bolsheviks that they are opposed to imperialism. That is why the British, the French, and other imperialists are trying to destroy this newborn state. But God's will is different. The Bolsheviks led by Lenin have emerged triumphant, spreading throughout the world the message of liberty, equality, and fraternity. 1 The British government understood very well the reason behind the particular anti-colonialist impact of the October Revolution and went all out to keep India impervious, above all, to all information about the Bolshevik principles of resolving ethnic and colonial relations issues, as well as about the Soviet government's moves to put them into effect. It is just amazing how fast London reacted to Soviet action in that sense. On December 3, 1917, the Council of People's Commissars published an appeal to all the working Muslims of Russia and the East. Its every word inflamed the hearts and minds of oppressed peoples. Now, when war and chaos are shaking the old world to its foundations, the document said, when the whole world is fired with resentment against the imperialist robbers, when every spark of indignation becomes transformed into a mighty flame of revolution, when even the Indian Muslims, oppressed and tormented by a foreign yoke, are rising in revolt against their enslavers, it is impossible to remain silent. Lose no time and shake the ancient conquerors of your land from your backs. That is your right, for your destiny is in your own hands. A couple of days after that document was published, on December 6, 1917, the British Secretary of State for India cabled to the Viceroy about an extremely inflammatory proclamation the Bolsheviks addressed to all the toiling classes of Muslims of Russia and the East, which was transmitted by the telegraph service and intercepted by the British authorities. This proclamation, he added, must be 1. Gautam Chattopadhyaya, Impact of Lenin, Mainstream, November 18, 1967, p. 23. 2. Foreign Policy of the USSR. Documents, Volume I, Gospalili/Dad, Moscow, 1957, p. 35. 30. Withhold as long as possible. 1. On December 13, London again instructed Delhi to take all possible steps to keep that telegram. But, probably, considering that it would be impossible to meet that demand, the Secretary of State enjoined the Viceroy to organize counter-propaganda in the country. 2. When in November 1917, the Indian National Congress still demanded nothing but home rule for India, the British governing circles, faced by the rising influence of the Russian events, had already realized what that could lead to. Therefore, they launched a wide-scale campaign in the press to scare the Indian national bourgeoisie with something like the Russian chaos and anarchy which, they claimed, were consequent on the advent to self-government of a nation that was not yet ripe for it. The Pioneer newspaper wrote on November 19, 1917, Russia at present is providing the world with an object lesson of the dangers attending the premature acquisition of representative institutions before a country is fitted for them. Home rule in Russia has virtually been synonymous to no rule. The moral is obvious and should be taken to heart by all impatient politicians in this country. Self-government is a plant of slow growth, and any attempt to force it prematurely can only result in misrule, turmoil, and anarchy. 3. The measures taken by the British authorities in India produced rather meagre results. In any case, 6 months after the October Revolution in Russia, on April 22, 1918, when Edwin Samuel Montagu, British Secretary of State for India, and Lord Chelmsford, the Viceroy, signed the Report on Indian Constitutional Reforms, they already found it necessary to refer this to the influence which the Russian Revolution was having on the political consciousness of large sections of the Indian people. The revolution in Russia, they pointed out, in its beginning was regarded in India as a triumph over despotism. It has given impetus to Indian political aspirations. For that was a real truth. It should, however, be pointed 31 out that as time went on, the British authorities in India were more willing to write and talk in official reports and speeches about the supposedly real threat of Bolshevism in India. Faced by the sweeping surge of the Indian PEOPLE's liberation struggle, the British authorities attributed any anti-British act to the scheming of Moscow and, subsequently, of the Comintern, and listed just about every radically minded national revolutionary as a Bolshevik. In 1918, Indian revolutionary Bharat Das wrote, "For the past 10 years, Indian revolutionaries have been hounded as anarchists. Today, however, they are called Indian Bolsheviks." When in the spring of 1919, the colonial authorities passed the draconian Russiat Bill to the wrathful protest it had touched off along with an upsurge of the national liberation struggle was proclaimed in the Times of March 20, 1919, as part of the Bolshevik plans to raise revolution in India. The British press attempted to pass off even the major element of the Caliphate movement, the mass exodus from India into neighboring Muslim countries, as something like an aftermath of Bolshevik propaganda. For example, the Oud newspaper in an article "Bolshevik Intrigues in India" wrote on June 17, 1922, "The Hijra movement, which was considered to be purely religious, has, in fact, turned out to be political. A knowledgeable person must agree with us that the Hijra movement is not based on religious doctrines but has been brought about by the spread of Russian propaganda." 3. The British administration declared anti-feudal risings of peasants in Bihar, United Provinces, and Bengal to be of a clearly Bolshevik kind. 4. The early moves to set up trade union-type working-class organizations were also declared to be the work of the Bolsheviks. The Soviet mission in Kabul reported to the Turkestan Commission of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee on May 22, 1922 that British newspapers alleged that the workers' strike on the Northwestern Railway early in 1920 was of a definitely Bolshevik character, although no real prerequisites existed as yet for a socialist revolution in that country, and the overwhelming majority of Indian revolutionaries were still far from accepting the ideas of scientific communism. British colonial officials were hard at work to prove the reality of the Bolshevik threat in India. The reason for that must have been not only due to the really potent impact of the ideas of the October Revolution on Indian society. There was, besides, the direct interest of the Indian civil service, that omnipresent and all-knowing colonial administration, in saving its face in front of the London authorities, which expressed their displeasure over its inability to placate India. Furthermore, that gave an opportunity to British colonial officials and to London itself to suggest the foreign origin not only of the communist movement, but of radical forms of the national liberation struggle in that country as well. Properly speaking, this argument is still maintained by bourgeois historians. M. R. Mazzani, Secretary-General of Svatantra, a reactionary right-wing party of modern India, was clearly exaggerating when he wrote of those times. The intellectual and emotional climate in India in the early 20s was receptive to the ideas of communism. 1. It was receptive, sure enough, but to what ideas of the Bolsheviks? Above all and essentially, to the ideas expressed in the slogan of the right of nations to self-determination or national secession, which the Bolsheviks had begun to put into practice. Naturally, the last thing I want to do is to play down the influence of the ideas of the October Revolution on India. All I want to say is that in the first years or two following the Russian Revolution, that influence was basically expressed in a radicalization of the national liberation tendencies of Indian society, and only afterwards did the communist tendencies, in their true sense, begin to show themselves. It took even the most advanced exponents of Indian revolutionary democracy some time to grasp the ideas of communism, at least in their very primordial form, while the idea behind Lenin's slogan of the right of nations to self-determination fell on what had long since been prepared ground in India. That was to be most clearly seen in the movement of organized and unorganized groups of Indian revolutionaries into the Soviet Republic. This does not, of course, mean that the left Indian National Revolutionaries, closely looking at the image of the October Revolution, should have totally failed to notice its social features and its socialist substance. The ideas of social equality and justice, international solidarity, even that of the organization of the masses and an anti-feudal peasant revolution were not foreign to individual revolutionaries. Some of them shared these ideas, but interpreted them in their own utopian, petty bourgeois and revolutionary nationalistic way. Therefore, they viewed the ideas of the October Revolution and the scale of work it had done proceeding from Indian realities and from the requirements to be met to overthrow British domination. Asterisk. The emigration movement of hundreds of Indian revolutionaries into Soviet Russia was the most obvious expression of the tremendous effect of the October Revolution on Indian society. However, many of present-day bourgeois historians seek to belittle the international significance of the October Revolution and, by endless trickery, try to prove that its influence on India was insignificant and superficial. One example is provided by the book of Indian historian, Jayant Bandyopadhyaya, reader in international relations at Yadavpur University, who extols Indian nationalism and proclaims communism to be a doctrine entirely foreign and unacceptable to India. He argues that inside India, the Russian Revolution did not produce anything more than a ripple. 1. This argument, in substance, has been brought up by a number of other bourgeois authors. But what is it built on? Such American historians as David Druhy, John Haith Cox, Gene Overstreet, and Marshall Windmiller, to mention just a few, while denying the ideological impact of the October Revolution on the national liberation movement of India, have been putting down all events showing up such an impact to the work of the Moscow-paid agents of the Comintern. Bandyopadhyaya, on the other hand, maintains that the October Revolution was welcomed only by certain Muslims of India, that is the most backward, ignorant and fanatically religious section of Indian society, which was, besides, in the minority. Bandyopadhyaya writes that the Russian Revolution apparently produced a great impression by its substance and its priorities only on certain sects of Indian Muslims. But he said he found practically none among the Hindus. 2. In fact, that author described the Muslim affection for Bolshevism by the community of the principles of Islam and socialism rather than by the appeal of the Bolshevik aspirations as such. With references to Islamic scholars, Bandyopadhyaya seeks to prove that the Quran proclaims the very same principles which have been subsequently borrowed from it by communists. He preceded that argument by two more points: the especially friendly attitude of the Soviet government to Muslims and the actual implementation by the Soviets of the right of nations to self-determination. Everything is right about these last points except one thing. The Soviet government's attitude to all oppressed peoples of the East has always been equally friendly and never depended on their religious affiliation. The argument about the ideological community of socialism and Islam, now produced by individual bourgeois historians, in pursuit of their own self-seeking ambitions, just because the Quran contains certain elements of egalitarianism which, incidentally, are to be found in other creeds as well, is utterly baseless and hardly in need of any detailed refutation. 3. The reference based on this argument to the Muslims' predisposition to socialism is disproved not only by the record of immigrant Indian revolutionaries in Soviet Russia, but also by the movement of revolutionaries from other, non-Muslim, countries of the East into Soviet Russia. Representatives of the oppressed peoples were coming to Soviet Russia from all over the world because they wanted to see with their own eyes the land that had made the October Revolution and was now translating into practice. The great idea of the right of nations to self-determination and assisting the oppressed peoples of the East in their struggle for independence and freedom, and also to make a study of Russian revolutionary records so as to use it to save their own peoples from the scourge of colonialism. The meaning of the pilgrimage of revolutionaries from the East into Soviet Russia was aptly summed up by a Chinese revolutionary democrat Chu Kaibo, one of the pioneers of the communist movement in China. The Russian Revolution, he wrote in March 1920, stirred the whole world and influenced the development of ideas in all countries. Everybody was eager to grasp the essence of that revolution and to gain a closer insight into the culture of Russia, and so humanity's attention was riveted to Russia. The same was taking place in China. In our country, too, he pointed out, everybody took interest in Russia. One Chu Kaibo was one of those who strove with all the passion of a revolutionary to get to know the land that made the October Revolution, and strove for it. It was my firm decision to go to Russia, he related subsequently, and I did not care how. If I could not have gone there as a correspondent, I would have pressed on to get there in a different way, regardless of all difficulties. These words perfectly express the feelings and aspirations not only of the Chinese but of all revolutionary elements of the East. In 1920, Chu Kaibo was the first of China's revolutionaries to arrive in Soviet Russia to blaze the trail for what soon became periodic visits of his fellow thinkers to Moscow. This is how Chu Kaibo defined the object of his arrival: to devote myself entirely to a systematic study of theory and hard facts, to study communism, to history of the Russian Communist Party and Russian culture. And, indeed, hundreds of revolutionaries coming to Soviet Russia from all over Asia wanted not only to see how Soviet government actually worked but also to study the theory that informed the October Revolution and the building of a new type of society. The Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party and the Comintern offered them such an opportunity. Courses to train not only party workers of the Soviet East but also revolutionaries from Asian countries had been organized in Baku, Tashkent, and under the auspices of the People's Commissariat for Nationalities in Moscow as early as 1920. The Communist University of Working People of the East was established in 1921. It had a student body of 622 by the end of that year, 933 in the following year, and 1015 by early 1924. Almost one-third of those students were revolutionaries from the oppressed East Indians, Chinese, Koreans, Persians, Turks, Arabs, and so on. Point 1. The argument about the particular predisposition of Muslims for socialism is disproved even more conclusively by the fact that thousands of Eastern nationals who had nothing to do with the Mohammedan religion, for instance, Chinese and Koreans, fought in the Civil War to defend Soviet government. That is to say that the inflow of Indian revolutionaries into Soviet Russia had nothing extraordinary about it. Organized Indian émigrés in Soviet Russia. News of the October Revolution reached far-off India with amazing velocity and fetched a response in the shape of an incipient emigration of Indians into Soviet Russia. At first, from 1918 until early 1920, Indians were crossing into the Soviet Republic, driven, as a rule, by the sole idea of national liberation from British oppression. They turned to Soviet authorities for an answer to the question of how a revolution had to be made, and wanted to get practical aid in making one. Such people kept coming in subsequent months and even years, but it was not until mid-1920 that Indian National Revolutionary Democrats, some of whom were adopting the principles of Marxism-Leninism, began to arrive in Soviet Russia. The emigration of many Indians into Soviet Russia expressed the urge of the most revolutionary forces of the National Liberation Movement of India for cooperation with the people that had set an example of a revolutionary solution of social problems. It is self-evident, Lenin said, that this revolutionary movement of the peoples of the East can now develop effectively, only in direct association with the revolutionary struggle of our Soviet Republic against international imperialism. 1 Indian revolutionaries were coming round to that idea in their own peculiar ways, sometimes intentionally and sometimes spontaneously, but they did come round to accepting it fast enough. It was the so-called Provisional Government of India, established in Kabul, that was the first of the politically organized groups of Indian national revolutionaries to come into contact with the RSFSR. As early as November 29, 1917, the head of that center, Mahendra Pratap, who had arrived on the Afghan-Soviet border, asked the Turkestan authorities for negotiations with the government of the RSFSR. Lai pointed out in his message that he had twice tried to contact the government of Russia, but all in vain. Now, however, following the victory of the October Revolution, the final obstacle has been removed, and I have been glad to find out from the latest newspapers appearing in India that the Russian government is now led by the noble sons of Russia. English present them as traitors, but in actual fact they are true friends of humanity. He went on to say that he was anxious to see close friendly relations between Russia and India because we trust that nothing but a partnership of Russia and India will make possible India's true liberation and an equilibrium in the universe. 2. Soviet Russia gave a generous welcome to Indian revolutionaries. Pratap wrote later on that as early as February 1918 he arrived in Tashkent, at the invitation of the Turkestan authorities, and proceeded to Petrograd to be greeted by ranking representatives of the Soviet government. 3 From then onwards and all through 1919, 1920 and 1921. Some representatives of the Provisional Government of India stayed long and worked in various cities and regions of Soviet Russia, but principally in Tashkent, Bokhara, Moscow and sometimes in Kazan. Indian national revolutionaries, relying as they did on their connections with the Afghan Emir, who had given them permission to live in the Afghan capital for several years, strove to help burgeoning Soviet diplomacy in establishing friendly relations between the RSFSR and Afghanistan. That was perfectly in accord with their plans to liberate India and form an anti-imperialist Soviet-Afghan alliance to that end. It was Mohammad Barakatullah, who had arrived in Tashkent from Kabul early in 1919, and Mahendra Pratap that were most active in that respect. Mohammad Barakatullah, a member of the Muslim League and the Indian National Congress, professor of philosophy and literature, a former leader of the Ghadar Party, and until shortly a member of the Indian Revolutionary Committee in Berlin, and Prime Minister of the Provisional Government of India in exile, stayed in Soviet Russia also in his capacity as an unofficial representative of Afghanistan. He was received by V.I. Lenin on May 7, 1919. Soon afterwards, in a special note Barakatullah informed the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs that Afghanistan was ready to conclude a defensive and offensive alliance with the Russian Republic. 1 Mahendra Pratap was in Germany at the time, that is early in May 1919, where he had arrived from Petrograd some time before. When he heard of the outbreak of the Anglo-Afghan War on May 3, he made up his mind to proceed to Afghanistan, after a visit to Moscow, hoping, as he wrote to explain his decision, that at this valuable opportunity, long desired for, I might be able to do, for the millions of human beings inhabiting India some solid service. 2 In July 3 Mahendra Pratap arrived in Moscow again in company of Abdur Rab Bark and Prativedi Acharya. He reported that in the following way, in Moscow we were welcomed by my honorable friend, Mohammad Barakatullah, hospitably entertained by the Foreign Office and kindly received by that great personage Comrade Lenin. 4. During his visit to Moscow, Pratap must have been anxious, first and foremost, to organize a Soviet-Afghan march on India to liberate it. What Germans could not do, I thought, will now be done by Soviet Russia and the new Afghanistan. Freedom of the 1/5 of mankind appeared very near. Yet another thing Pratap sought to obtain in the course of his Moscow negotiations was an official recognition of his government in Kabul by the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs, and he believed he would be received as President of the Indian Republic. However, the Soviet authorities could not, naturally, recognize the Kabul-based Provisional Government of India and regard it as the sole leader of India's revolutionary forces. Replying to Pratap, the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs explained its position in the following way: first, it was not on Indian territory that the government had been formed and existed; second, it had not officially announced its formation; and, third, it did not have the support of a fairly large cross-section of revolutionary opinion. I think this is how one should interpret the reply of the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs about a readiness to acknowledge as legitimate any provisional Indian government established by Indian revolutionaries on Indian territory, on the sole understanding that this government should have the backing of revolutionary forces and announce its formation. 1. For Moscow to have recognized the Pratap government would, besides, have been a disloyal act in respect of many other Indian revolutionary groups in India proper and beyond her confines, because none of them had ever elected the Kabul Centre as their representative body. 2. One should not forget that Indian revolutionaries at the Kabul Centre were still building their tactics on conspiratorial principles, ignoring revolutionary mass work, and held an invasion of India by armies of neighbouring states to be the chief means of liberating her from British Colorado nihilists. The Soviet government could not countenance such an approach. As Lenin insisted, it was only a national revolution with full-scale and self-sacrificing involvement of the masses that could win out. Nevertheless, the Kabul Centre pressed hard for an official Soviet recognition. A special mission of the emigrant government, comprising Muhammad Ali, Assistant Minister for the Interior, and Mohammad Shafiq, arrived in Tashkent on March 31, 1921. It was later joined by Ibrahim and Abdul Majid. Those men, with Barakatullah at their head, were usually called a provisional government group. Ali and Shafiq wrote to various Soviet bodies and, in their messages and reports, set out the history of the establishment of the Kabul Centre, described its composition and the work it had done, and defined its ultimate objectives. In a letter mailed to the Turkestan Commission of the All Russia Central Executive Committee in the first half of April 1920, Muhammad Ali stated two requests: one for acceptance of our cooperation in the common liberation of India, and the other for the recognition of our provisional government by the Turkestan Commission. There was, besides, a report drawn up in the form of questions and answers. It is, perhaps, one of the greatest interest, for it offered a fuller account of the sum and substance of the views that particular group of Indian revolutionaries held by early 1920. In another document, Ali and Shafiq reported that they had relevant questions put to them still in Kabul by Yat Z. Surats, Soviet plenipotentiary in Afghanistan. 2. That document, dated April 10, 1920, was also sent to the Turkestan Commission. One of the questions was, what is the object of the provisional government? The object was, said the reply, to create an indigenous government in India instead of the present alien English government. The provisional government will cease to exist in the sense that it will hand over its portfolio to the body politic of India formulated by the Indian National Congress and the All India Muslim League, the two well-known representative bodies of India. The authors then passed on to a detailed definition of the methods by which they plan to attain that target. To accomplish this our object, we have adopted the following line of action. 1. To invoke the sympathy and moral support of foreign governments for the emancipation of India from the foreign yoke. 2. To disseminate revolutionary propaganda among a. the princes and ruling chiefs of India by inviting them to join our cause, b. leaders of public opinion and captains of industry, and c. the Indian soldiers, dissuading them from fighting against any foreign power. 3. To obtain arms and ammunition with a view to supply the revolutionary forces and to store them for emergencies, that is the general war of independence. 1. It is noteworthy that Indian revolutionaries still excluded the working class and the peasantry from those among whom revolutionary propaganda had to be conducted and, consequently, did not consider them to be the driving force of the liberation struggle. Nor can one overlook the fact that this document has no mention of a popular uprising or revolution, nothing beyond a reference to emergencies, that is the general war of independence. Naturally, that was not a casual omission. The major banking, as already stated, was on an invasion by a foreign army. In fact, it is for that reason that point C of the second paragraph called for Indian soldiers to be dissuaded from fighting against any foreign power that would assume the mission of liberating India by force of arms. Once the liberating power had driven out the British imperialists, it would hand power over to a provisional government. But to make it easier for that government to organize the running of the country, it was necessary, already at that juncture, to win over the top crust of Indian society which was at the service of the British colonial administration. Even these few lines just quoted suggest what particular outside force the Kabul group of Indian revolutionaries counted on. The rest of the text serves to bear it out. Replying to the question, what relations will the provisional government have with Soviet Russia, the authors wrote. The provisional government expects to have the same relations with Soviet Russia as Denikin's and Kolchak's governments have with the Entente, that is to say, provisional government hopes that Soviet Russia will help it carry on war against the English in India. Further, with a rather loose interpretation of the anti-imperialist essence of the Soviet state power, they went on to explain that the provisional government is ready to cooperate with Soviet Russia in carrying out the item of its program as regards the liberation of India. Point 1. The Kabul revolutionaries must have had the following line of reasoning. Since the Soviet government had not only proclaimed the right of nations to self-determination, but was lending actual assistance to oppressed peoples in their struggle for freedom and independence, one could, apparently, do without a popular revolution and have Soviet Russia bear the brunt of military expulsion of the English from India. The subsequent text made it clear that the provisional government proposed to set up its standing army of invasion at a later date too, but, probably, it was not that army that it wanted to play the key part in the nation's immediate liberation. More evidence to this effect can be found in other pronouncements by spokesmen of the provisional government. For example, Mohammad Shafiq, speaking before a plenary session of the Council for International Propaganda on May 11, 1920, called on all the sons of the East Persians, Ukrainians, Russians, Turks, Afghans to unite to liberate India from the British yoke. Point 3. What he meant was not just aid to an Indian popular uprising, but nothing short of organizing a march of liberation from without. That was also the idea of Barakatullah. Mustafa Subhi, the leader of the early Turkish communists, even reproached him with having preached in his speeches to former Turkish prisoners of war that the native detachments, organized by the Soviet authorities, were designed, for, a holy war to liberate Afghanistan, India, and Turkey from imperialist oppression. Point 4. All the foregoing does not, however, provide a full picture of the political outlook of Kabul-based Indian national revolutionaries. Thanks to Professor Barakatullah and his outstanding propaganda work in Soviet Russia, we have come into possession of substantive material permitting a closer insight into the matter at issue. Barakatullah clearly realized that the success or defeat of the Soviet system in the Civil War was fundamental to the success or defeat of many peoples of the East, including the peoples of India, in battle for their national liberation. Therefore, as a true revolutionary, he offered his services to the Soviet government to conduct propaganda, both in print and by word, among the Muslim population of the RSFSR as well as among the former Turkish POWs who were staying on Soviet territory. The offer was gratefully accepted. Nariman Narimanov, one who was in charge of the Middle East Department of the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs, related in November 1919, Barakatullah was sent to the Volga region, in company of a veteran worker, Ismailov, to carry on propaganda, with a view to rising against British imperialism. The object was, to inform the mass of the Muslims about the state of things in the East. The Muslims had to be roused to united action. Too late in September or very early in October 1919, Barakatullah set out for a long propaganda tour of Volga towns to return to Moscow only early January 1920. 3. Barakatullah visited Kazan, Ufa, Samara, Sturlitamak and many other places. In the second half of 1920, he made a similar propaganda tour of the Trans-Caspian region. 4. Barakatullah Law spoke at conferences and meetings and in mosques and made fiery speeches to expose the predatory policy of the Entente, above all, of British imperialism, and urged the Muslims to take part in the civil war on the Soviet side. Here is one of his proclamation speeches to my Turkish brethren in captivity, made in Kazan on October 20, 1919, heroes of war, defenders of sacred Islam, brothers in religion, my Turkish brothers. 10 months have passed since the Turkish government had to sign an armistice agreement with England, France, and Italy. Enemies of Islam promised a peace based on right and justice. But after the capture of the Dardanelles, they began to occupy Turkey and carve it up. Having described, further on, the origin of the Kemalist liberation movement to resist the invaders in Anatolia, Barakatullah went on to say, the Soviet authorities of Russia are fighting the English and the French and, to this end, they want to act united with the Turkish nation. The Soviet authorities want to liberate both Russia and Turkey from grabbing hands. Turkish brothers, we expect you to act with self-sacrifice. Go along, get together, organize all Turkish detachments, and, on a war march, drive out the rapacious enemies who have trampled underfoot your freedom and business. One in his appeals to the Muslim population of Soviet Russia, Barakatullah used a different language, comrades. English, French, and American capitalists have brought under their control the capital of the Muslim world, Constantinople, and their guns have destroyed the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. They support the Russian counter-revolution with money and weapons, and want to kill all life in Soviet Russia with a blockade. Comrade Muslims, remember that it is your moral duty to act in common with the Soviet authorities, for if they fall, you will lose the last hope for the liberation of the East and the whole world. Join the Red Army as it is fighting for your liberation and your interests. 2 Barakatullah's articles, speeches, and interviews were printed predominantly in newspapers for the Muslim population in Petrograd, Almaty, Kazan, Samara, Tashkent, and, probably, elsewhere. We know of his articles. Wilson vs. Lenin 1, Bolshevik Ideas and the Islamic Republic 2, and Appeal to All the Muslims of Asia 3, Oriental Policy 4, and, finally, the pamphlet Bolshevism and Islam, which found its way into India much to the dismay of British colonialists. 5 Confirmed Muslim, Barakatullah sought to prove that the main propositions of communism and of Islam and other religious doctrines were identical and consisted in enunciating the ideas of the liberty, equality, and fraternity of all men. Both Marxism and all religions, he wrote in his article Bolshevik Ideas and the Islamic Republic, had been handed down by the Lord in order to save the poor and the needy, reassure all men and bring peoples into kinship with each other. Barakatullah saw those very ideas translated into reality by Soviet government. The ideas of socialism, which had become Plato's sacred dream 2,000 years ago, have now been put into practice by the efforts of Mr. Ulyanov Lenin. Thanks to that, power in Russia and Turkestan has passed into the hands of workers, peasants, and soldiers. Religious and national strife has been ended. All people have obtained freedom, and have been declared equal. 6 In another article, The Appeal to All Muslims of Asia, he pointed out, there is no state on earth today that would not be drawing a lesson for itself from the Bolshevik principle that all human beings are equal. 7 Not always aware of the fierce class struggle which led to the power of the workers, peasants, and soldiers being established in Russia, Barakatullah hold the civil war to be nothing but a struggle against foreign invaders and the hated English and other imperialists, and saw its whole point in that. Therefore, he called on the peoples of the East to realize that socialism is good for them and that they must defend it, and must join forces with the Bolshevik contingents and drive the English usurpers out of their countries. 8. 47. Barakatullah made the interesting point that the October Revolution changed the essence of the old Eastern question for the first time by turning it from one of the partition and plunder of the nations of Asia into one of their complete liberation. In his article Oriental Policy, he wrote, the question of the liberation of the East has been brought up before us as a major and independent one by the Great Revolution in Russia. And even if that revolution had given nothing more to the peoples of Asia, This new way of posing that problem would alone have tremendous importance for the oppressed East. 1. While considering socialism as a purely egalitarian doctrine, Barakatallah declared for the abolition of private property as it was the cause of all evil on earth. He believed that, given the national public ownership of the land, houses, and factories, all products made by every man must become a public asset and everyone will be able to take whatever he may need from a public storehouse. Buying and selling were to be ruled out altogether. With things done in this way, Barakatallah concluded, men will have got rid of poverty and hunger, and will have achieved liberty, equality, fraternity, and prosperity too. In visualizing that kind of social order, Barakatallah did not propose any methods by which to bring it about, that is to say, he did no better than wishing. In any case, Barakatallah proclaimed no ideas of scientific socialism. In fact, Barakatallah made no secret of his political affiliation and said in no uncertain terms that he supported Soviet government for its struggle against imperialism and against domination of the East by European capitalism. He passionately urged the Muslims of the whole world, unite round Soviet government, for the liberation of all oppressed, subject peoples depends only on this Soviet government. 3. In an interview for Izvestia, Barakatallah declared, I am not a communist, nor a socialist, but my political program so far is to drive the English out of Asia. I am an uncompromising enemy of European capitalism in Asia, as represented by the English, above all. In this sense, I come close to communists, and in this respect, we are your natural allies. 1. In his articles, Barakatallah rose to sharp criticism of the bourgeois democratic system which most of Indian revolutionaries had, until quite recently, seen as an ideal to strive for. On British Parliament, he said that it was like a children's toy made to dupe the people, and that the right to be elected actually belonged to the propertied classes only, while labor and workers have been fighting for their rights for 600 years, but cannot get rid of oppression. 2. Under the impact of the October Revolution, the views of the Kabul-based Indian revolutionaries changed appreciably. First, Indian revolutionaries began to exult in the Russian Revolution and saw its sense and meaning in that it had moved the question of the liberation of Eastern nations for the first time, settled it on its own territory, and brought nearer the possibility of resolving it on an international scale. As to the social essence of the October Revolution, they understood it very inaccurately, considering the achievement of liberty, equality, and fraternity to be the gist of socialist change. Second, they had come to realize the necessity of a close alliance of the national liberation movement with Soviet Russia to achieve the independence of the eastern countries. Third, they had become far more resolute in exposing the vices of the bourgeois democratic system and intensified the preaching of egalitarian socialism on religious grounds. Along with these undoubtedly positive changes in the system of views of the Kabul-based Indian national revolutionaries, certain essential points of what had been their earlier philosophies were retained and even emphasized. Above all, there was the increased belief in the expediency of conspiratorial tactics coupled with a virtual refusal to prepare a popular revolution. Petty bourgeois revolutionaries inside the provisional government still stood aloof from the mass of the people, particularly from the working class. The mounting unrest of India's proletariat and peasants must have kept them at bay. They greeted the October Revolution as the event that would give them an opportunity to secure India's freedom without mass action. Without a popular revolution, but only with the help of Soviet Russia's armies of liberation. The Barakatallah group in Tashkent evolved leftward. That was due to the influence of the Russian revolutionary realities and communist propaganda work which was carried on in Turkestan by the Council for International Propaganda among thousands of ethnic Persians, Turks, and Chinese and a still small number of Indians who had crossed the Hindu Kush. 1 Sovinterprop gave much attention to the Indian revolutionaries who had arrived in Tashkent. At its opening SES Zion of December 30, 1919, it examined a message from Soviet consul in Kabul and Zebrevin who announced the expected arrival in Tashkent of 5 Indian national revolutionaries who have expressed a desire to work, for a revolutionary uprising in India and for liberation from the English bondage. Point 2. The council wanted Barricadola's opinion about those individuals. Late in February 1920. 5 men were already in Tashkent. *3 and a misszion of the provisional government arrived there on March 31, to be joined shortly afterwards by Abdul Majid and Ibrahim, who had accompanied Barricadola on his visit to Moscow. A session of the Executive Bureau of Sovinterprop on April 5 decided to organize a Hindu Communist section. Point 4. On April 17, Sovinterprop complemented the 5 national sections already under its direction by forming an Indian section of a few Indian revolutionaries, and on April 23 or 27 had it officially confirmed at its session. Point 5. True, the section never became a communist organization, but it did take certain steps in this direction. Once established as a section of Sovinterprop, that is, having accepted its leadership, the Indian group made itself heard as early as April 20 by producing a new policy document signed by Muhammad Ali and Muhammad Shafiq. Point 1. That was an interesting, though still immature and eclectic document. It contained earlier, though low-key, propositions regarding conspiratorial tactics and individual acts of terrorism superimposed with new, still hardly realized notions about communism, about work among peasants and workers, and about a Soviet-type of government in India. Its opening part, which we may call the plan and program of the Indian section, since it has no proper title of its own, showed an attempt to explain the failure of the Indian people's revolutionary risings in 191.9, and draw proper lessons from that defeat. The reason behind the setback in the recent struggle, the document says, was that none but a fraction of Indian soldiers had joined it. Therefore, Indian revolutionaries have now focused their attention on nationalist propaganda among the ranks. Earlier on, it was considered sufficient to conduct explanation work principally among the command personnel, while now Indian revolutionaries were talking about the need for such work to be carried on among the ranks, first and foremost. That was certainly a step forward. Further on, the authors of the plan and program spoke of the propaganda of communism, although they saw it, essentially, as a means by which to achieve national independence. They wrote, if the propaganda of communism or Bolshevism is systematically conducted by Indian revolutionary communities abroad, soldiers and workers of India will rise against British exploiters. Next came a still more definite instruction: disseminate propaganda among Indian soldiers, workers, and peasants, explaining to them that they are in foreign bondage. We shall call on them to cast off the yoke of foreign masters and enjoy in freedom the fruit of their own labor in their own happy homeland. The document referred to workers and peasants, but, quite naturally, still invariably placed emphasis on soldiers, treating them as the major force of the revolution. In setting out the tasks before the workers, the authors imbued them with some of their former ideas of individual terrorism. The workers must get weapons and bombs, apart from money and literature, in order to terrorize the British despots, get rid of their influence and make the revolution more effective. Further on, the document says, to carry out our intentions and advance the Indian Revolution, we shall organize an Indian committee in Tashkent to be known as Indian Democrats. Another chapter, Principles, announced, now on behalf of this committee, that all of its members have adopted the principles of communism, and the concluding chapter, Program, proclaimed 3 major targets of the revolution: abolition of foreign rule, overthrow of certain Indian autocrats, and big landowners and factory owners, oppressing the people, and establishment of a Soviet Republic in India. Naturally, one has to treat the communistic pronouncements of that group with great caution, for it is hard to believe that the very same Muhammad Ali and Muhammad Shafiq, who had presented their report to the Turkestan Commission of the All Russia Central Executive Committee, on April 10, having quite definitely expressed the national revolutionary views of the provisional government, could have accepted communist principles barely 10 days after Sovinterprop representative M. Shulman, who had long worked with Indian revolutionaries, had this to say about Muhammad Ali and Muhammad Shafiq in his letter of December 1, 1920, these two are very little familiar with the Indian working class movement, and furthermore, they take very little interest in it. Their only desire is to defeat the enemies, the English. The principles of Soviet system of government and communism clashed, no doubt, with their general world outlook. This appears to have been just the case at the time. Indian revolutionaries could not yet grasp the communist principles in full. The tiny had not yet come for it, and the revolutionaries themselves. 52. Honest fighters against British rule, were not yet prepared for it. It would have been surprising if those men had digested communist ideology in the space of a few days they stayed in Soviet Turkestan. The document just reviewed serves to confirm, however, that its authors held more radical views than ever before on the general democratic struggle to end British rule. Now their views implied not only the achievement of India's full national independence, but a restriction of biggest capitalists and feudals in an independent country. Therefore, the authors showed they saw that the problem of their country's liberation was linked up with that of granting its social demands of the working people. The document proved that Lenin was right in regarding Soviets as possibly institutions for the pre-capitalist setting of the East, though not, naturally, as vehicles of proletarian dictatorship, and that idea was widely popular among the revolutionaries of Asian countries. Besides, it may be presumed that the group of national revolutionaries who worked out the document we have now considered showed a sincere desire to fathom the meaning of communism and move closer to it. It was hardly casual that some members of that Indian group, notably Muhammad Ali I, should, indeed, have subsequently become communists and done quite a lot towards creating a communist party in India. The devotion of Ibrahim, the peasant, to the ideas of socialism and of the liberation of India, was highly appreciated by the Sovinternprop staff. What goes to the credit of this group of Indian national revolutionaries is their earnest desire to defend Soviet government against the abuses of British imperialism. In their plan and program, they declared that they consider it their duty to refute the false information spread by British imperialists about Bolshevik atrocities in Turkestan, a red menace in India, and about the destruction of all forms of civilization by the Bolsheviks. The Indians closed by thanking the Soviet government for permission to establish an Indian community in Tashkent and for assistance in organizing its activities for the liberation of India. The Indians did carry on certain work, indeed. They sent their agitators to Baku and Persia to work among the Anglo-Indian troops and to the Pamirs for work among the local population. The section produced propaganda material such as, "What Soviet Power is Like," to the Indian Brothers and the Republic and Islam. Besides, the section decided to publish a weekly newspaper, Zamindar. On April 23, the Council for International Propaganda, having heard a progress report of the Indian section, resolved to give permission for an Indian revolutionary publication to be organized on an interim basis. The paper came off the press in two languages, Urdu and Persian, as early as May 1, 1920. Unfortunately, no more issues followed. The leading article, which had been by Mohammad Shafiq, set forth the paper's priorities. The editors proposed to draw the attention of the Soviet Republic to the Indian question and systematically explain its tremendous importance, to prove that the liberation of all subject nations depended on the abolition of colonialism in India, first and foremost. The paper intended to work for rallying the various revolutionary forces of Asia round one center and a common program, popularize the meaning and significance of the October Revolution, prepare the Indian proletariat for its historic mission, and counter the anti-communist propaganda of British imperialism. 1 Some parts of that program clearly betrayed nationalistic aberrations, which was even more conspicuous in the documents of another group of Indian revolutionaries, the Indian Revolutionary Association. 28 Indian national revolutionaries arrived in Tashkent on July 2, 1920, from Kabul. That was not just a group of disconnected people, but a fraction of an organization which had established itself as the Indian Revolutionary Association. It was given a solemn and cordial welcome by numerous representatives of the city's working people, public organizations, the Soviet authorities and the Red Army. Speeches were made by Valerian Kuibyshev, Deputy Chairman of the Commission on Turkestan Affairs of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee, and Mikhail Frunze, Commander of the Turkestan Front. The chairman of the association, Abdurrab Bark too spoke in reply. Fi thanked everybody for the warm welcome which had surpassed all his expectations and those of his mates. 3 The association was created by Abdurrab Bark and Prativedi Acharya in Kabul at the very end of December 1919, or in January 1920, soon after they, and also Mahendra Pratap, had arrived in the Afghan capital from Moscow together with the first Soviet legation led by Yat Z. Surits. For 5 months, the association had worked among the Indian émigrés in Kabul, and during that period, its membership had expanded to just about 150. That means that it was 1/5 of the total that arrived in Tashkent, which was not so few at all, considering the difficulties of travel at the time. There had been 4 or 5 general membership meetings in Kabul to discuss and endorse action plans, and elect the leadership of the association, Abdurrab Bark as chairman, Prativedi Acharya as his deputy, Amin Farooq and Fazil A1 Qadir as secretaries. The constitution, which formulated the purposes and structural principles of the association, had also been drawn up in Kabul. It must have been at its second meeting on February 17 that the association adopted its famous message of greetings to V.I. Lenin, in which it thanked Soviet Russia for her struggle for the liberation of all the oppressed nations, notably India. 1 Lenin is known to have replied by expressing his joy over the fact that the principles of self-determination and liberation of subject peoples, proclaimed by the Workers' and Peasants' Republic, had fetched so eager a response from politically conscious Indians. 2 The Indian Revolutionary Association proposed to carry on its work in Afghanistan, but in May 1920, the Emir deprived it of the right of asylum. It was at that moment that the most active group of the association availed itself of the hospitality of the Soviet government. Incidentally, close contact with Soviet Russia had been contemplated even before they fell out with the Emir. The constitution of the association stated that its representative office will be established in Tashkent so as to provide good information for European and, more particularly, Russian public opinion about the conditions of India under British rule. The association grouped markedly different individuals both in terms of their cultural and political education and their social background, but they were all united by a common desire to deliver their native land from British domination. Alexander Tivol of the Council for International Propaganda, who was subsequently chief of the organizing department of the Comintern's Turkestan Bureau, wrote in a report about the association that about a dozen of the men who had come to Tashkent had deserted the British Army, and that deserters are, in most cases, revolutionaries only potentially. Yet their hatred of the English is strong enough. In his opinion, the group had as many petty tradesmen and artisans, that is also about a dozen. What can such a classification mean? Apparently, the deserters mostly came of peasant stock. Among the arrivals there were 2 brothers, Nasir Khan, chiefs of independent Baluchi tribes. In 1917 to 1918, they led a 10,000-strong rebel army. The English succeeded in suppressing the heroic resistance of the tribes when their ammunition had run out. All the members of the association, except Acharya, were Muslims, and many of them were illiterate. Yet, some were highly educated persons, such as, above all, Abdurrab Bark and Prativedi Acharya, and students Amin Farooq and Fazil A1 Qadir. True, good education did not prevent Abdurrab Bark from asserting that there is no other way, except Islam, to save and pacify the world. That was, at least, what Mohammad Shafiq wrote about him subsequently. All Soviet people coming into contact with Indians related that the order that had been established within the association through its chairman's fault was rather undemocratic. Some spoke even of Abdurrab Bark's dictatorial tendencies. The political program of the Indian Revolutionary Association, one bearing the signature of Abdurrab Bark, appeared on August 13, 1920, which, combined with some other material, made it possible to identify the views of that group of Indian national revolutionaries. It sketched out, unequivocally and clearly, the association's supreme objective, to destroy the galling foreign yoke and to establish in its place an independent self-government. Monarchy was categorically ruled out as a prospect for Liberat India. When the time came, and if that would be consistent with the prevalent conditions in the country, Hara would be established a Soviet Federal Republic. To achieve this end, the association shall try to gather and utilize all those forces within India or outside it which may ultimately lead to the destruction of the present most tyrannical foreign domination. Elaborating on this argument about the forces of liberation in and outside the country, the authors of the document fairly clearly demonstrated their nationalism and their inflated notion of the role and significance of India for the rest of the world. The Indian question, the program said, is not national, it is an international question. Of tremendous importance, one having rightfully emphasized the great international significance of the liberation of India, the authors still overplayed it by claiming that the question was not national at all, but a global, international one. In his policy letter of August 22, 1920 to the Council for International Propaganda, Abdur-Rabbi Bark said, "The fact is that India and India alone is the prop and mainstay of the first capitalistic and imperialistic empire in the world, and when that prop is removed from under that empire, the whole structure would fall down and shatter to pieces like a house of cards." The idea of India's worldwide importance was played up in the declaration of the Indian Revolutionary Association at the First Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku. "India and India alone," it said, "is the true reason of unrest and turmoil throughout the world. History has provided enough evidence to prove that the freedom of India means the freedom of the whole world and an end to all wars in the future." 2-3 Incidentally, all the 7 delegates from the Indian Revolutionary Association to the First Congress of the Peoples of the East 8, when offered to fill in a special questionnaire, wrote exactly the same thing in reply to "What questions do you have to raise at the Congress? I intend to speak so as to prove that the freedom of the world depends on the freedom of India and move an appropriate resolution calling for my country's liberation." For in his letter to Sovinterprop, Abdur-Rabbi Bark, as if summing up, pointed out that the cause of the Indian people was the cause of all humanity. Indian revolutionaries tried to justify that argument by saying that India is a unique seat of poverty and rightlessness in the whole world, and that the British government, that enemy of all humanity, can harbor its designs for attacking other nations just because it possesses such an inexhaustible source of human material as the multi-million-strong India. 5. While overplaying India's international importance, the association sought to prove that the liberation of India was the cause of all the peoples of the world. "It is the duty of the association," the political program said, "to appeal to all the nations of the world, whether oppressed or free, in order to interest them and to induce them to take active part in the liberation of India. By so doing they will not have served their own interest alone, but it will also be a great service to humanity at large." Members of the association and some other Indian national revolutionaries considered that India must be liberated by Soviet Russia with support from independent borderland tribes. An Indian delegate to the First Congress of the Peoples of the East said in an interview for the communist newspaper that if Soviet Russia enters into contact with those tribes, the revolution in India will have the solid support of brave and freedom-loving Highlanders accustomed to mountain warfare. 23 As it counted on nothing short of an armed liberation of India by an outside force, the Indian Revolutionary Association failed to understand and, therefore, belittled the role of mass propaganda and organization. One of the association's 2 secretaries, Amin Farooq, said later on that the association did not believe in propaganda but held that the only thing required was active work, which, he claimed, the Soviet government did not support. It is quite clear that the Soviet government could not accept the idea of a reckless military crusade which was to have replaced the Indian Revolution. While dreaming of their country's liberation with the help of an outside force, the association's members strove to prevent the propagation of the principles of atheist communism in India. Perhaps, It is precisely for this reason that the association stressed in its declaration at the first Congress of the Peoples of the East that all the revolutionaries of India are unanimous in their desire to turn to Russia for help, but in accord with national aspirations and without any interference in matters of faith and religion. Point 2. While counting on an external force to liberate India, the association made the adamant and dignified reservation in the constitution to the effect that it will not commit itself to conducting in a liberated India the policy of the powers that will have aided it. No aid can be accepted as a debt. It can be accepted only as a free gift. The political program of the Indian Revolutionary Association is long-winded about socialism. It contends that India can only be freed through pure and real socialism and that the association shall therefore try to educate the Indian public opinion in all possible ways to accept socialism as the only salvation of India and of the world. But the authors of the program saw socialism as nothing but a revival of the old socialistic institutions of India, since, they claimed, India was purely a socialist country within comparatively short historical times. She had her own elective bodies, notably, communal councils of 5 and the electorates of art and labor unions. Besides, there were the so-called councils of local self-government. That was supposed to prove the socialist character of the superstructure in pre-colonial India. Further on, the program argued that the economic basis was just as socialist. This argument was illustrated by the example of the frontier tribes of India and Baluchistan, where the land is not a personal property, but it is the joint property of the whole tribe, which is distributed every 7 or 10 years, in order to give a share to the younger generation in the tribe land. There are no taxes, no tributes, and no property. In the author's opinion, there is only one step between this system and communism. Since every man raises and gathers harvest directly himself, all that is required to make the system communistic is for the harvest to be gathered and taken possession of by the tribal council and redistributed to the tribesmen equally. The program proclaimed everybody's duty to be to try to establish equality and to preach fraternity. In general, socialist change in India was not supposed to present too much difficulty because the foundation stone of all Indian institutions is socialism in the primitive form. On the very day of his arrival in Tashkent, Abdur Rab Bark, speaking to the Soviet people who had gathered to welcome him, said that the ideas of communism have for long been close to the heart of the Indian who is still living. 60. In his village under a communal system. 1 Nevertheless, the program pointed out that the association takes upon itself to preach with all its might, the socialistic ideas as they are understood today, and defend them in a rational and scientific way. The substance of socialist constructions of the Indian Revolutionary Association was related to primitive socialism of a revolutionary communal or patriarchally tribal type. The early class relations, which were so typical of the inhabitants of Baluchistan and the tribes living along the so-called Durand Line stretching from the foothills of the Pamirs to the Quetapishan upland, were interpreted by revolutionaries hailing from those parts as an indication of authentically socialist relations. They did not notice how deep in the communal structure of society there had already arisen the forces that were at work to break it up. They believed there was no point in adopting the socialism of Marx and Lenin since that socialism dominated the everyday life of their tribes. They boldly opposed imperialist domination as well as local capitalists, finding that local, Indian capitalism also was somewhat foreign to the traditional lifestyle of the tribes. They called for a return to the communal and clan mode of production and distribution, to ancient Indian times, to India's golden age, which they saw as a haven to save the nation from the destructive consequences of capitalist development. The problems of the revolution to be made in India, its character, its driving forces and stages of development got very little prominence in the association's political program. All it said on that score was that the social and political revolutions must take place simultaneously and that the association is determined to pave the way and prepare the ground from today in order to achieve the ultimate goal of social and political revolution. The views of the members of the association may be presumed to have been as follows: the effect of a simultaneous social and political revolution in India would be to revive and reinstate old Indian communal institutions, and, thereupon, to establish an independent federal republic with the rights of the working people defended and the peasantry provided for. It is very important that the association envisaged the defense of the rights of the working people and the provision for the peasantry and also the nationalization of the land belonging to the landlords and princes. To have enunciated these objectives was a milestone in the evolution of the political understanding of the members of the association, all the more so since the leader of the national liberation movement in India, Mahatma Gandhi, did not go beyond advocating paternalism of landlords and rajas over peasants. The latter, extremely important points regarding the defense of working people's rights were not to be found in the political program. They must have been put forward somewhat later. In any case, they were quite definitely formulated as elements of the program in August 1920, by Nazir, one of the association's envoys to the First Congress of the Peoples of the East. 1 That was to say that, in the opinion of the members of the association, India was to pass over to socialism right after liberation. The political program points out, this association is firmly convinced that it is not necessary for India to learn the bitter lesson of democracy which Europe had to learn, and she had better leave this page unread. This association is resolute to carry on a regular crusade against the so-called democracy of Europe. The above-mentioned points of the program demonstrate an intention to reflect some of Lenin's ideas regarding the national and colonial questions expressed at the Second Congress of the Communist International. However, these points, divorced from the rest of Lenin's concept of a possible non-capitalist development of economically backward countries, remained unelaborated, and, consequently, the whole system of socialist propositions of the political program unfounded. So you have got an idea of the three politically organized groups of Indian national revolutionaries who emigrated into Soviet Russia soon after the October Revolution. Those were, first of all, the group of the so-called Provisional Government of India, then the Indian section of the Council for International Propaganda, and, finally, the Indian Revolutionary Association. Some believe that the Indian section, which first existed independently, merged later on with the Indian Revolutionary Association. There is some solid ground for such an assumption, since the Council for International Propaganda claimed as much in a progress report for December 1919 to July 1920. It pointed out that the section is hereby renamed as Indian Association. 1 But the report was written right after the arrival of Abdurrahman Bark with his group in Tashkent, that is, early in July, and, therefore, reflected nothing, as a matter of fact, beyond the intentions of Sovinterprop. In reality, there was no such merger because of the political and personal infighting that began between those two groups. M. Shulman, once back in Tashkent late in August 1920, from a business mission to OSH where he had gone on June 15, that is, before the arrival of the Indian Revolutionary Association in Turkestan, wrote that while in Tashkent, he found Abdurrahman with his group over there and that some infighting has broken out between the Indian Revolutionary Association, on the one hand, and the Indian section, on the other, which, in his view, was on purely personal grounds. Pai also pointed out that the members of the Indian section, who supported the provisional government, were locked with Abdurrahman Bark in the struggle they had started in Kabul. In the course of that struggle several members of Abdurrahman Bark's group defected to the section. The squabbling between these two groups had grown so intense, M. Shulman recalled, as to begin to affect the general proceedings of Sovinterprop because the issue of the two Indian organizations was on the agenda of all meetings in the Executive Committee Bureau. In the end, it was decided that the members of the Indian section, above all, Abdul Majid, the firebrand, were to be sent away to Baku. Not all of the members of the Indian section had actually left for Baku, but, as stated in an official document of the Comintern's Turkestan Bureau, the section, having held out against the so-called Indian Revolutionary Association, has completely lost all political individuality. That is to say, the two organizations never merged. The personal ground behind that infighting was obvious. Abdurrahman Bark was quite determined to boss the show among the Indian émigrés. At the same time, Barakatullah, relying on his group and the Indian section associated with it, claimed independence. That was quite manifest in the provisional government's ambition to secure its official recognition by Soviet Russia. There was some political ground, apart from personal. The Indian section definitely evolved leftwards. Many of its members, like Mohammad Shafiq, delegated by the Indian section to the Second Congress of the Comintern, Muhammad Ali and Abdul Majid, fairly soon began to call themselves communists. Moreover, members of the Indian section were coming round to an understanding of some important problems of the revolution. They began to realize that the independence of India could be won only through the full-scale struggle of the mass of the Indian people, through the struggle of the working people, first and foremost. The leaflet to Indian brethren, issued by the Indian section and addressed to the Indians in Russia and India, said, "These people and all kinds of other workers only can destroy the imperialism and capitalism of England." The section adopted a different approach to the role of Soviet Russia in the liberation of India. The authors of the leaflet looked to Soviet Russia for moral and material support of an embattled people, not for an armed invasion. The leaflet urged, "Rouse these people and put the red flag into their hands. Your new ally Soviet Russia will fight on to the finish to help you raise the red flag. Any help, moral or material, is your big gain." It is the members of the Indian section that were the first of the Indian revolutionary émigrés to declare that revolutionary propaganda had to be conducted, above all among the working people, and it had to be centered on the new, Soviet way of life. Communicate this life-inspiring news to all workers, peasants, and soldiers. Long live Freedom of India. Long live the unity of workers of the world. The Indian Revolutionary Association took a different view of what must be the major driving force behind the liberation of India, of campaigning for it, and of the role of the working people in the revolution. It is these differences that, along with the elements of personal struggle for commanding positions in the immigrant community, underlay the divergence between the association and the Indian section of Sovinterprop. The views of the politically organized Indian immigrant groups we have considered express the various radical and national democratic revolutionary programs for the liberation of India. They all hear a distinct impress of the October Revolution and exhibit salient socialist tendencies. The aspirations of Indian national revolutionaries were no longer confined to the demand for national independence of India, but went beyond that, in fact, considering an agrarian revolution and some other measures to limit the sway of the exploiter classes in the cities for the benefit of the large masses of the working people. True, this part of their policy guidelines had been elaborated least of all. To sum up, the greatest gain in the development of the political thinking of Indian revolutionaries was that, under the impact of the October Revolution in Russia, they had begun to link the objective of national liberation with the necessity of serious democratic change. This idea was rather aptly expressed by Abdurrahman Bark in the speech he made at Tashkent on July 2, 1920. "The tasks before the revolutionaries of India," he said, "are now clear the emancipation of the labor of the Indian proletarian and peasant, and, there is but one way to follow to achieve that: the liberations from the English yoke." One, the socialist idea had now become integral to the outlook of the Indian revolutionaries. However, it still often boiled down to preaching egalitarianism and the revival of the communal institutions of ancient India. It is not difficult to see that the record of the Indian revolutionary groups so far considered contains many of such elements of radical nationalist programs as were due to the victory of the socialist revolution on Russian soil and the resultant ambition of national revolutionaries from various Eastern countries to demonstrate their ideological community with Bolshevism. Some of them believed that to be helpful in getting material aid from the Comintern and Soviet Russia to carry on revolutionary work. Another J-section of the Indian national revolutionaries of Muslim origin expressed their sincere desire to draw closer to the partisans of the Marxist-Leninist teaching, when they referred to the unity of the basic principles of Islam and communism and to the socialist character of social economic institutions of pre-colonial India. and it was not the fault of Indian émigrés that the level of their country's social and economic development and that of their own political understanding, which depended on it in the long run, were not always high enough to let them clearly distinguish the egalitarian and utopian ideas of petty bourgeois peasant socialism from scientific communism. They were making the very opening moves in this direction, while remaining consistent anti-imperialists. And if they had never traversed the whole distance that separated them from scientific socialism, they still did show themselves to be earnestly striving for it. Yet at the same time, a considerable section of the Indian revolutionary émigrés continued to believe, and were even more convinced than ever, that India had to be liberated from without. It seemed to them that, with the Soviet state established, there had for the first time emerged the very force that was capable, indeed, of carrying that idea into practice. Unorganized Indian émigrés. Scores and even hundreds of individual Indian patriots streamed into Soviet Russia in addition to politically organized groups of Indian national revolutionaries. It was common for many of them to group together, but for no other reason than to make it easier for themselves to overcome the tremendous difficulties of travel across Afghanistan into Soviet territory, with Basmash bands prowling around and the civil war still raging. 1. The largest proportion of the Indians on their way to Soviet Russia. 1c. Muzaffar Ahmad, The Communist Party of India and its Formation Abroad, p. 27. This book contains a reprint of an article by Rafiq Ahmed, An Unforgettable Journey about the trek of 80 Indians from Afghanistan into Soviet Turkestan. Only in Charjo, on their way to Tashkent, did the members of the group come to know each other. Till then, Rafiq Ahmed wrote, we could never be sure what was in the mind one of the other fellow. 66. Consisted of representatives of the Muslim wing of the national liberation struggle in India, those involved in the Caliphate movement. Barakatulya, describing later on the Arya-Sons for the pilgrimage of a considerable number of Indians into Soviet Russia, wrote, many, although they did not know what socialism or communism meant at all, arrived in Russia just because of their enthusiasm and love for Russia, for they had learned that Russia is a friend of Turkey and India. 2 Indian Muslim leaders, Jabbar and Sadr Khairati, brothers from a wealthy Delhi family, turned up in Moscow in November 1918. They might have come from Constantinople, where they could have worked for the Indian Muslim Committee which had been set up there during the war. The journey to Moscow was hard and long, for they had to pass through the countries of Western Europe. From Denmark they were expelled at the British government's demand for having spoken at a meeting of left socialists in protest against British tyranny in India. Having arrived in Berlin, the Indians got permission to proceed to the Soviet border thanks to the help they got from the plenipotentiary of the RSFSR in Germany, A. Yaffe, who had made quite an effort on their behalf. They had to cross the border on foot. Once on Soviet soil, they ran into a Red Army checkpoint. The only 2 Russian words they knew, comrade and Bolshevik, served as a pass for them. The Red Armymen sent the Indians off to a nearby station whose chief, Kosaragin, welcomed them most generously and saw them off on their way to Moscow. His telegram to the Commissariat for Foreign Affairs took too long to reach it, and the Khairati brothers found no one to welcome them on their arrival in the Soviet capital. But the cordiality and hospitality that were accorded to them later on rewarded the persistence of those envoys of embattled India. 1 Jabbar and Sadr belonged to the left wing of the Muslim League and expressed the desire, widespread among Indian revolutionaries at the time, to obtain all-round assistance from Soviet Russia to fight British imperialism. The Khairati brothers had brought along a message to the Soviet Republic adopted at a meeting in Delhi back at the end of 1917. That was a remarkable document, one of the earliest comments in India on the Great October Revolution. It was full of exultant amazement at the victorious revolution and concern for its subsequent course. India keeps her fingers crossed for the duration of your success, and warns you against friendship with England, which will not tolerate a democratic Russia, founded on the principles you have proclaimed, side by side with her major Colorado niece. That was followed by a series of advices to the leaders of the Russian Republic which mirrored the philosophy of national egoism that was rather typical of the Indian revolutionaries of the time. If you want to succeed, The message said, "You must accept no compromise. The independence of India must be part, even the main part of your program. No democratic rule in the world is possible without the liberation of India, and India's full liberation means the destruction of British imperialism." 1 On November 23, 1918, the Indians were received by V.I. Lenin, who had a long conversation with them 2 days later. On November 25, Professor Jabbar made a speech at a session of the All Russia Central Executive Committee where the visitors were welcomed with a standing ovation. The speaker said he hailed the Russian Revolution on behalf of the Indian people and 70 million Indian Muslims. His speech offered ample evidence to show that the Bolshevik nationalities policy was close and understandable to Indian patriots and was the easiest one to grasp in India. He also pointed out the most important effect of the October Revolution on India: the awakening of more sections of the population, notably Muslim peasants, who had earlier stayed aloof from political struggles, to political life and to a fight against British oppression. The revolution in Russia, Professor Jabbar said, has produced the strongest ever impression on the Indian people. In spite of all the efforts of England, the slogan of self-determination of nations has reached India. The Muslims of India, who had given their attention to nothing but the cultural development of their community, have taken a new step forward, devoting their powers to politics. We hope that other Indian religious communities will be acting in common with us in driving the foreign authorities out of India. Concluding, Professor Jabbar expressed the hope that the brothers from Great Free Russia will stretch out their hand to the Indians in the cause of India's liberation. 1 Thereupon, the Indians handed Yakov Sverdlov a document which came to be known as a Memorandum of the Delegation of Indian Muslims, to which, citing numerous facts, exposed Britain's oppressive, predatory and cruel policies in India and described the Indian people's sorry plight under the rule of British imperialists. It was stated in the document that the large masses of Indians were starving and suffering from the undiminishing burden of taxation, while the fighters for the nation's freedom were subjected to ruthless reprisals and the Indians were deprived of their basic civil rights. The memorandum indignantly related the destitute and rightless condition of workers, the monstrous exploitation of their labor and the cruel treatment by their masters, British capitalists. It proclaimed the desire of the Indian population to rebel against the English and stated that the people have not submitted to foreign oppression and that they are demanding the full independence of India. It closed by expressing the conviction that the entire people of India, with Soviet help, would get the British imperialists expelled. The document was like a proclamation addressed principally to the Indian people themselves, and it was, therefore, important for it to become known in India. Early in December, the memorandum was radio-telegraphed to the Turkestan Soviet Republic, where it was translated into several Oriental languages, printed as leaflets and widely circulated among the local population. Naturally, it found its way into Afghanistan and was brought from there into India by Indian patriots. 3 The movement of Indian patriots into Soviet Turkestan mounted in 1920. Groups of Indian revolutionaries continue to arrive in Turkestan, Izvestia officially reported. On April 6, 1920. A month later, on May 7, the same newspaper referred to the unending arrival of representatives of Indian tribes. Those must have been rather small groups of Indians that settled on not only in Tashkent but in other cities of Turkestan, particularly in Andijan and Osh. The Red Army had scored decisive victories on the Civil War fronts by that time. In particular, by mid-September 1919, it had totally crushed the forces of Kolchak, broken the enemy ring around Turkestan and so linked it up with Central Russia. Although even after that, movement across the territory of Turkestan was still rather risky because of the action of Basmash bands, it did, nevertheless, become less dangerous. The Caliphate movement, which was widely used by India's national revolutionary elements for crossing into the Soviet Republic, had grown considerably in scope and intensity by that time. By leaving India, young people protested against British tyranny. The religious motive for that campaign of exodus was protest against the Treaty of Sèvres, that is against the dismemberment of Islamic Turkey by the Entente powers and against the virtual captivity of her Sultan the Caliph of all the faithful. The idea of the exodus arose from the Caliphate Conference in Delhi. It was there that a firman of Emir Amanullah of Afghanistan was read out on April 18, 1920, inviting the Muhajirins to come over to his country. He offered them political asylum and promised support of every kind. For the Kabul government to do so was an important anti-British act which, besides, could bring with it a further stepping up of the liberation struggle of the Afghan people themselves. The exodus involved some 36,000 people, including Hindus as well as Muslims. 12 Bourgeois historiography has been seeking to play down the actual substance and significance of the Caliphate campaign of exodus from India, and misinterpreting it. Indian historian J. Bandyopadhyaya, trying to prove that the impact of the October Revolution on India was insignificant, contends that only fanatically religious Muslims left India, registered Muslims of the Hijra come in it to fighting against the dismemberment of Turkey. He writes, the first group of Indians who had arrived in Russia consisted only of Muslims of the Hijrat who had left India because they did not wish to live any longer under the domination of Britain, responsible for the flouting of the legitimate rights of the Turks and other Muslim peoples in the wake of the First World War. Many of them wanted to go to Turkey and join the Turks in fighting Britain to save the Caliph. 1. The Hindus, he claims, showed almost no interest in the ideas of the October Revolution. Apart from the Hijrati Muslims, too, he argues, the Indians who were most attracted to communism and the Soviet Union during this period seem to have been some of the Indian revolutionaries and students who had gone abroad. To make the picture still gloomier, Bandyopadhyaya goes on to assert that the important ones among these people either never came to India, or came only when they were no longer communists. 3 All that was supposed to bear out the argument that not only did the October Revolution have only a slight effect on India, but also that the ideological seeds of communism had found no proper ground to grow on in that country. There have been some other bourgeois writers who attached but limited importance to the Exodus movement. American historian John Patrick Yath Cox of Carleton College maintained in his book Communism and Nationalism in India that the exodus from India had been undertaken in protest against the dismemberment of Turkey by Great Britain and her allies following World War I. The harsh terms of the treaty imposed on Turkey were interpreted by many Muslims as a threat to Islam itself. 4 An American historian of Indian extraction, Dr. Chutar Singh Samra, had this to say about the exodus: the recession in India to the severed terms was one of hostility and anger toward the British government. Extremist Muslims were so inflamed at the treaty that they decided on a hijra was only the desire to support the caliphate. 2. Indian historian Zafar Imam, who has given a fairly objective assessment of the great impact of the October Revolution on India, wrote about the Indians who arrived in Tashkent and then in Moscow. All of them were Muslims and their hostility towards British rule in India was based mainly on religious grounds. 3 There is hardly any point in quoting any more. It is clear that very many bourgeois historians placed emphasis on the religious form of the movement in their evaluations of the Muslim campaign of Exodus and see the hurt religious feeling as the main reason behind it. However, it is quite obvious that the Exodus movement was essentially a militant political act, principally of petty bourgeois Muslim masses, against British Colorado nihilists to liberate their native land. Besides, those in the movement were determined to start an armed struggle to achieve that end. The caliphate issue was the occasion rather than the actual reason for the exodus from India. This idea has been expressed clearly enough by Muhammad Ali, a leading ideologist and leader of the caliphate movement of 1919 to 1922. In September 1920, after an inconclusive tour of the Entente countries by a caliphate delegation to protest against the Treaty of Sèvres, he declared that, to him, the struggle for the liberation of India mattered far more than the issue of injustices inflicted on the caliphate. The injured religious feeling of Indian Muslims, Muhammad Ali went on to say, will be relieved only when India will be in the hands of the Indians, for it is the anti-British liberatory character of the Exodus movement, although it was, above all, an act by Muslim masses, that attracted a large number of non-Muslim Yughundian patriots into it. One man in the movement to say so was Shaukat Usmani, who subsequently became a prominent communist leader of India. The mass exodus, he writes in his reminiscences, that started in the month of May 1920 to Afghanistan was not confined to the Muslims alone. Many Hindu youths also utilized this opportunity and taking Muslim names crossed into Afghanistan and then into the Soviet Union. The Exodus movement was part and parcel of the national liberation struggle, designed to step it up and transform it into decisive armed action. The idea of the Indians leaving for Afghanistan was, Shaukat Usmani goes on to say, to obtain military aid and arms from Afghanistan and then, to start a sort of guerrilla warfare too against British imperialism. So Muhajirins started coming to Kabul. The Soviet ambassador in the Afghan capital, Yat Surats reported to the Turkestan Commission in a radiogram of May 29, that the first group of Indian Muslims, 20 in all, had arrived in Kabul and another one numbering 8,000 was due to come over. The number of Indians in Afghanistan was rising rather rapidly. The Exodus movement created favorable conditions for all those fighters for the full independence of India, who, under the influence of the October Revolution, had long since wanted to get into Soviet Russia so as to study her experience of a victorious struggle against oppression and take advantage of her help to achieve their own national freedom. 2 years later, Shaukat Usmani, writing about himself, said that back in 1919 as soon as Lai had read about the Bolsheviks supporting Revolutionary I movements, he began to look for a way to come to Russia and he was not alone to do so. There was a growing number of Muhajirins in Afghanistan intent on crossing into Soviet Russia. In Afghanistan, Indians could obtain far more information about the October Revolution than at home. There was the Soviet embassy in Kabul which is ready and willing to provide detailed information that subject to anyone who might be interested in it. Besides, there were some Indian revolutionaries who had already been to the Soviet Republic and even talked to Benin and who considered it to be their duty to carry on proper campaigning among their compatriots. These circumstances went far towards expanding the inflow of Indian émigrés into the Soviet Republic. Rafiq Ahmed, for example, who had, just as Shaukat Usmani, walked all the way to Tashkent with the first group of émigrés, said later on that Prativedi Acharya and Abdur Rabbark, back from Moscow in December 1919, spent much time talking to young Indian freedom fighters in Kabul. Abdur Rabbark was particularly active. He told us, Rafiq Ahmed communicated, that in Russia revolution had taken place and if we went there we could see and learn many things. We agreed at once that we should do so. From that time onwards our constant thought was about ways and means of reaching that land of revolution. One that is to say that the Caliphate campaign brought forth a basically new element, a consistent emigrant movement of hundreds of Indian national revolutionaries into the land of the October Revolution, now linking up the struggle for their country's liberation with the idea of an alliance with Soviet Russia. It is the working people of Soviet Russia that they look to in the hope of getting practical aid and support in the struggle against colonialists and borrow some of the revolutionary experience of resolving social problems. Shaukat Usmani writes, we are not exaggerating if we state here that almost a great majority of the people who had come over to Afghanistan had focused their hopes on the Soviet Union much before leaving their homes too. Nevertheless, a substantial number of most dedicated Muslims in the Caliphate movement were preparing for a march into Anatolia so as to join the Kemalists in an armed struggle against Britain and against the Entente. It is noteworthy that precisely at that time the leaders of the Caliphate movement were gravitating towards the Gandhist principles of nonviolent resistance to Britain. The mass of those involved in it, contrary to what their leaders wanted them to do, were anxious to start a full-scale battle against British imperialism and were certainly dissatisfied with the passive methods of protest and expressed that dissatisfaction by their declared intention to march into Soviet Russia and into Anatolia. In his book of memoirs From Peshawar to Moscow, which appeared in 1927, Shaukat Usmani wrote, the wave of Hijrat which surged over the political ocean of India in 1920 swept away with it to lands far off not only the dissatisfied landless peasantry and shopkeepers of the Punjab but also some of the intelligent SIA of the country with clear notions of freedom. This intelligentsia was a part and parcel of the advanced left wing of the Indian nationalist movement who could not conscientiously acquiesce in the program of nonviolent non-cooperation. 1 But both the first and the second groups of Muhajirins intended to march into Soviet Turkestan, first and foremost. While the former wanted to stay on there, the latter believed that it was through Soviet lands that lay the Sur-Est ways to the borders of embattled Turkey. In other words, they counted on support from the Soviet authorities and on their assistance in traversing the rest of the way to Turkey. And the Soviet authorities did do everything possible to ease the lot of the fighters for the freedom of India by granting them the right of free travel by rail and providing them with food, clothes, etc. Indians had twice officially applied to the Afghan authorities for permission to cross the northern border. Yet, the Afghan government dragged its feet, apparently in fear of a strained relationship with England. Rafiq Ahmed said that some Indians became anxious for the journey to the Soviet country too. Under the circumstances, the Indians, in a rather determined frame of mind, sent in their third petition, which was in the form of an ultimatum stating that if they did not get permission, they would set out without it. 3 In the end, the travelers did get permission to leave, and the second group of 89 young Indians, following that of the Indian Revolutionary Association, set off for Terme. It was led by Muhammad Akbar Khan. The Soviet consular office in the Afghan city of Mazar-i-Sharif issued him with an identity card, dated August 28, 1920, as a representative of a group of Indians numbering 89 persons. Emigrating into the RSFSR for unobstructed passage to the city of Tashkent. The consular office asked all Soviet military and civilian bodies and organizations to lend them all possible assistance by providing them with means of conveyance and food supplies. Yet another group of Indians, about as large, left for Soviet Turkestan a little later. 1 An official communication reached Moscow from the Council for International Propaganda on November 10. We have around 100 Indian revolutionaries over here, and a further 600 are waiting in Terme. A little over a month later, around December 15, 1920, the Turkestan Bureau of the Comintern reported to the Executive Committee of the Communist International, in particular, that some 200 people have arrived from Afghanistan in the last 6 weeks. They left India in the wake of the Caliphate movement. It was not specified, however, in what cities those immigrants had settled. A large number of Indians flocked to Bokhara after it had been freed from the rule of the Emir. In March 1921, the information chief of the Soviet mission in Bokhara, Fradkin, communicated to the Council for International Propaganda that there are up to 150 Indian Muslims and some 20 Bengalis in Old Bokhara. 2 That means that there were between 100 and 110 Indian revolutionary émigrés in Tashkent towards the end of 1920. Many Indians settled in Andijan. 3*********. 8. A large group of Indians also assembled in Baku after it had been liberated by the Red Army. It comprised mostly the deserters from the British occupation forces in Turkey, Iran, and Iraq. Besides, there were the Indians that strove to reach the Kemalists in Anatolia at any cost, coming over from Soviet Central Asia as well as from Iran. An Indian section was set up under the auspices of the Azar Centropeshet in that city on June 1920. It was, however, rather an editorial group engaged in the translation and publication of Soviet propaganda material in Urdu, Hindi, Pashto and Arabic. 1 Besides, it published a fortnightly newspaper, Azad Hindustan in Urdu, which, guided by the principles of Islam, conducted anti-English and anti-imperialist propaganda and campaigned for alliance and friendship with Soviet Russia. One of the Azad Hindustan issues, which appeared in October 1920, was entirely devoted to the First Congress of the Peoples of the East. 2 Disproving, in fact, his own contention that it was only the Muslims that had been open to the influence of the October Revolution and that they alone had set out for the Soviet Republic. Bandiopadhyaya related an instructive story of a Hindu, Subnath Banerjee. He had gone to Kabul in order to proceed to Germany for engineering training. But after reading communist literature in Kabul, Banerjee, with a new group of Indians, left for Soviet Russia in 1922. Over there, he graduated from the Communist University for the Working People of the East and became a Marxist, although he never joined the Communist Party. 34 Bandyopadhyaya claims that the new group of Indian Muslims left for Russia because the Afghan government had denied them asylum. 4 But apparently the true reason was different. The whole group, and, consequently Banerjee, too, had an opportunity to return to India, and in that case the Indians would hardly have had any danger to face. Yet, they left for Soviet Russia, which made them outlaws straight away, from the standpoint of the British authorities. Besides, Banerjee stayed on in Russia for almost 2 years, giving up his long-cherished dream of getting engineering training in Germany. He returned to India in 1925 to become one of the prominent leaders of his country's trade union movement. Banerjee's story makes it quite clear that the October Revolution had a powerful impact on the thinking of ordinary Indians and on their choice of a calling in life. There would have been a far greater number of Indians in Soviet Russia if the Afghan government, under pressure from Britain, had not hindered the emigrant flow. An official dispatch of August 13, 1920 sent by the Foreign Relations Department of the Turkestan Central Executive Committee to the Deputy People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, L.M. Karakan in Moscow, concerning the expected arrival of the first group of Indian Muhajirins, Stat-Ed, the first batch of refugees from Punjab and Peshawar, 85 people out of 600, is due to arrive in Tashkent. 1 This dispatch could be interpreted to mean only one thing, and that is that there had been 600 people who were prepared to leave, but only 85 or 89 of them were allowed to do so, as one could gather from other reports. An Indian revolutionary, Mohammad Sadiq, reported from Charjo on April 27, 1921 that the Afghan authorities have arrested at Mazar-i-Sharif 500 Indian emigrants who were on their way to Russia. A representative of the Comintern's Turkestan Bureau in Andijan, Shkanik, wrote to Tashkent on May 18, 1921, that 36 Indians were detained late in April 1921, as they traveled from India to Russia via Jharkhand and Kashgaria, and were escorted back to India on orders from the British consul. We presume them to have been a delegation to this country. The Afghan authorities may well be presumed to have interfered even with the very process of making up the groups that wished to leave Afghanistan, and did whatever they could to have them comprise mostly the people who wanted to go to Turkey rather than to Soviet Russia. Moreover, the Afghan mission in Tashkent made every effort to persuade Indians who had already settled in Turkestan to go back as soon as possible. For example, a report of the Indian Revolutionary Committee, signed by M. N. Roy, stated as a fact, rather than an assumption, that the Afghan authorities induced the Tashkent Indians in every way to come back to Afghanistan, wishing to counter work on Russian territory and trying to repair damaged reputation because of the maltreatment of Indians in Afghanistan. They provided Indians with money and horses, and also with passports, and even sought to persuade the military school cadets to leave Tashkent. The facts just mentioned, although incomplete, still provide an idea of the great determination of very many Indians to get into Soviet Russia, and also of just about how many of them succeeded in doing so and stayed on in the Soviet Republic for some time. Since about half the emigrants strove to go to Turkey and to do so as soon as possible, there was a continuous movement of Indians not only from Soviet Central Asia to the Caucasus, to Baku, but also in the opposite direction to Afghanistan via Tashkent. The point is that Indians, as a rule, came back to Baku without ever reaching Turkey because the Turkish authorities refused to admit them point blank. 2 To the Soviet Republic the Indians were admitted in an entirely different way. The military and civil authorities in Turkestan, Baku, and elsewhere accorded them a resounding, open-hearted welcome which was only too natural for the people who were enthusiastically making a revolution at home and wished to see the Indians as Twier comrades in arms and were willing to come to their aid without delay. Rafiq Ahmed recalled that when the garrison of the Terme fort learned about the approach of a group of Indians, Red Army soldiers and officers came, with a band playing music, to offer welcome and escorted them to the fort as distinguished visitors. Point 1 Now, if, for all the vicissitudes that had to be faced by those who wished to come to Soviet Russia, the Indians did come, that means the power of attraction that the Soviets had was very great, indeed. The story of the movement of the group led by Muhammad Akbar Khan is quite indicative in this respect. When Indians set out in boats downstream along the Amu Darya from Terme, they were taken prisoner and robbed by a Basmash band in the area of the Kirki fort. The travelers were in captivity for 25 days, being beat up, insulted and tortured. 11 of them were savagely killed. Several Muhajireens escaped back to Afghanistan. Basmash bandits were just about to shoot the whole group, but the approach of a Red Army detachment forced them to retreat, and then the Indians were cordially welcomed and accommodated by the Kirki Red Army garrison too. The travelers' ordeal was not over, however. The fort was soon attacked by numerous Basmash bands. And then some of the Indians joined the Red Army to beat off the attacks of counter-revolutionaries in trenches for 7 days, defending the sector overlooking the Amu Darya. Point 3 We fought on until we saved the garrison, Shaukat Usmani wrote in a letter to M. N. Roy in 1922. When the enemy attack was repulsed and the immediate danger for the fort inmates removed, its small garrison launched a counter-offensive. 3 Indians took part in chasing the retreating enemy, Rafiq Ahmed 1 *, Shaukat Usmani and Masood Ali Shah. Point 6 The former 2 subsequently became communists. The group of Muhammad Akbar Khan, rather decimated though it was, arrived at Charjo on October 22. The RSFSR consul in the Charjo and Kirki fiefdoms, Sk. Rykov, reported in a telegram of October 22, 1920 that 73 Indian revolutionaries have arrived in the city whom I propose to dispatch to Tashkent later today. However, 36 of them refused to go to Tashkent and declared that they would go to nobody but Kemal even at their peril. 1 The episodes just described are remarkable in many ways. To appreciate them, just as other relevant material, one should first identify the social and political image of those scores and hundreds of people that made up the Indian immigrant community in the Soviet Republic. Social and political profile of Indian revolutionary émigrés. Some idea of the social complexion of the immigrant community is provided by the questionnaires which Indians filled in on their arrival in Soviet Russia. Fortunately, a pack of 84 forms filled in by the Indians who settled in Tashkent late in 1920 and early in 1921 has been discovered. Each form contained 20 questions. The social origin of revolutionaries was disclosed by their answers to the questions: what is the social status of your parents? The forms provided a rather motley classification of the origin of the immigrants: crop farmers, 17 landowners, 14 peasants, 2 zamindars, 11 jagirdars, 4 nambardars, 1 sardars, 2 landlords, 3 office employees, 9 tradesmen, 14 workers, 2 contractors, 2 intellectuals. 3. The meaning of the categories just mentioned needs to be clarified because, considering the specific Indian conditions, it is not always clear what, for instance, is the difference between crop farmer and landowner or between both of them and the peasant. Nor is it clear what the zamindars are, for in various parts of India this term denoted different social strata. In Punjab and the northwest border province, the zamindar meant peasant, while in the rest of India it meant landlord. Since the representatives of these provinces predominated among the immigrants, this term in this particular case meant landowning peasants, not landlords at all. Direct information on the subject of interest to us can be derived from answers to the question, "Do you have any property?" while indirect information can be obtained under the heading Education. A reference to this heading will hardly be objectionable because the social complexion of any particular person reveals, as a rule, the extent of this official education. There is a quite natural feedback which we shall use. A perusal of the entries under the said headings makes it clear that the property status of landowners, crop farmers, peasants, and zamindars was almost identical, and that all these names stood for landowning peasants. Of the 17 immigrants hailing from crop farmers' families, only one said he had no property, while among 14 men coming from landowners' families, there were 3 have-nots, and among the zamindars 6. Of the 2 peasants, one owned land and houses, while the other had no property at all. Perhaps, all of the have-nots just mentioned were peasants who had been ruined. The rest of the people of the 3 categories mentioned had some property in their possession which was described in a perfectly similar way in their forms. For instance, I have some land and a house, or only land, or only house, and sometimes houses. Only in 2 cases did the crop farmers specify that they had land 120 jarubs or land 25 jarubs. The heading Education also confirmed our conclusion. Among the 17 immigrants coming from crop farmers' families, 1 had incomplete higher education, 2 had secondary education, and a further 2, primary schooling as their training. The remaining 12, that is the overwhelming majority of that category, were illiterate. The groups of landowners and zamindars presented a sum 82. What different picture! Their educational standards were clearly higher. Among the landowners, 1 had higher education, 3, incomplete higher education, 1, secondary education, 3, primary schooling, 2, military training, and 3 were illiterate. Among the zamindars, 3 had incomplete higher education, 4, secondary, 2, primary, and 2 more were illiterate. That group must have comprised somewhat better off peasants. One should not take these facts as something absolute. For even of the 2 men who called themselves peasants, 1 had higher education and the other 1 was illiterate. Now, considering that it was the best educated Galafatists that were to travel abroad, one may take this to mean that the relatively high educational standard of the landowners group will not, it seems to us, call in question the idea that it also consisted primarily of landowning peasants. The second largest group, 14 men, consisted of tradesmen by origin. 6 of them were sons of shopkeepers who had inherited nothing at all from their parents. Only 1, the son of a big tradesman, and tradesman himself, owned 3 houses, 6 shops, and 1 warehouse. The other's property was described as house and land or shop and house. That group's educational standards also confirmed that it had petty shopkeepers predominating. 4 in the group were illiterate, 3 had nothing beyond primary schooling, 2, secondary education, 3, incomplete higher education, and 2, full higher education. The landlord class was represented by children of jagirdars and sardars. Jagirdars rather indefinitely evaluated their property, usually confining themselves to the short yes, although one of them who chose to be more precise put down, yes, big property. But the group of jagirdars was quite small, only 4 men, and that of sardars was even smaller, 2 men. As to the landlords, those must have hailed from families of feudal princes, like Raja Mahendrapratap. Indian historian Devendra Kaushik, who studied the question of Indian immigrant community in Soviet Asia, maintains that there were feudal chiefs among the emigrants. There were few of them, it is true. Only 3.5% in this particular case. What claims attention is a considerable proportion of emigrants coming from clerical families, who, as a rule, worked for the colonial administration. The same category must, apparently, include intellectuals by origin. In that case, the clerical contingent will add up to 12. So, the social origin of Indian revolutionaries in exile, to judge by the membership of this group, can be described as follows. Peasants. 44 workers. 2 landlords. 6 feudal chiefs. 3 tradesmen, 14 clerks. 12 others, 2. People of peasant stock were predominant in this group, nearly 53%. Petty bourgeois elements in cities, sons of tradesmen, clerical staff, and the like came second, about 36%. Those hailing from landlord families made up about 6% and those coming from feudal princes, under 4%. The proportion of workers was quite insignificant, nearly 2.5%. This composition of immigrants may be said to have been rather like the social structure of Indian society of the time. It is indicative that the social status of all of them, by the time they embarked on their revolutionary activity, was drastically different from their origin. Nearly all the revolutionaries hailing from the families of landowning peasants had already lost their direct connection with crop farming. The group we have taken as a case in point had as few as 5 crop farmers left in it. The terms landowner and peasant were absent altogether, as were the zamindars. Many of those categories had become soldiers or servicemen. There were 12 of them. The number of clerical staff had gone up to 18, and there emerged a new category, students, 27. The latter category had absorbed, above all, those who hailed from privileged landowners and, of course, representatives of well-to-do social groups. The number of workers had more than doubled to add up to 5, evidently, because of the inclusion of peasants. 84. Who had come to town to earn a living after having been ruined in the country. The most salient feature of the social makeup of the Indian immigrant community was that, by their origin, most of its members were landowning peasants or tenants, while, by their status, almost all of them were petty bourgeois urban elements, clerical staff, tradesmen, students, or servicemen. Accounts by their contemporaries, who worked together with them, or by the Indians themselves, provide additional information by which to judge the social image of the revolutionaries in exile. An official of the Comintern's Turkestan Bureau, Burkuth, said in a written report about the Indians who had come to Tashkent in March 1921, after abortive attempts to get into Anatolia to join the Kemalists, among the 34 men, there were 10 intellectuals who could speak English and participated in the revolutionary movement in India. The social status of most of them was either that of petty landowners or students, pupils of English schools, 2 doctors, and the remaining were downtrodden people, totally illiterate and unable to do anything on their own except praying 5 times a day. All immigrants were Muslims coming from Delhi, Lahore, Peshawar, and Amritsar. The last phrase is noteworthy as underlining that most of the immigrants were urban dwellers. Shaukat Usmani pointed out in a letter to Roy that a group of 36 men, he had arrived in Tashkent with, had just a few lettered comrades in it, and, speaking of the rank and file members of the Indian Revolutionary Association, he remarked that they were all illiterate, having no standpoint of their own, and obsessed with fanaticism. Both observers point up the preponderance of illiterate people among the immigrants. There were quite a few of them in the case we had referred to, 23, while people with primary schooling, or, in other words, undereducated, numbered 1 to 5, and both of these categories made up almost 45% of the group members. It is quite possible that the proportion of unlettered people was appreciably higher in other groups, especially in those that went to Turkey. There is, however, another thing that is bound to strike the eye: a large proportion of near intellectuals within. 85. Complete higher education and higher education, who made up together over 30% of the immigrants of this group, and, with Indians having secondary education added to them, the total proportion will exceed 50%. True, the standard of reference by which to judge their intellectuality was rather relative. The point is that the overwhelming majority of the revolutionaries in exile consisted of young people between 20 and 27,1, and, therefore, those of them who were educated were no more than prospective intellectuals. But anyway, it is clear that it was the culturally and educationally advanced section of the Indian population that took part in full-scale revolutionary activity, and within this category we must certainly range the immigration movement into Soviet Russia. The Indian immigrants' religious affiliation is yet another point of interest. Both Shaukat Usmani and Burkuth noted the preponderance of Muslims among the immigrants. Devendra Kaushik holds, however, that it will be wrong to believe that the Muhajirins predominated among the Indian revolutionaries active in Soviet Asia. 2 That is correct, if we mean the top leaders who represented in Soviet Russia various Indian revolutionary organizations outside India. But the rank-and-file membership, that is the majority of revolutionaries in exile, who stayed in Tashkent, Bokhara, Baku, Charjo, Andijan, and some other cities, and especially Indians on the move to Turkey, those were predominantly representatives of the Muslim wing of the Indian national, liberation movement. It may be presumed, as stated earlier on, that about half the Indians present in the Soviet Republic were anxious to go to Turkey and were just waiting for the Soviets to help them forward on their way to Anatolia. The other half of the Indian immigrants consisted of people who saw the Soviet Republic, rather than any other place, as their final destination. For them to participate in the Hijra was but a means to ease their crossing from Afghanistan into Soviet Turkestan. Yet, even that section was, to all appearances, dominated by Muslims. Members of other religious communities were in the minority. And there is nothing surprising about it and, of course, nothing at all that would have confirmed the far-fetched argument about the Muslims' predisposition to socialism. The whole point is that it is the Muslim areas of Hindustan that lay closest to the Soviet border. Therefore, their population experienced the influence of the revolutionary events in Russia before and more than anybody else, and it was also for that reason that it was relatively easier for the people of those areas to make their way into the Soviet Republic than it was for residents of the rest of India. There is enough evidence to bear out the judgment just given about the religious complexion of the rank-and-file Indian émigrés in Soviet Central Asia. It is this fact of most of the émigrés professing Islam that the first Indian communists and some Soviet officials who worked with the Indians noted with bitterness. We say with bitterness because the early Indian communists did not regard as revolutionaries those who fought for nothing beyond national liberation. From their point of view, it was only the fighters for socialist ideals that were true revolutionaries. Describing the Indians who had converged on Tashkent and Bokhara late in 1920, M. Shulman wrote, "All these immigrants are Muslims who emigrated from India because of the Caliphate movement." He pointed out that these people were a raw, politically uneducated element. It will take a lot of time, skill, and patience to make them fit for revolutionary and political work. They, Shulman continued, are religious revolutionaries, and they are all Muslims ready to sacrifice their lives for their religion at any moment. The same idea was expressed, even more definitely, in a letter sent by the so-called All India Revolutionary Committee to Skorokhov in Charjo in November 1920. Representatives of 19 Indian emigrants in Charjo arrived in Tashkent, the letter said, who have to proceed to Turkey. These are just emigrants. The same applies to a considerable majority of the emigrants arriving from Afghanistan. The Baku Council for Propaganda and Action wrote as much to the Tashkent Sovinterprop in a letter of November 13, 1920. The letter said that 35 Indian refugees from Afghanistan AR 87 arrived in Baku, that all of them wanted to go only to Turkey and were an entirely raw public, in the political sense. The evidence just cited goes far towards objectively characterizing the Indian emigrants. But not in every respect, however. The conclusion, based on the religious sentiment and commitment of the emigrants, about their political immaturity, about their being inert and a raw public cannot be taken for granted. For even the Caliphatists, though some of them were unlettered, had enough national political awareness to set out on the hardest ever march, which by itself was a feat, so as to join afterwards in an armed struggle together with Kemalists, against those who subjugated their native land. And in that case, their religious commitment and their adherence to Islam had given them idea of Muslim unity they could well understand, which perfectly reflected their major concern and ardent desire to crush British imperialism in India while defending Turkey. Another section of the Indian revolutionary émigrés consist of people who had nothing like Turkey on their minds as they set off on a long journey across Turkestan. Their only ambition was to get into the Soviet Republic. But why? Here is their own answer. One of the questions in the aforementioned forms was, "Why have you come to Russia?" The largest proportion of those asked, 45 people, answered, to work for the benefit of the Indian Revolution, or to serve the Indian Revolution, or for the liberation of India, or to fight England, or to serve India, or to serve my native land? The answers of another group of 17 were, to get help from Russia, to ask for aid, in search of aid from the Soviet authorities. 7 persons declared that they had come to join the revolution, or to conduct revolutionary work, or as the 20-year-old Shaukat Usmani replied, to join the revolutionary movement. 8 people gave answers like this, in order to get military training and learn propaganda work. 5 declared that they wanted to study the Bolsheviks or to learn to make a revolution, or as the 50-year-old Abdus Subhan said, Indian revolutionaries wanted to learn a lesson from the Russian Revolution, or, as the 42-year-old Sabdar Khan declared, to study the Russian Revolution and find the ways for the Indian Revolution to follow. Abdur Rab Barkjay, the leader 88 of the Indian Revolutionary Association, writing to Georgy Chicharin on July 29, 1921, said that it was not because of good living conditions in the Soviet Republic at all that his organization had arrived here. The Indians could live far better outside Russia than inside. The only thing that attracted Indian revolutionaries about Russia was her revolutionary spirit, her proximity to India and her revolutionary schools to train young revolutionaries. One of them said that he had come to Russia on having deserted the English army, while another announced that he was just on his way back home from Turkey. So all of the Indian immigrants in the Soviet Republic, and there was enough evidence in the questionnaires to bear that out, were people having a high standard of national awareness, inspired by the idea of national liberation and convinced that it was in the Soviet Republic and with her help that they would be best able to serve the cause of the revolutionary struggle for the independence of India. At the same time, over 80% of them, to judge by the forms which had been studied, still had little knowledge of what the help of the Soviet authorities should consist of and how they had to go about liberating their own native land. Speaking to a general meeting of Indians in Tashkent late in December 1920, M. N. Roy said, "You want one thing to fight the English, although many of you have no idea of how this is to be done. So you are uncertain as to your own future movement." One that was a right remark. However, some of the revolutionary émigrés had come to see better the course of events on Soviet soil and to detect their important details and particulars. We had about 10% of such in this group. They realized how important the work of the organization, explanation, and propaganda among the masses was for the revolution, and they saw from their own experience that revolutions had to be defended, arms in hand. Hence the answer in the questionnaire, we want to get military training and learn propaganda work. Finally, a very small, yet best prepared section of the émigrés found that the whole point of their stay in the Soviet Republic was to learn to make a revolution, to study the experience of the Russian Bolsheviks and to draw the lessons for their own revolutionary work. There were no more than 6% of such immigrants in the case I have just given. Those were, as a rule, either long-time participants in the revolutionary movement, disillusioned with the conspiratorial tactics of struggle, or young revolutionaries looking for an answer to the question of how to fight. Perhaps, their attitude to the Soviet system of state power was the most striking feature of the political image of ordinary, unorganized Indian immigrants. Of course, this was not, nor could it be, the identical attitude of representatives of various social groups which differed among themselves by their educational standards and by the degree of their political and revolutionary training. In fact, even the evidence we have already derived from the forms we have examined give a certain idea of that problem. But this is not enough, if only because of the unavoidable brevity of questionnaires. Therefore it should be corroborated by a different kind of arguments, more dynamic and detailed. The most general reason to explain why representatives of large sections of the Indian people went to Soviet Russia or to Turkey, through Soviet Russia, was, above all, because they saw the Soviet Republic as the defender of the oppressed, as their haven and refuge, and because they considered it to be a free country able and willing to aid the fighters for the national liberation of other peoples. Here is a very typical story by a 25-year-old Indian peasant, Abdul Karim Muhammadan. Both his father and himself had been grain growers all through their life about 8 months ago and expressed their great joy on learning that lectures delivered at the coedresses dealt with the origin of the earth and man, the essence of the class struggle, and provided brief geographical and other information. Now, one of the soldiers remarked with bitterness, "We have lived so many years fighting for Britain in Persia, Turkey, and France without ever being taught as much as to write and read. Soviet Russia is our friend and she wants all Indians, Persians, and Turks to be enlightened and to understand their own status. The whole of the East will defend Russia." So it was not high chance that the Galafatists should have moved through the territory of Russia and, rarely, through that of Persia, on their way to Turkey. That was because Russiat had become the land of the October Revolution, a Soviet republic. There are two rather noteworthy questionnaires among the 84 forms the Indian immigrants had filled. These are by two sons of landowning peasants, Mohammad Ismail and Mohammad Khan. Both had served with the Bharatshir army and escaped from India, evidently, into Iran when World War I broke out. In 1919, they succeeded in crossing into Soviet territory where they joined the Red Army and fought with it against Denikin for several months. Significantly enough, it is not the date of their departure from India, but that of their enlistment in the Red Army that they regarded as the starting point of their revolutionary activities. The story of the Indian revolutionary émigrés, who had settled in Bokhara, is of interest in the same sense. Fradkin, chief of the information service of the Soviet mission in Bokhara, said about them, "These are political émigrés who left India during the war and afterwards, some of them intellectuals and some workers and peasants. They showed themselves to be very active in working to strengthen and defend the recently established and still fragile people's democratic system which had the sympathy and support of Soviet Russia." A large section of that group was in the service of the Bokhara government as Red Armymen of the machine gun detachment of the militia under Registan, and it was led by Akbarjan, Adbolaziz, and Adbolajan. 2 Another document indicated that those Indians served not only in the militia but also in the army, and that there were 70 of them. 3 The evidence just given of the attitude of the unorganized mass of Indian immigrants to Soviet government proves that the most revolutionary elements of the Indian people, who had risen to fight for their freedom, saw Soviet Russia as a lodestar, strove to establish contact with her, and counted on her support and assistance. Fazil A1 Qadir, speaking on August 24, 1920 at a meeting in Baku where he had arrived from Tashkent for the Congress of the Peoples of the East, declared, "The Muslims of India are burning with the hope for aid from Soviet Russia, and they find an alliance with Soviet Russia to be the only right thing for all the Muslims of the world." Another Indian delegate, Nazir, closed his speech by saying, "Help from Russia is our salvation." Lenin said, "Even in India, where 300 million people are oppressed and treated as laborers by the British, minds are awakening and the revolutionary movement is growing from day to day." They all look towards one star, the star of the Soviet Republic, because they know that it made tremendous sacrifices in order to fight the imperialists, and that it has withstood the most severe trials. 2. The mode of behavior and activities of the Indian residential in Soviet Russia clearly showed that it was the October Revolution and Soviet realities that inspired in hundreds upon hundreds of representatives of the masses of India an urge for independent political thinking and independent political action. 3. This urge for independent political thinking brought some of the Indian immigrants into direct revolutionary action, and into armed battles against the enemies of Soviet government, and to a more or less clear understanding that to defend the Soviets meant fighting for the liberation of the East. Yet, for all that, one can by no means consider all Indian revolutionary émigrés in Soviet Russia or even their great part as having been committed to participating in the October Revolution and in the Civil War and fighting to assert the power of workers and peasants or even having been ready to fight for it. There were such people among the Indians, their number rose all the time, but they were never in the majority. The Kirki episode recounted earlier on serves to illustrate this point. It follows from the recollections of Rafiq Ahmed I and Shaukat Usmani that no more than 25 to 30 out of the 89 Indians had participated in defense battles, and as few as 3 in offensive engagements. Yet another thing which has to be borne in mind is that involvement in defensive engagements was a life or death issue not only for the garrison of the fort, but for all the Indian travelers who were inside. The threat in offensive engagements receded for those who stayed on in the fort but increased for those who chased the retreating enemy. Some remarks have to be made also about the Indians who served with the Bokhara militia. Only for an insignificant number of the Indians in militia service at Bukhara was it important to see the Bokhara government supported by Moscow and evolving towards the Soviet political system. What was more essential for the majority, as noted by the leader of the Bokhara Indians, Akbarjan, was that the government in Bokhara is Islamic and that, in his opinion, it had nothing to do with the communists but was ready to help the Indians. Point 2. For the rest, however, the socialist character of Soviet government and the communist substance of its program were accepted and supported by a minority of the immigrants. Most of them could never bring themselves to accept socialist change and were unable to discard their ingrained petty proprietary notions generated by a backward colonial society. For example, the first secretary of the Indian Revolutionary Association, Amin Farooq, who found himself in Moscow early in 1921, was discouraged by what he saw as novelties in the Soviet capital. "Life in Moscow," he wrote, "is something terrible, no market, no stores, everything belongs to the state, no private property, and nobody has the right to have it." Indian immigrants had brought with them and, of course, they could not but bring with them all those prejudices that had been produced by centuries of a caste-bedeviled system and fanatical profession of religion. The fact of some of them belonging to superior castes was, to a certain extent, the reason why some of the Tashkent group had flatly refused to engage in productive work. 1. M. N. Roy rightfully said at that time, addressing a meeting of Indians in Tashkent, that their revolutionary consciousness is not profound enough for them to understand that to work for rebuilding Russia means working for a world revolution. 23. It was very difficult to drag oneself from the lumber room of religion, because it is there that all the nationalist movements in the eastern countries had been conceived and hatched, said Manmatnath Gupta, one of distinguished revolutionaries of India. The Indian revolutionaries, he went on to say, admired the Russian Revolution and all that followed, but they refused to touch the Marxist philosophy that inspired the Russian Revolution. 8. The revolutionary commitment of the overwhelming majority of Indian immigrants, both organized and unorganized, was national in character, with inescapable dose of national selfishness and limitation. Yet all that has been said by no means by way of rebuking the Indian revolutionary émigrés for their position had been conditioned by the level of social and economic development of colonial Indian society. Lenin wrote on that subject, "The more backward the country, the stronger is the hold of small-scale agricultural production, patriarchalism and isolation, which inevitably lend particular strength and tenaciety to the deepest of petty bourgeois prejudices, i.e., to national egoism and national narrow-mindedness." 4. Lenin also warned that those prejudices cannot but die very hard. 6. However, the presence of hundreds of Indian immigrants in Soviet Russia and their direct contact with the multi-ethnic revolutionary people and day-to-day mingling with Russian communists, who did their best to influence them ideologically, accelerated the gradual deliverance of some Indian revolutionaries from the grip of national limitations. That was best to be seen from the appearance of communist elements among the Indian immigrants and in the incipient espousal of the principles of proletarian internationalism by some of them. In that way, some of the Indian national revolutionaries were joining the communist movement which was rising at the time among the nationals from eastern countries in Soviet Russia. Chapter 2. The emergence of the communist movement among the working people from foreign eastern nations in Soviet Russia. The role of Lenin and the Comintern in the Marxist education of Asia's first communists. There was a certain peculiarity about the impact of the October Revolution on the eastern countries bordering on the Soviet Republic. As I said earlier on, it arose from the fact that in 1917 and in subsequent years there were at least 1 million foreign nationals, primarily working people from China, Korea, Persia, and Turkey, living and working on the territory of Russia. These were mostly seasonal work ers ruined peasants, destitute workers and, above all, pauperist proletarians who had come to Russia in search of a job and a living. Among them there were thousands of dispossessed Chinese who had been recruited for frontline work during World War I, as well as some recent pre-winners of war 63,000 former soldiers and officers of the Turkish army and some other categories of the population of Oriental countries. 1 All of them were eyewitnesses of the October Revolution and the Civil War. Of course, they, too, coming as they did from oppressed nations of Asia, most readily accepted and supported the national liberation and democratic sections of the program of the October Revolution. But, working side by side with Russian work ers, they assimilated their sentiments and became receptive to their ideas and took an important step forward towards seeing things right in their true perspective. Many of them began to understand that to fight for Soviet government and against the foreign invasion and the White Guards meant fighting for the liberation of their own countries from colonial oppression. Moreover, a smaller, yet most advanced contingent of the working people from Eastern foreign nations in Soviet Russia were becoming receptive not only to the anti-colonialist ideas of the October Revolution but to its socialist slogans as well. What brought that all out most tangibly and conclusively was that scores of thousands of them were active in the armed struggles against the White Guards and invaders to defend the Soviet political system. The socialist program of the October Revolution had a direct effect on the peoples of Eastern countries contiguous to Russia, and that effect was greater than the impact the revolution had on the Indians, who had no massive representation of their own in Soviet Russia at first. Bolsheviks' internationalist work with the toiling people of foreign Eastern nations, the natural influence of the ideas of the Great October Revolution and subsequent development of the Soviet political system was greatly intensified through the large-scale political and organizing work the Bolsheviks carried on among the émigré workers from adjoining Eastern countries. The Bolsheviks were propagating the ideas of socialism and anti-colonialism and worked towards rallying the vanguard revolutionary forces of the East and bringing them together to form communist groups. As proletarian internationalists, they deemed that work to be their duty and, at the same time, their interest, as it was reducing the strength of imperialism and augmenting that of the newborn Soviet state. That is to say that even before the founding of the Comintern, Soviet communists had started full-scale internationalist propaganda work among people from foreign countries in Russia. Speaking at the first Congress of the Communist International in March 1919, Otto Kusenin said that from the start revolutionary Russia has, as a matter of fact, acted as a new international for over a year. 1 A federation of foreign communists was set up under the auspices of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party in Moscow as early as May 1918. It brought together numerous communist groups which had sprung up among former war prisoners from Western and Eastern Europe. It was the Central Bureau of Communist Organizations of Oriental nations that directed communist work propaganda and organization among Asian working people in Soviet Russia. At first, it was called the Central Bureau of the Muslim Organizations of the RCP. Technically, the Bureau was constituted in December 1918, although its leading group had shaped up and started working as early as January that year. Apart from central organizations, political work with citizens from Oriental countries in the places of their greatest concentration in the Caucasus, in South Russia, Central Asia, Siberia, and in the Far East was carried on by the party's district and provincial bodies as well as by the territorial divisions of the RCP Central Committee. In January 1920, the Siberian Bureau of the RCP Central Committee set up the so-called Siberian Mission for Foreign Affairs in eastern Siberia and in contiguous countries, headed by Vladimir Volensky Siberyalkov. The mission also conducted revolutionary political work among the Chinese, Korean, and Mongolian communities in Russia. The extension of that kind of activity required the establishment of a special body, and on April 24, 1920 the Siberian Mission set up an Eastern Bureau. 1 The draft statute of that bureau said that its object was to contribute towards liberating the peoples of the Far East and Central Asia from the oppression and enslavement by world imperialism through preparing and organizing a merciless revolutionary struggle in Oriental countries against the imperialist powers and the colonial imperialist system. 2 Shortly afterwards, the Eastern Bureau's functions passed to a new special body. A sector for Eastern peoples was set up by the Siberia Bureau of the RCP Central Committee in Irkutsk on July 15, 1920. In January 1921, the sector was closed down, but its staff were used to man a Far Eastern Secretariat of the Comintern that was established in the same city. 4 A large amount of work was carried on among Koreans and Chinese by communists of the Far Eastern Republic. The Far Eastern Bureau of the RCP Central Committee set up special Korean propaganda sectors attached to provincial and district party committees where there were many Korean citizens, and Chinese sectors in areas with large numbers of Chinese. Back at the beginning of 1919, the RCP Territorial Committee in Tashkent had an agency to conduct propaganda work among Persians, Turks, Afghans, Chinese, Uyghurs, and Indians. Later on, the Commission for Turkestan of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee set up a SPE Chale propaganda subdivision to this end, and on December 23 the same year it decided on creating a Council for International Propaganda. 2 The leader of Turkish Communists, Mustafa Subhi, was elected chairman of Sovinterprop on February 6, 1920. The council was to unite all the available revolutionary organizations of contiguous countries operating both in and outside Turkestan. The council assumed the function of directing the work of national sections and central governing bodies of revolutionary parties of Eastern nations in Soviet Turkestan. It set itself the task of organizing communist cells and revolutionary elements from countries adjoining Turkestan. The council strove to link the Russian Revolution up with the movement of oppressed working masses of the East and make the slogans produced by the Russian proletariat plain and clear to the working masses of Persia, India, Bokhara, etc. 4 The council carried on effective propaganda, both spoken and printed, and sponsored meetings, discussions, and LEC tours. It put out propaganda literature in 5 languages: Farsi, Turkish, Uzbek, Urdu and English. The council strove to train clear and able agitators and organizers in the East. 5 It was an international organization as it comprised, at top level, not only representatives of local RCP organizations but also of those national communist groups that were shaping up in Turkestan. Similar work was carried on by the Council for Propaganda and Action in Baku, a Comintern agency created in September 1920 at the First Congress of the Peoples of the East. On November 2, 1920 the Council opened short-term advanced courses to train Eastern nationals as agitators and propagandists. 20 out of 40-odd students were Turks and 14, Persians. The Communist newspaper of Baku wrote at the time that the courses would be the first nursery of revolutionary and communist ideas in the East. 1 The Council even planned to create a University of Social Sciences for Eastern revolutionaries. A considerable amount of internationalist activity was carried on by the Eastern Department of the Odessa Provincial Committee of the Communist Party, mostly among the Turkish working people too, as well as by some local party organizations. Courses and schools for Eastern citizens in Russia were created not only in Baku but also in Tashkent, Irkutsk, and some other cities which had many Chinese, Koreans, Turks, Persians and other nationals of adjacent Asian countries. It was not only at the courses, but elsewhere, indeed, wherever it was possible and necessary, that Soviet communists carried on political work among the working people from the East in the hope that they, once back home, would tell their compatriots about the land of Soviets and its socialist ideals, and would earnestly commit themselves to the communist and national liberation movements in their countries. A very interesting and typical in this residential pact was the order of the day by the commander of the 3rd Siberian Infantry Division, which comprised many Chinese and Koreans and even a Koro-an Chinese regiment. That document, dated August 22, 1920, read, I hereby call on all the commanding staff to gain an appropriate understanding and to begin most active work among the Chinese and Korean Red Armymen in order to train them as earnest fighters and future carriers of the ideas of communism in Korea and China. This requires most intensive work, both military and political, cultural, and educational. I hope that the commanding officers and Red Armymen will get down as one to this creative job and will stand firm, rifle in hand, at their posts, until all parasites have been ground to dust and wiped off the face of the earth. This order shall be translated into Chinese and Korean and read out and posted in all units. 1. The beginning of the communist movement among citizens from foreign Eastern nations. So the influence of the October Revolution, promoted by the Bolsheviks, produced a communist movement among Eastern nationals in Russia. It was the revolutionaries who were among the Turkish prisoners of war that showed themselves very active in it. 2. Mustafa Subhi was the most outstanding among them. As early as 1910 he joined the Socialist Party of Turkey, which had just been founded, and, once in Soviet Russia, he became a communist. As early as June 1918, Mustafa Subhi, assisted by local Soviet administration and party bodies, called a conference of Turkish internationalist socialists out of former POWs in Kazan. A more representative one was held in Moscow, in July. These conferences, having united Turkish socialists in Russia, spawned the communist movement of THIRD. The Moscow Conference elected the Central Committee of the Turkish Party of Socialist Communists and set up a propaganda committee. The task before them was to make preparations for the creation of a national communist party and, in particular, to do so at home in order to bring about a representative congress with most of the delegates coming from Turkey. That was a sure course which meant rejecting all haste in so difficult a job and implying the recognition of the need for a communist movement to be developed in Turkey proper at the same time. The Constituent Congress of the Turkish Communist Party was held in September 1920, when there was already a considerable number of communist organizations and groups among the Turkish working people in Soviet Russia, and, especially, in Turkey. Iranian working people who were in Russia and a small proportion of their advanced elements had been joining the social democratic movement for quite a long time. Under the direct influence of the 1905 Russian Revolution and the activities of the Transcaucasian Bolsheviks, the Iranian Social Democratic Party, Adalat, was formed in Baku in 1916. However, it was under the decisive impact of the Great October Revolution that it obtained a certain base among advanced Iranian seasonal workers who had had their training as proletarians. Adalat cells were springing up little by little, with a lot of problems to cope with, in Persia proper, in Senjan, Rieselreit, Ardabil, Meshhd, Asta. 1 factor that held up that process was the absence of an industrial proletariat. As to the seasonal workers who had returned from Russia, a great proportion of them, having found themselves once more in the semi-feudal environment of Iran, lost some of the proletarian political consciousness and the knack for proletarian struggle they had acquired abroad. To begin with, they were separated and dispersed throughout the land, settling in numerous villages and towns with little or no industry to keep in them anything like their former contact, which presented them with great revolutionary opportunities. The former seasonal workers once again became peasants in bondage, and often pauperized proletarians or just paupers, sometimes longshoremen, miners, and seldom artisans. Late in June 1920, the Iranian Communists held their first Congress in Enzeli, where Adalat was reorganized into the Communist Party of Iran. There were Chinese and Koreans, too, among those who were actively involved in the communist movement, which had drawn in thousands of foreign workers in revolutionary Russia. It is in Soviet Russia that the first Chinese and Korean communists appeared. As members of the RCP, communist cells began to be formed from 1918 onwards within the framework of the associations of Chinese workers, which existed in as many as 12 cities of the RSFSR by late 1920. The Irkutsk League of Chinese Workers laid it down in its short-term program that the first and immediate object of the mass work among the League's membership is to create a solid and staunch nucleus of Chinese communists, the prospective vanguard of the Chinese Revolution, for which purpose it is necessary to form a communist cell. Communist cells were created in military units and formations. For example, the International Korean Chinese Regiment of the 3rd Siberian Infantry Division had 30 full members of the RCP and 120 probation members in August 1920. There were territorial associations of Chinese communists as well. One was known as the Chinese Communist Party of the Amur region, a Chinese communist group in Blagovskinsk. 1. A special center had to be set up because of the growing number of Chinese communists within the RCP and the peculiarity and complexity of the work that had to be done with them. It was the Central Organizing Bureau of Chinese Communists that was formed under the auspices of the RCP Central Committee on July 1920, which set out to lead all ideological, educational, and organizing work among them. Communist groups among Korean nationals began to spring up in the Russian Far East in 1919. There were some 20 Korean party organizations in Soviet Russia by late 1920, comprising 2,305 full and probationary members. 3. The Korean Communists' activities in the Soviet Far East were directed by special departments of regional RCP committees and headed by the Korean section of the Far Eastern Bureau of the RCP Central Committee. 4. Korean Communists strove to create their own national communist party. They did take a step forward in this direction when two Korean community organizations, the Union of Korean Socialists and the Union of New Citizens, held a joint congress at Vladivostok in April 1919, to launch the Korean Socialist Party, which joined the Comintern. 1. The first communist groups formed by Oriental workers in Soviet Russia did a lot of explaining and organizing among their compatriots. For example, Mustafa Sublai and his associates carried on a large amount of work to make arrangements for the constituent congress of their party. Agitators were at work in various cities of the country where large groups of former Turkish prisoners of war had concentrated. They explained the meaning of the events which were taking place in Russia and taught their students to accept the ideas of socialism and trained them for revolutionary struggles at home. Serious propaganda was conducted, both orally and in print, to lay bare the policy of imperialism in Asia. At the same time, the major works of Marx and Lenin as well as other material were translated into many languages. Bilateral links were established and carefully fostered between the Eastern Communist groups in Russia and revolutionary forces in Asian countries. They contributed towards extending the revolutionizing influence of the October Revolution on Eastern nations and expedited the process of the development of the communist movement in those countries. For example, Chinese communists in the Russian Far East often sent their representatives to see Sun Yat-sen, and revolutionaries in Shanghai and other cities of China. I have already said that national revolutionaries were regularly coming to Soviet Russia from China. Besides Chu Kyubo, who had arrived in Russia late in 1920, Zhang Tailai was another one who arrived in Irkutsk on March 21, 1921. On the following day, he was appointed secretary of the Chinese sector of the Far Eastern Secretariat of the Comintern. Tai took part in communist work among the Chinese and Korean communities in the Soviet Far East. Liu Shaokai, Peng Shuzi, Luo Da Tuesday, Rang Bishi and many other Chinese followers of Marxism arrived in Soviet Russia to study. 2. Some communists came quite often from Istanbul and Ankara to Baku to contact the Central Bureau of the Turkish Communist organizations. The regular repatriation of East AN nation ALS started by the Soviet authorities as early as 1918 did much to maintain bilateral links between revolutionary forces. 1. That was a subject of great concern as it was the imperative and perfectly justified desire of foreign working people who had been outside their own native lands for years. At the same time, the repatriation was an effective means of propagating the ideas of national self-determination and socialism in the Orient. The Soviet authorities provided the repatriés with food, clothes, and money, and gave them a formal send-off. For example, the chief of the Eastern Department of the Siberian Bureau pointed out in a special address to the Irkutsk Provincial Revolutionary Committee and the Political Department of the Fifth Army, a partial repatriation of Chinese workers who have stayed in Russia from 3 to 6 years without leaving is now taking place, and it will be systematic with the removal of the door bottleneck. These Chinese workers experienced all the revolutionary hardship in a foreign country, and the Sibrian Bureau called for action to improve the provision of food for those who were leaving, let their trains pass without delay and organize an official send-off for them. Point 2 That was just the kind of send-off given to the citizens of the East in various Soviet borderland areas. Several thousand former Turkish POWs assembled in Baku in October 1920. From there they were seen off to Turkey after being provided with all they needed. There were concerts, meetings, lectures and well-wishing speeches at the send-off ceremonies. Point 3 The massive repatriation of Eastern workers from revolutionary Russia frightened the colonialists like Bell. Washington expressed that fear in no uncertain terms. Late in 1919, the U.S. Department of State, in its correspondence with a British representative on the prospective return of the Chinese, said that it seriously questions the advisability of assisting at this time of the return to China of Chinese workmen and coolies who have been under the influence of the Bolshevik rule in Russia. Point 1 The communist movement, which had emerged among Oriental working people in Soviet Russia under the influence of the October Revolution, developed revolutionary views which implied defense of Soviet Russia against invaders and uncompromising struggle against foreign imperialism and, at the same time, against their own national bourgeoisie. That is to say that it was typical of the pioneer communists of the East to fail to understand or to ignore the important distinctions which existed between the social and economic conditions of the independent advanced and medium-developed capitalist countries and the pre-capitalist conditions of most of the oppressed nations of Asia. The early Eastern communists were, therefore, left sectarian in their views on the major issues of the strategy and tactics of the communist movement in the East. They denied the bourgeois democratic character of the prospective revolutions in Asian countries, declared themselves committed to socialist revolutions, did not acknowledge the revolutionary potential of the national bourgeoisie, which led them to reject the idea of cooperating with it in an anti-imperialist bloc. Painstaking and sustained work with the masses was replaced by a reckless idea of having a revolutionary war organized with the help of the Soviet armed forces and so on and so forth. All those signs of the infantile disorder of leftism were peculiar to most of the early communists in the Asian countries adjoining Russia. And so they were to the Indians who had also joined the communist movement which was then developing among Eastern nationals in Soviet Russia. A fairly large group of Indian émigrés shaped up in the Soviet Republic at a later date, that is, in the second half of 1920, and in a different way from the thousands of immigrants from China, Korea, Iran, and Turkey who had been in Russia since before the revolution and consisted principally of seasonal workers and POWs. Of course, there were some revolutionaries among them, but, for the most part, they arrived later, attracted by the Great October Revolution and driven by a desire to study the revolutionary experience and socialist practice of the Soviets. Indian émigrés, few though they were, had been active in the major revolutionary battles to free their country from the colonial yoke. They were representative, comprising as they did not only individual revolutionaries but entire delegations from the national revolutionary organizations of Tundia. Beside the bulk of the Iranian seasonal workers or Chinese workmen who were living in Russia, Indians were distinguished by a fairly high standard of education. Finally, the very arrival of Indians in Soviet Russia in the wake of the Great October Revolution was a well-considered and important act in their struggle for the freedom of the nation and clearly expressed the tremendous impact which the Russian Revolution had on India and on the East, in general. Indian revolutionaries adopting Marxism-Leninism, Indian national revolutionaries, few though they were, who had succeeded in grasping the sum and substance of the Russian Revolution and become, in consequence, committed to communist ideals, began to arrive in the Soviet Republic in the latter half of 4920. Manbendranath Roy, who is rightfully considered to have been the first Indian communist, arrived in Moscow in May or June 1920. He had been delegated to the Second Congress of the Communist International by the Mexican Communist Party, founded in 1919 with his leading participation. A die-hard nationalist revolutionary until recently, as he called himself later on, young Roy had started his active struggle against the domination of India by British imperialism even before World War I. He was a member of a secret revolutionary terrorist organization, Anishalan Samitai, in West Bengal. In 1915, that organization sent Roy off on a long foreign tour through the countries of the Pacific to get arms and have them shipped to India. That was an element of preparations for the Indo-German action against Britain which Indian revolutionaries were pressing far. M.N. Roy had been to Java, Korea, Japan and China. He came to America in the summer of 1916 as an emissary of revolutionary nationalism. It was there that he began to study the works of Marx and, as a result, as he wrote, he accepted socialism, except its materialist philosophy. 1 In hiding from American police persecution, he changed his name of Narendranath Bhattacharya to Manbendranath Boy and went to Mexico. It was there that he learned about the Great October Revolution. It produced a particularly great impression on left socialists in that country and, under its influence, M.N. Roy took the next step in his ideological development, becoming a communist. Roy wrote that all Mexican left socialists he found himself among decided at once to become communists and lived in a state of great emotional tension and in an environment overloaded with great expectations. The same desire obsessed Roy, and he made a sudden jump from die-hard nationalism to communism. M.N. Roy explained that the speed and ease of this conversion were due to the Bolshevik program on the issue of national relations. Socialism, Roy pointed out, appealed to me because of its anti-imperialist connotations. For that reason, the road from revolutionary anti-imperialist nationalism to communism was short. 2 This appears to be a very important and interesting explanation as it reflected the real state of things that was typical not of M.N. Roy alone at all. The way the Indian national revolutionaries followed, as a rule, as they advanced towards Marxism, was not through the working class movement. They had nothing to do with it at all and most of them still failed to understand its significance, but through the anti-imperialist national liberation struggle and through their sympathy with the Soviet system of government which had become the world's major anti-colonialist force and a real base of support for the liberation movement of the Eastern peoples. And it must have been only natural that the swiftness of accepting Marxism and even joining the Communist Party could not be matched by just as swift and complete recasting of the ideological and political views of national revolutionaries who had indulged in conspiratorial activities for years on end. That is why many of the Indian revolutionaries, having declared themselves communists, still stuck to quite a few of their earlier concepts of petty bourgeois revolutionism with its invariable components: disbelief in the capacity of the working class and the peasant masses for conscious political activity, virtual abandonment of mass work, an exaggerated sense of the role and significance of the military factor in preparing and making a socialist revolution. M.N. Roy pointed out in his memoirs that even after his swift changeover to communist positions, he culturally was still a nationalist, and cultural nationalism is a prejudice that dies very hard. He wrote, "As I realized later, that rapid progress was rather superficial." Roy rightfully remarked that not only he experienced this psychological process, but many others subsequently underwent the miraculous transformation, and consequently corrupted communism. 1 M.N. Roy, although he did have, at first, the reputation of being the most educated Marxist among the early Indian communists, was nevertheless far from actually understanding the essence of the theory of scientific communism. It was he who became the most distinct exponent of the infantile disorder of leftism in the communist movement of the East and put all left sectarian arguments together as one system. M.N. Roy came to Moscow in company of Abani Mukherjee, who had since lived in the Soviet Union, worked for the Comintern, studied and became a scholar. Like Roy, Abani Mukherjee began his revolutionary activities as a national revolutionary and as one involved in the Bengali terrorist movement. In 1916, he was arrested by the British authorities and put into a Singapore jail. In the autumn of 1917, he managed to escape in a fishing boat and take refuge in Indonesia, where he stayed, apparently, until late 1919. It was there that he heard about the October Revolution and came into contact with local revolutionaries of Dutch origin, some already adhering to the Marxist positions. With their help, he moved to Holland early in 1920, and then to Germany. Having declared himself a communist, he contacted the West European Bureau of the Comintern, which sent him to Moscow to participate in the deliberations of the Communist International. 1 Pertivedi Acharya arrived in Tashkent from Kabul on July 1920, with a group of members of the Indian Revolutionary Association. Although Acharya was the second man, after Abdul Rab Bark, in that national revolutionary group, he had declared himself a communist even before his arrival in Tashkent, perhaps, even early in 1920, in Kabul. It was in England in 1907 to 1908, while still at college, that Acharya embarked on revolutionary activities. In the closing years of World War I, he cooperated with the Indian Revolutionary Committee in Berlin. 23 In June 1917, Acharya went to Stockholm together with Chattopadhyaya, whose acquaintance he had made while still in England, to set up an Indian Bureau for Revolutionary Propaganda in India. It was in Sweden that Acharya heard of the October Revolution and publicly hailed it. 8 His ideological and political evolution was greatly influenced by his personal contact with Russian revolutionaries in exile, for instance, with a would-be Comintern official, Kirill Troyanovsky in Stockholm in 1917. 4 The events that proved to be particularly important for Acharya were his arrival in Moscow in June or July 1919, and the conversation with V.I. Lenin who received them all. The subsequent rather long contact with Soviet diplomats, Persits and I.M. Reisner as they traveled to Kabul and during their stay in the Afghan capital contribution towards Acharya's subsequent ideological evolution. In any case, in a letter of June 24, 1921 to the Credentials Commission of the Third Congress of the Comintern, Acharya called himself a confirmed communist and, in so doing, even referred to Persits and T.M. Reisner as the men who, he claimed, had promised to recommend him for admission to the RGP. Having proclaimed himself a communist, Acharya still had a nationalistic approach to many issues of principle. Some other Indian revolutionaries who came to Soviet Turkestan from Kabul also positively viewed the communist principles of the Soviet political system. Of the 84 questionnaires I have studied, 3 or 4 revealed communist sympathies. For example, the 23-year-old Abdul Majid wrote in his answers that he heartily agreed with the communist program. It is rather interesting to note that he came from a Kashmir tradesman's family and was a clerical worker by his social status, had incomplete higher education, and went in for revolutionary work since 1915. The 23-year-old Nisar Mohammed of Peshawar declared that if the communist principles are honestly carried, the whole world will be free. His father was a landowner, and he had secondary education and was still studying before he joined the revolutionary movement in 1916. That man became a communist in Soviet Russia, and stayed on in this country for the rest of his life and subsequently worked much as party and government official. He was appointed to the post of Minister of Education of the Tajik Soviet Republic, and later on changed over to research. 1 The lot and mood of another Indian, Ghulam Ahmad, apparently, an ex-Muhajirin, point to the Indian Revolutionaries' growing sympathy for Soviet government and gradual acceptance of the principles of socialism. There is a report on him by a British intelligence service informer, Atanas Jovanovic, a Serbian, who had been spying in Turkestan since Tsarist times and occasionally crossed into Iran. 2 On April 22, 1922, Jovanovic talked to Ghulam Ahmad at the British Consulate Hospital in Meshhad where he had been admitted because he fell ill on his way back to India from Russia. I was greatly surprised, Jovanovic wrote, when he said that there is a very good Red Army in Russiat, the best in the world, and that Russia is a free country. Ghulam Ahmad said that he had been through Prop. Aganda courses at Tashkent and Moscow and he was enraptured with the freedom he received in Russia. Then the informer put a provocative question to him: "You, of course, do not want India to have such freedom as is in Russiat?" The cautious reply was, "We would be happy without the English," and after a moment's reflection, Ghulam Ahmad added, "Afterwards I will go back to Russia as Russia is a good place to be in." The informer asked why Ahmed did not attach the word Khan to his name. Lai replied, "I live in the Soviet fashion and recognize no prince no Khan." A 22-year-old student of Punjab University, Abdul Qayyum wrote that he accepted the Russian communist program. Abdul Qayyum's road to communism was also highly characteristic of the nationalist-minded young people who suddenly experienced the effect of the October Revolution. It must have been at the university that he managed to get to know some of the ideas of socialism which attracted him very much. Anxious as he was to find a way of fighting for his country's liberation, he was about to emigrate in 1919 to the United States to join the Ghadar Party over there. Yet he could not do so, and later in the year he joined the Caliphate organization. In March 1920, he was briefly detained for his anti-British activities. Shortly afterwards, on May 13, 1920, he left India, having joined the Exodus campaign on instructions from the Caliphate Revolutionary Council. The Caliphate Revolutionary Council's instructions fit in perfectly with his own secret and passionate desire to get into Soviet Russia. This is quite certain, as one can see from all of Qayyum's subsequent moves and acts as shown by documentary evidence. Together with other Muhajirins, Qayyum arrived in Kabul, from whence he, with a group comprising Shaukat Usmani and Rafiq Ahmed, went to Soviet Turkestan. There is one noteworthy episode in the life of émigrés in Turkestan that is associated with the name of Abdul Qayyum. Indian revolutionaries, once they turned up on Soviet soil, clashed in heated debates about socialism which often split them into small groups of partisans of socialist principles. That was what happened in Terme in August 1920, where one of such debates took place. There was quite a clash between them, as an official of the Council for International Propaganda reported. As a result, the Indians broke into two groups, a nationalist majority led by Maimed Akbar, a landowner's son, and a minority communist trend headed by Abdul Qayyum. Once in Soviet Turkestan, Abdul Qayyum, to judge by all accounts, got down to an independent study of Marxism and, early in 1921, ventured to write a pamphlet in English which he called Indian Workers and Peasants. A handbook. There is a summary of that book made on April 13, 1921 by an official translator of the Comintern's Turkestan Bureau, Ulyanovsky. The pamphlet consisted of 7 chapters. In Chapter 1, The Origin of the Capitalist and Working Classes, a study of our past and present, the author speaks of the gradual transition from the clan system to the modern state and to the establishment of an absolute monarchy and, evidently, of the origin of the present social classes. Chapter 2 is headlined From Absolute Monarchy to the Imperialist and Capitalist Form of Government. Capitalism in Development. Chapter 3 is about our economic conditions, past and present. Speaking of India's wealth, the author emphasizes that it has been created by the industry of peasants and workers who, nevertheless, starve and cannot afford to have their children educated. The wealth they have created is spent unproductively for coronation festivitas, huge clerical salaries and gifts to capitalist children. Chapter 4 is entitled The Working Class is No Longer a Slave of Capitalism. The Road to Your Success. In it, the author speaks about the unbearable living conditions for the working people and tells workers and peasants that they must drop the idea that such a life has been preordained for them. Every workman has the right to live just like his master lives. Chapter 5 is entitled Whither This Road. Chapter 6 is The Merits of Communism and Demerits of Capitalism. Chapter 7 is about our life as it must be under communism. The author maintains that there are two kinds of socialists, National Socialists who are, in fact, nationalists, and internationalist socialists. The latter are the only ones who have proved the possibility of ending the social and economic. 114. Troubles of Workers and Peasants. Setting out the sum and substance of the communist doctrine, the author maintains that it calls for the overthrow of the power of imperialism and capitalism and rejects the right of capital to private property, because labor produces everything, while capital does nothing but robs labor. The author closes by urging India's workers and peasants to follow the example of the Russian workers. Pi writes, "If you do not want to stay under the barbaric yoke of the capitalists, then rise and aid yourselves. You are 300 million, while only 1/10 of the Indians, if organized into an army, can conquer the whole world." Even this rather brief summary provides an insight into the thinking of a budding communist who has just discovered the fair wisdom of Marxism and, carried away by it, wants to lose no time to tell the masses how to achieve liberation from all forms of oppression. In doing so, the author, by instinct, moves to left revolutionary positions. He sincerely and exultantly urges an emulation of Russian experience in India and an immediate socialist revolution which he conceives as an armed rising by a people's army, and, of course, he cannot even imagine the possibility of temporary cooperation with the national bourgeoisie at a certain stage of the revolution. From Abdul Qayyum's party membership card, discovered in archives, we find that he joined the party on April 11, 1921, that is, when he had just finished writing the pamphlet. In all probability, the coincidence of these two events of great importance to Qayyum was not accidental. The pamphlet brought him to the closing stage of a long process of his political self-determination. That is just why, in replying to the question in the party membership card, "What has made you join the Communist Party?" Abdul Qayyum wrote, "A study of Marx and Engels." Subsequently, Abdul Qayyum, just like Nisar Mohammed, adopted Soviet citizenship. He served as a Red Army commander in the city of Kalinin, and shared in rebuilding railway transport and industry. *1 Shaukat Usmani is another man who passed from nationalism to communism and was no less typical of Indian revolutionary youth who decided to devote themselves to the struggle to rid India from colonialism. "My hatred for British rule," he wrote in 1922, "was born together with myself. In childhood, I nurtured revolutionary ideas, and when I was 12, I swore to avenge myself. At 19, I joined the secret Mainpuri organization which set out to overthrow British rule in India. But there was a traitor in the organization. He knew some 20 members. They were seized with some ammunition. Some of them were hanged and others exiled for life to the Andaman Islands. That was in 1919. I had wild ideas racing in my head." The young man was painfully looking for ways to liberate his native land. And when he learned about the October Revolution and Soviet government, which proclaimed its readiness to support the liberation struggle of oppressed peoples, he decided that it was in revolutionary Russia that one had to seek an answer to the questions that agitated his mind. It was at that point that the Exodus movement began, and he, naturally, joined it. "Together with my comrades," Usmani writes, "I decided to go to Afghanistan to see if I could do any work from that territory." Once in Afghanistan, however, the Muhajirins soon realized that Kabul no longer felt like putting up a determined fight against British imperialism. Therefore, Usmani said, "We started a propaganda campaign for everybody to go north, and I was the main instigator of the march into Russia." After October 22, 1920, the Muhajirins arrived in Tashkent to discover two rival groups of their fellow countrymen, the Indian Revolutionary Association and the Communist group of M.N. Roy. So I, together with some lettered comrades, were in a tricky situation. We did not know whom to join. Shaukat Usmani wrote further on that for 2 days he had been collecting information about the feuding factions. That proved to be enough for him to reject the association and choose cooperation with Roy's All India Provisional Revolutionary Committee, which adhered to left revolutionary positions. However, it took him over 6 months more to study Marxist theory and Soviet policy before making up his mind to join the Communist Party. That happened in Moscow, apparently in the middle of 1921. There were some other Indians coming to Turkestan as representatives of national revolutionary organizations, such as the Provisional Government of India in Exile, who adopted communist philosophy. In Tashkent, the Indian section 116 of Sovinterprop, which comprised members of the government in exile and some other national revolutionaries, made fairly rapid progress in that sense. On May 7, 1920, the Izvestia of Tashkent carried a note saying that Sovinterprop has set up an Indian communist organization which is being reinforced with incoming representatives of Indian tribes. In actual fact, it was still impossible to create a communist organization at the time. The author of that note was over-hasty, yet it was clear that attempts at creating such an organization had been made and, consequently, there were some among the Indians who wanted it to be created. We know their names: Muhammad Ali, Abdul Majid, and Muhammad Shafiq. Muhammad Ali said later on that it was while he was still in Afghanistan, that is, probably at the very end of 1919 or early in 1920, that he began to consider himself a communist. One that did not, however, keep him on his arrival in Soviet Russia from totally upholding the views of national revolutionaries from the provisional government of India. Muhammad Shafiq was just as quick in adopting communist principles, which was noted by M. Schulman back in 1920. He wrote at the time that Shafiq, a young and inexperienced man, belongs to the middle class. 2 months ago he was a sworn enemy of communism, but now he is a communist himself. There is an extremely interesting and undoubtedly fair evaluation of the standard of Muhammad Ali's and Muhammad Shafiq's Marxist training and also of their attitude to the problems of revolution in India. It is important to note that this characterization dates already from late 1921 or early 1922, and that it was given by the plenipotentiary representative of the RSFSR in Afghanistan, Fyodor Raskolnikov, who met them in Kabul where they stopped over on their way to India. The main fault of both of our young Indian friends, he said, is their superficially radical and ultra-communistic approach to the Indian revolutionary movement, without a basic Marxist understanding and an ability to make a serious analysis of class and economic relations. Raskolnikov stressed that all their knowledge of Marxism comes from popular pamphlets and issues of the Comintern magazine, and that their superficial understanding of communism prompts them to take to leftism, which shows up, for instance, in their desire to boycott the nationalist movement of Congress and Caliphate, and in their aspiration for the immediate establishment of a communist party in India patterned after the RCP. What claims attention is a great similarity between the assessments M. N. Roy gave of his own transition from nationalism to socialism and Fyodor Raskolnikov's characterization of those two young Indian communists who had made the same kind of transition shortly before that. Naturally, that was not an accidental similarity. In both cases, there were the men who were taking their opening steps in a communist direction from a starting point that was common to them: petty bourgeois revolutionary nationalism. Just like Roy, other Indian national revolutionaries passed over to communism through the gangway of anti-imperialism. Thus national aspirations, provided they are directed against the oppression of small and backward nations and against colonialism, have the support of the communists opposing the same enemy, international imperialism. And it must be perfectly logical that a considerable and, perhaps, the greater proportion of the early communists, whether in India or in other Eastern countries, should have emerged from the petty bourgeois midst of national revolutionaries and revolutionary democrats. Contemporary imperialism, frightened as it is by the development of the communist movement in the East, is at pains to reduce its popularity. In this connection, many bourgeois historians are trying to prove that it is utterly impossible for a national movement to cooperate with communists, since the former is patriotic while the latter, they claim, is virtually anti-patriotic, because of being subordinated to the international communist movement, and totally divorced from the mainstream of Oriental public life, the national liberation struggle. Marxism in India and in other Eastern countries has been, in their opinion, artificially implanted by the paid agents of the Comintern and Bolsheviks. For example, Jean D. Overstreet and Marshall Windmiller described the Indian national revolutionaries in exile, who cooperated with the Comintern and had accepted some principles of Marxism, as agents of a foreign power who were less preoccupied with Indian 118 interests than with the objectives of the international communist movement, and on that account cut themselves off completely from the mainstream of Indian politics. 1 However, Arguments of this kind are far from the real state of things. The example of Indian national revolutionaries, just as that of the national revolutionaries and revolutionary democrats of China, Turkey, and Iran who had adopted Marxism, disproves the alleged hostility between communism and the national liberation movement. But in accepting the principles of Marxism, many revolutionaries often brought with them some elements of deep-rooted religious sentiment and leftovers of petty bourgeois revolutionary nationalism which they had developed as members of secret national revolutionary organizations. These took years to overcome. It could not, apparently, have been otherwise because the social and economic environment the Indian and other national revolutionaries had grown up and lived in could not have given them enough material indispensable for a proper perception and quick assimilation of Marxist-Leninist teachings. The Eastern revolutionaries, advancing to Marxism, found it particularly difficult to overcome their traditional religiousness. And it must have been for that reason that they did overcome it quite often in a very peculiar way through a religious adaptation of Marxism or a socialist interpretation of their own creed, mostly, Islam. F. Raskolnikov's above-mentioned characterization of Muhammad Ali and Muhammad Shafiq stated that they both stressed hard the absence of all antagonism between communism and religion. The same idea was expressed more clearly and more definitely by Shaukat Usmani, who became a communist in Soviet Russia. In his letter of June 20, 1922 to M. N. Roy, he wrote, "Islam preaches equality, and so does communism. That is why I am a communist." For some national revolutionaries, a socialist interpretation of Islam must have been what prompted them to gain an insight into the true principles of scientific communism and subsequently accept them and give up their religious commitment. The evolution of one of the Muhajirins, Muhammad Iqbal, is a typical one. He was one of those who, evidently, arrived in Tashkent as early as the summer of 1920. On November 25, 1920, he already left for India to do revolutionary work on instructions from the Indian Revolutionary Committee. Once in Kabul, Iqbal wrote a letter to M. N. Roy to inform him that because of the betrayal by Abdul Idak, who was traveling in Compa, New York with him, he was denounced as a communist, that is, an atheist, a non-believer, and everybody thought I was a communist, although I have never been one. But now I have become a staunch communist, and you may put my name down as a member of the Indian Communist Party. I am now entirely in agreement with the communist program and I shall do my best to propagate it. Of course, Iqbal had yet a lot to study and understand so as to make finally sure of the decision he had taken so quickly. But the transition to Marxism from the socialist interpretation of Islam must have begun. Naturally, the ideological level of the budding communists of India was low, and it was typical of many of the early Eastern communists in general. For instance, even a member of the Baku Council for Propaganda and Action, Aga Zaid Kamram of Iran, arguing to prove that communism has some ground in the Iranian people, alluded to the Badiyars living under a communal system and having communal troops. In his opinion, besides, the Iranians understood communism as a religious teaching pleading for the suffering people to be freed from the avid and selfish Englishmen, landlords, and profiteers who have enslaved them. 1. The Tehran underground communist organization, Adalat, had a rule in force early in 1921 whereby anyone applying for party membership, shall be on probation from 10 to 20 days and, before full admission, shall swear on the Quran to observe party discipline. Mustafa Nafi, who called himself a communist and a representative of the workers of European Turkey, sent a special report to the Revolutionary Military Council of the Soviet Republic in February 1921 with arguments to prove that the Eastern proletariat had known about the ideas of communism for over 13 centuries, that all the Muslim saints, including Prophet Muhammad, had been either peasants or workers, and that the Muslim program containing the ideas of a social revolution and its constitution is little different from the present Bolshevik program. Therefore, he concluded, the communist revolution in the East will show its force very soon. Point 1. In all of the examples just cited, one could have produced many more of them. We see attempts of individual pioneer communists of the East to adjust the ideas of socialism to the Eastern man's religious consciousness, and to make it easier for him and for themselves to accept them, less painful to overcome their outlook and speed up their conversion to Marxism. The concept of the ideological community of Islam and socialism, based on the assumption of egalitarian principles of the Quran, had spread to the Muslim East long before the October Revolution. It was common for that kind of argument to be advanced by national revolutionary and revolutionary democratic Eastern elements who sometimes had not freed themselves from religious zeal, but, having experienced at their own expense the influence of Western socialistic doctrines, were striving to propagate their ideas among their fellow countrymen committed to religion to the same or even greater extent. From November 1917 onwards, the assumption of socialist principles in the Quran began to spread faster, as a kind of response to the penetration of the ideas of the Great October Revolution into Asia. We have already seen that even some of the early Eastern communists adhered to this point of view. As to the revolutionaries who remained committed to nationalism, still more of them came to support this argument. While trying to discover elements of egalitarianism in the Quran and passing them off for truly socialist principles, they wished to bring religious Muslim masses round to the idea of an alliance with Soviet Russia to gain her support in their struggle against colonial oppression. Besides, they wanted to counter the reactionary propaganda argument that the major feature of communism was uncompromising atheism and hostile attitude to the faithful. This kind of a socialist interpretation of the Quran was peculiar to many, notably, to Barakatullah and Abdur-Rabb Bark, whom we already know. Let us note, for instance, two of Barakatullah's typical contentions. 1. In the time of the early prophets of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all men lived by the laws of socialism which had been prescribed by these prophets. 2. The socialist principles of equality and brotherhood, proclaimed by each religion, which have found expression in the formula "thou shalt wish thy brothers what thou wish it for thyself," have now been applied in Soviet Russia. Point 1. The original program of the Indian Revolutionary Association, headed by Abdur-Rabb, had these 2 points almost side by side. The association shall defend the principles of communism and make nationalistic and religious propaganda. Such ideas spread not only in India. Here are, for example, some excerpts from a typical document written by Abdul Qadir, a member of the Arab Unity Committee, on December 19, 1920, which was turned over to the People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs of the RSFSR, Georgy Chicherin, through the Soviet representative in Ankara, Shz Ilyeva. The author of that message offered his own arguments to prove the ideological community of Bolshevism and Islam, as well as the expediency and possibility of an alliance between Soviet Russia and the Arabs. The Soviet government, the author presumed, is applying the principles long since enunciated by the Quran. In the section on the Islamic religion and the Bolshevik program, Abdul Qadir wrote, "Islam is a direct road to liberty, equality, and fraternity because a. The Islamic religion considers everybody to be equal, b. It eradicates enmity, violence, and despotism, c. It establishes the rights of all humanity." The author goes on to conclude, "It is from this doctrine that Bolshevism has arisen. For Bolshevism pours out its vials of wrath against those who, under the guise of patronage, enslave the people. Therefore, agreement and alliance between Islam and Bolshevism are close and natural. An alliance between the Bolsheviks and the Arabs will be a powerful and harsh blow against the strong-arm men, the English, the French, and Italians." Not content with this line of reasoning, the author adds, "The creeds and the everyday life of the Arabs have so much in common with Bolshevism that the struggle of the Arabs in close alliance and in full contact with the Bolsheviks is quite possible and natural." In the first few years, following the October Revolution, such ideas regarding not only Islam, but Buddhism as well, could be found even in Soviet newspapers published in Muslim areas. In the Communist of Baku, for example, 1 Kubat Kasimov sought to prove the imperative need for Soviet aid to Oriental nations and objected to expressions of fear that these peoples would not be able to establish a socialist scheme of things in their own countries because of their backwardness. Some forget, he wrote, that Oriental peoples' customs, manners, habits, and persuasions are identical with the ideas of communism. As a case in point, let us take the dogmas of Buddhism, one of the world religions, which proclaims, the Buddhists must treat everybody else without distinction with the same tolerance, condescension and brotherly love. Kasimov followed that up with the statement that the oppressed peoples of the East are waiting for their liberators and are prepared to rise to meet them in order to realize the ideas of communism, which they have long since been professing. 1 Consequently, the so-called socialist interpretation of Islam, which, naturally, had no scientific rationale behind it, attested to the determination of some religious-minded revolutionaries to make it easier for themselves and, especially, for those of the working masses who followed them, to pass over to Marxism and cooperation with Soviet Russia. And in that sense, the given interpretation had a certain positive effect. One cannot forget, however, that the same interpretation of Islam was exploited by reactionary forces as well. They used it as a means to counter the ideas of scientific socialism which gained currency throughout the East under the impact of the October Revolution. Now the line of raisonning in that case could be something like this: the ideas of socialism were pioneered by Islam, all the Bolsheviks did was to repeat the postulates long since enunciated by the Quran, but, instead of being grateful to the religious source which had inspired them, they rejected religion altogether. Such line of reasoning made it more difficult for the mass of the faithful to draw closer to Soviet Russia, kept up the working people's religious community with exploiters, and prevented the proletariat that was then in the making from passing over to a class-based community, and distracted it from the ideas of scientific socialism. In our times, the claim of ideological community between socialism and Islam, deliberately made and artificially argued, is exploited, as the case of Bandyopadhyaya shows, in attempts to prove the insignificance of the impact of the Great October Revolution on India, and on the East in general. Eastern national revolutionaries had to traverse so winding a road on their way to Marxism and to overcome so many difficulties to get rid of their traditionalist mentality that most of them, even after declaring themselves communists, did not actually become communists right away. This detail came to light at the Second Congress of the Communist International, where M. N. Roy played a notable part as V. I. Lenin's opponent. Indian and other early Eastern communists at the Second World Congress of the Communist International. The Second Congress of the Communist International was attended by a fairly large group of Indians, or, to be exact, by almost all Indian communists that existed in the world at the time. The one to mention, first and foremost, was M. N. Roy, who under the assumed name of Robert Allen Roy was among the delegates with voting powers, for he had been delegated by the Mexican Communist Party, already formed, although he was, in effect, representing India. Abani Mulcherji and Prativedi Acharya had advisory powers at the Congress. 1 Mohammad Shafiq had an observer's ticket. 2 Now, Acharya and Shafiq had been sent to the Congress by the Council for International Propaganda. 3 Although they belonged to different organizations of Indian revolutionaries in Tashkent, the former was one of the leaders of the Indian Revolutionary Association, while the latter was a member of the Indian section of Sovinterprop. 1 M. N. Roy's wife, Evelyn Trent Roy, was also present at the Congress with advisory powers, on behalf of the Mexican Communist Party. 2 Among the delegates to the Congress there were representatives of the communists of other Eastern countries: Turkey, Iran, Korea, and China, where the communist movement had begun earlier than it did among the Indians. V. I. Lenin made a point of noting that alongside the communists from Western countries, communist parties and groups in the East, in the colonial and backward countries, were likewise represented at the Congress, and that the revolutionary movement in advanced countries would, in fact, have been sheer fraud without the full and closest possible association with the liberation struggle of colonial nations. 3 The Second Congress of the Comintern was, in point of fact, the first really international forum of communists in the many years of the world socialist movement, for it was widely representative of the communist movement not only of the West but of the East as well. Besides, the composition of the Congress was perfectly matched by its deliberations. The very fact that the whole of the Eastern subject the Congress dealt with was considered under Lenin's direction was a pointer to the Comintern's extremely serious attitude to the problem of a communist party in an oppressed country. The Congress reviewed a wide range of problems of the East, the social and economic standards of colonial society, the character of the revolutions expected to occur in Eastern countries, the role which the national bourgeoisie and other classes, particularly the peasantry, could play in those revolutions, the attitude of communists to the national revolutionary movement, the special tasks before the communist parties of Eastern countries, to mention just a few. The decisions of the Congress were based on V.I. Lenin's works about the communist and national liberation movement which he had produced during World War I and after the October Revolution. The resolution of the Congress on the national and colonial questions had been drafted by V.I. Lenin by as early as June 5, 1920, as preliminary draft theses on the national and the colonial questions. Point 1. This document was published in the middle of June. Point 2. In June and July, it was thoroughly discussed, at Lenin's request, by communists familiar with the problems of the East. It must have been at that very time that M.N. Roy, who was then in Moscow, where he had arrived as early as May 1920, received a copy of the preliminary draft theses with V.I. Lenin's own inscription. Roy, for criticism and suggestions. Point 4. After that, Roy was received by Lenin several times to discuss a wide range of problems of the national and social liberation of Eastern countries. In his conversations with Lenin, Roy set forth his system of peremptory left sectarian views on these problems. Those views had nothing new about them, since quite a few of the early communists from other Oriental countries also held leftist revolutionary positions. The only thing M.N. Roy did by contrast was to express them more clearly and uphold them more forcefully and, as stated earlier on, to streamline all leftist sectarian arguments as an integrated system. Eyewitnesses said that V.I. Lenin spent hours conversing with Roy to explain to him that his left views were unscientific and harmful. Point 5. In so doing, as Roy himself wrote subsequently, Lenin's attitude was very kind, tolerant, and totally unbiased. 1 of the major points of Lenin's theses called on the communists to support the bourgeois democratic liberation movement in the Eastern countries. In making this point, Lenin proceeded from the assumption that it was feudal or patriarchally tribal type of relationship that predominated in the colonial and dependent countries of Asia. Feudal landlords and tribal chiefs served, as a rule, to prop up foreign imperialist domination, whereas the rising national bourgeoisie acted against imperialism. Lenin reckoned with the real situation where the sweeping liberation movement, led by the national bourgeoisie, was the most important factor of public life in Eastern countries, particularly in India, after World War I and the October Revolution in Russia. All other action, including class-inspired action by the peasantry and the yearly contingents of the proletariat, were, in effect, part of the national liberation movement. During a long period of struggle for the creation of independent nation-states, the communist parties of backward countries, while preserving and safeguarding their ideological and organizational independence, ought to support the liberation movement and cooperate with the anti-imperialist bourgeoisie, pushing it into more resolute accession against the forces of foreign imperialism and local feudalism. What was particularly important was that the peasantry, making up as it did the overwhelming mass of the population in the backward countries, was the major force and mainstay of the national movement. Point 3. That is to say that Lenin's insistence on support for the national liberation struggle in the East meant, first and foremost, backing up the peasant movement and establishing a close alliance with it. Point 3. This course is known to have been expressed in a condensed way in the slogans calling for the establishment of a united front of all anti-imperialist forces and the right of subject nations to self-determination. There is a variety of reliable sources by which to judge Roy's views on those problems at the time. One is a relatively detailed newspaper report which was written, in all probability, by Mikhail Pavlovich, about the discussion held on July 25 in the Congress National and Colonial Commission 1/2, M.N. Roy's article Winnow appeared in the Communist International Journal, which went to press on July 20, 1920, 2/3, the Manifesto of the Revolutionary Party of India 3 also written by Roy, and, 4th, the Indian Communist Manifesto, published in Berlin and signed by M.N. Roy, Abani Mukherjee, and Santi de 6/4 before all of them left for Moscow, and some other items. Naturally, both the manifestos and the articles had been brought off by Roy before the Second Congress and reflected their author's standpoint as it really was. Roy's supplementary theses, adopted by the Congress as a second resolution, are of great importance. M.N. Roy's memoirs, written many years later, are of certain interest as well. M.N. Roy refused to accept Lenin's argument that the communists must support the liberation struggle and the national bourgeoisie which led that struggle. I disagreed with his view, M.N. Roy wrote, that the nationalist bourgeoisie played a historically revolutionary role and therefore should be supported by the communists. 5/6 Roy argued that India was a capitalist country already and that with her being subjected to the power of imperialist British capital, 80% of her entire population turned proletarian. 0 Speaking at a meeting of the National and Colonial Commission of the Second Congress of the Comintern, M.N. Roy changed that formula to make it more acceptable. Since that time, he declared, English capitalism entrenched itself in India. 80% of the country's population living by agricultural work have lost their property and turned into laborers, that is, they became agricultural proletarians. He estimated the country's proletariat at 5 million, 1, which was quite an exaggeration. 2. The program of the Indian Revolutionary Committee in Tashkent, worked out by Roy, again argued in November 1920, that, as a matter of fact, 90% of the Indian population belonged to the working class. 2 The early Eastern communists, and M.N. Roy in particular, knew, of course, about the role of the proletariat in the process of mankind's liberation from the shackles of exploitation and oppression. They often used the word proletariat and the concept of dictatorship of the proletariat. Yet the actual meaning of these terms of Marxist science escaped many of them. While admitting the absence or extreme weakness of the proletariat in their countries, some of them pointed to compensating factors which, they claimed, were so potent as to allow the East to approach communism faster than the West. To bear out this argument, they would refer to the leftovers of the communal and clan system in Asia, to the poverty and pauperism of its laboring population, and to the prevalence of Buddhism and Islam seemingly congenial to the ideals of communism due to what was claimed to be their inherent egalitarianism. Some Eastern communists, including M.N. Roy, would not concede that the proletariat in Asian countries was either very weak or just non-existent. On the contrary, they spoke of it being numerous and, in any case, politically very active. They said so either because they failed to understand the social and class content of the concept of proletariat, or just because they wanted to find any excuse whatsoever to justify their leftism. They argued, therefore, that it was the poorest, most oppressed and dispossessed section of the population that was the proletariat. With such standards to go by, the proletarian class was claimed to include millions of ruined artisans, handicraftsmen, peasants, and lumpens. To take Roy's percentage of workers in India seriously, the proletariat as a class would have to be understood to comprise all the working population of that country, though its overwhelming majority consisted of peasants. En Lun He, chairman of the Central Organizing Bulletin Ria of Chinese Communists under the auspices of the RCP Central Committee, had sent a noteworthy document to the Second Congress of the Comintern with some evidence to prove that there were 3 actively revolutionary forces in China: bandits, emigrants, and farm laborers. It is all of them together that, in his opinion, constituted the Chinese proletariat. An unidentified member of the Council for International Propaganda in the East wrote about the prospect ahead for a socialist revolution in Asia. It goes without saying that the East is more enslaved and more humiliated, its shackles are heavier than those of the Western proletariat, and it must be clear, it seems, that the dictatorship of the proletariat can be installed in the East sooner than in the West. So, in the opinion of many of the left, the oppressed peasantry and the urban poor were equivalent to the proletariat, and the ruin and pauperization of these groups served as a sure guarantee of their commitment to socialist revolution. Contrary to facts, M. N. Roy claimed that the struggle of the Indian people had essentially no national substance, but was fast assuming the character of a struggle for economic and social liberation and for the abolition of all class domination. As to the national liberation movement, which pressed for nothing but political independence, it, in Roy's opinion, has no sympathy of the overwhelming majority of the population of India. 1. He even claimed that the masses are not allowing themselves to be carried away by the idea of overthrowing the British rule, which is an unknown value to them. 2. While denying that the national bourgeoisie was even the least revolutionary in its anti-imperialist stand, Roy went on to gainsay the justice of the slogan about the right of nations to self-determination. He wrote, "By demanding self-determination for India, our bureaucratic lead ers. 8. By contrast, Lenin stressed the immense difficulties that he faced in creating communist parties under those conditions in the Orient, and called for thinking about and seeking concrete answers to the difficult question of how to adjust the Communist Party to the level of those countries for which the achievement of national independence was the task of top priority at the time. 4. The leader of the first Turkish communists, Mustafa Sublihi, expounded the same views about Turkey as Sultanzadeh did about Iran. As early as July 1918, speaking to the Moscow Conference of Turkish Socialists, he called for the immediate nationalization of all means of production in Turkey and for the liberation from bourgeois tyranny. 6. In July 1920, in an article in the communist newspaper, Yeni Dünya, he declared, "No power, even if called a republic, in Anatolia and in Turkey will have any ground to stand on and will not exist." He urged action to establish the power of workers, peasants, and askers. 6. Naturally, the basic element of such a platform was an emphatic denial of any revolutionary potential of the national bourgeoisie and a flat refusal to establish any cooperation with it within the framework of a united front of all anti-imperialist forces. At the Moscow Conference of Turkish Socialists, Mustafa Sublihi proclaimed that the Future Socialist Party of Turkey must break with national capital and enter into no agreements with it. 1. As the leader of Korean Socialists, Pak Din-shun wrote, "The Constituent Congress of the Korean Socialist Party declared that the objectives of the struggle against Japanese imperialism did not mean at all that the efforts of the working people had to be united with those of the national bourgeoisie, although it did lead the liberation movement in the country. The Party of Korean Socialists decided not to fall for the hypocritical and spurious assurances of bourgeois politicians, as the working people will suffer just as much under the yoke of the Korean bourgeoisie as they are now suffering from the arbitrary rule of the vultures of Japanese imperialism." Since the latest Congress, Pak Din-shun wrote further on, "The Korean Socialist Party has definitely broken with the national bourgeoisie and nobility, and embarked on the platform of a class struggle and proclaimed the slogan of a free Korean Republic." 2. The leftist outlook of the first communists of the East was so strong as to persist even after the Second Congress of the Comintern, which called, in fact, for the establishment of a united front of all anti-imperialist forces of Asia. In December 1920, Sultanzadeh wrote, for instance, "The illusion about the bourgeoisie in backward countries being still able to act on behalf of national democratic revolution must be dropped once and for all." 3. Considering so wide a currency of leftist revolutionary views among the early Eastern communists and even among individual Soviet political workers, V.I. Lenin found it reasonable to give them an opportunity of consistently stating their case at the Congress. As M. N. Roy said later on, Lenin invited him to outline theses on the national and colonial questions. Moreover, Roy emphasized, Lenin had spoken about an alternative set of theses to his preliminary draft, while Roy insisted that the theses had but to complement Lenin's document. 1. Roy formulated the notes and called them supplementary theses on the national and colonial questions, although, in substance, they were certainly an alternative. Point 2. During a meeting of the Congress Commission, there was a hectic debate over Lenin's preliminary draft and Roy's supplementary theses. M.N. Roy spoke up to defend the original version of his theses. Lenin thou roughly criticized his opponent's left positions and was readily supported by the Commission. The end result was to delete glaring leftist points from Roy's document, which unequivocally denied the value of national liberation movements and the need for communists to support them, and groundlessly overrated the level of the class struggle of the proletariat and peasantry in the East, as well as the East's role in bringing about a victorious proletarian revolution in the West, contending that socialist revolution in the Colorado Nice was an indispensable precondition for the abolition of capitalism in metropolitan countries, and seeking to prove that a bourgeois democratic stage in the revolutionary struggle in the Orient was unnecessary. Lenin and the Congress Commission introduced essential amendments and corrections into Roy's theses. For instance, instead of outright rejection of the possibility of proletarian revolutions in the countries of Europe without the prior overthrow of imperialist domination of colonies, the fourth thesis was reworded to express an entirely different idea. It said that for the final success of the world revolution to be, two forces must be coordinated: a proletarian revolution in metropolitan countries and the anti-imperialist movement in colonies. Point 3. So the idea now was to create a militant anti-imperialist alliance of the revolutionary proletariat and the national liberation movement. Originally, the supplementary theses maintained that only a socialist revolution the East was well prepared for already would be effective in overthrowing foreign domination along with native capitalism. The 10th thesis, completely deleted by Lenin, said that the communists should not support the bourgeois democratic movements in the colonies because such support would conduce to fostering a national spirit which would, of course, hinder the awakening of the class consciousness of the masses. Another way was suggested, that of encouraging and supporting revolutionary mass action through a communist party of the proletarians, which was to induce the real revolutionary forces to action that would overthrow not only foreign imperialism but forestall the growth of local capitalism. Point 1. That is to say, Roy's adventurist and sectarian precept, implying an immediate socialist revolution, did not consider the possibility of a non-capitalist development of the countries that had achieved nothing beyond their national independence, although that particular issue had been discussed more than once among the early communists of the East and Soviet political workers connected with them. So, in 1918, K.M. Ulyanovsky, while drawing up a program for the League of Liberation of the East, tried to outline the ways and means of preventing a capitalist development of the countries that would succeed in getting rid of colonialism. Point 2. Pak Din Shun wrote in his article The Revolutionary East and the Immediate Task Before the Communist International, in June 1920, about the problem of non-capitalist development of economically backward countries, as it had been formulated by Marx, and proposed its solution in the context of Korea. Point 3. However, both Troyanovsky and Pak Din Shun generally concurred in the view that the only factor that could bring about a non-capitalist development of Eastern countries was a socialist revolution, that a victorious Western proletariat would help Eastern workers and peasants to carry out. Point 4. Lenin was alone to pose and articulate the problem of non-capitalist way of development in the course of the discussion in the National and Colonial Commission of the Second Congress, proceeding from the actual prospect for a victorious conclusion of the national liberation movements, and the impossibility of a socialist revolution in Eastern countries at that time. The corrected version of Roy's theses stated twice that the revolution in the Colorado Nice is not going to be a communist revolution in its first stages. Proceeding from that assumption, the seventh thesis said that the cooperation of the bourgeois nationalist revolutionary elements is useful for the overthrow of foreign capitalism. The final version of the supplementary theses proclaimed Lenin's idea that the primary and indispensable task before the communists of Eastern countries was to organize the peasants and workers and lead them to the revolution and to the establishment of Soviet republics. What was implied, of course, was not a republic of proletarian dictatorship, but the establishment of a people's democratic state that, with the victorious proletariat of advanced nations in the lead, could take the masses on their way to socialism, skipping capitalism. Thus, The document says, the masses in the backward countries may reach communism, not through capitalistic development, but led by the class-conscious proletariat of the advanced capitalist countries too. The changes made in the supplementary theses were considerable. So Roy distorted the truth altogether by asserting in his memoirs that Lenin had accepted his draft theses with just a few verbal alterations and that it was approved by the Congress as it then stood. Point 3. In actual reality, as we have seen, Lenin and the Commission essentially deleted a system of avowedly leftist views from them. That was what permitted Lenin to tell the Congress that both resolutions proceeded from a number of common guidelines and that we have thus reached complete unanimity on all major issues. Point 4. On July 25, the Eastern Commission, following intense day-long deliberations, endorsed Lenin's preliminary draft, with insignificant changes, and Roy's supplementary theses with some corrections of principle. On July 28, a plenary session of the Second Congress decided, just as the Commission recommended, to pass the two said resolutions on the national and colonial question under discussion. Some believe that there is no essential difference between the original resolution and the supplementary theses. The common argument produced in an effort to prove this point, is that of David Wijnkoop of the Communist Party of the Netherlands, who stated that the theses had been made to square with one another completely in the process of discussion, and also the opening part of a statement by the Secretary of the Eastern Commission of the Second Congress, Mering, who stated that he found no distinction between the theses of Comrade Roy and those of Comrade Lenin. They are alike in essence. Point 1. But that prompts some queries. If the two documents were alike in essence, why did they have to be adopted separately? Wasn't one enough? Or wasn't it possible to unite the preliminary draft, and the supplementary the SES within a single resolution? Perhaps, one should presume that the political course outlined in the supplementary theses was somewhat different from that of the first resolution of the Congress drafted by Lenin. What seems to militate against such a supposition is Lenin's above-mentioned statement of July 26 to the effect that the Commission reached complete unanimity on all major issues. But, while noting the Commission's unanimity on all major issues, Lenin did not claim that there was no difference at all, let alone essential, between the first and second theses. One may even surmise that Lenin proceeded from the assumption that there was such a difference and that it could not have been otherwise. For it was, evidently, not for nothing that he should have expressly pointed out that the supplementary theses had been framed chiefly from the standpoint of the situation in India and other big Asian countries oppressed by Britain. 2. It is also important to draw attention to the second part of Mering's statement, which followed his argument that there was no distinction between the two documents. The difficulty, Mering said, lies only in finding the precise formula for the relationship between the revolutionary nationalistic and socialist movements in the backward countries and colonies. This difficulty does not exist in reality. In actual practice we find it necessary to work together with the revolutionary nationalist elements. 5,1 So where was, then, that difficulty or lack of clarity regarding the major issue of the revolutionary work of communists in the East? There is no such difficulty, nor any lack of clarity in Lenin's resolution of the Congress. It considered the conditions for the cooperation of communists with national revolutionary forces in various aspects, at least in 4 places, and proclaimed 4 times that there must be direct aid from all communist parties to the revolutionary movements, independent or unequal nations, and in colonies, that all communist parties must give active support to the revolutionary movements of liberation, that it is the duty of the Communist International to support the revolutionary movement, and that the Comintern must establish temporary relations and even unions with the bourgeois democracy of colonies and backward countries. 1-2 Perhaps, there was still some lack of clarity in the supplementary theses. A careful examination of the document will show that this is not a baseless presumption. Although the system of leftist revolutionary and voluntaristic views had been essentially deleted from the supplementary theses, they still retained some points which reflected some of Roy's left ideas, if not so clearly and not so definitely as in the original version. It must have been this circumstance that permitted Roy to declare at the Congress on July 26 that he had accepted only some of the corrections of the Commission to his theses. However, this peculiarity of Roy's theses had been noticed quite a long time ago. So, yet, S. Varga, delegate to the Second Congress of the Comintern, in 1964 described the supplementary theses as more radical in his opinion, accepted, because the major object of the debate and the resolution was to convince the representatives of the communist parties of imperialist countries, that they must support the anti-imperialist movement in the Colorado. Nice. 1 Even though, those movements were led by the national bourgeoisie. 2 S.G. Sardesai, a member of the Central Secretariat of the National Council of the Communist Party of India, in 1967 pointed out the unscientific and voluntaristic character of some of the points of the supplementary theses. Lai wrote that Lenin had an amazingly correct grasp of the realities of the colonial liberation movement. While Roy, with his professed intimate knowledge of the subject, lived in a world of fantasy, the romantic creation of his own mind. 3 As stated earlier on, Roy proceeded in his theorizing from the assumption that India, China, Indonesia and even Egypt were capitalist countries, if backward. Lai sought to justify that argument in his pre-Congress articles and found it necessary to repeat it at the plenary session of the Congress on July 26, already after his theses had been modified by Lenin and by the Commission. During the war and immediately after it, great changes have taken place in India, Roy said. While formerly English capitalism had always hindered the development of Indian industry, of late it has changed that policy. The growth of industry in British India has gone on at such a pace as can hardly be imagined here in Europe. Taking into consideration that during recent times the industrial proletariat of British India has increased by 15% and that the capital investment in British Indian industry has risen 200%, one gets an idea of the rapid development of the capitalist system in British India. The same applies to Egypt, the Dutch Indies, and China. For however, Roy's contention about the predominant capitalist system in India did not correspond to the actual state of tilings any more than his argument that British imperialism had contributed to Indian industrial growth in post-war years. This argument, incidentally, betrayed Roy's incipient advance towards the theory of decolonization as it came to be known later on. The real state of things was that India remained an agrarian and peasant country with a colonial and feudal system dominating the countryside. Over 80% of her population lived in the countryside. There were deep-rooted feudal leftovers in Indian villages, kept up by British imperialism in every way, in spite of the emergence and growth of capitalist elements. As to India's industrial development, although it was at a higher level than in other colonial countries, and had surged up especially during the years of the World War I, the proportion of factory-based production in the national economy still was as low as 10 to 15%. By a variety of means, English imperialism was holding up the independent industrial development of India and was at pains to impede the growth of her heavy industry. Some major sectors of industrial production were in the hands of British capital, and national industry depended on it completely. The national bourgeoisie, economically dependent and barred from political power, had sharp differences with British imperialism and headed the national liberation movement in the country. As a result of the work done by the Congress Commission and by Lenin, Roy's document no longer contained any direct reference to the dominance of a capitalist system in India or similar countries. 1 Nevertheless, the theses largely proceeded from this particular contention, although one of them declared that backward countries apparently, excluding India, which Roy considered to be a capitalist country closer to Europe than to Asia m.p. one could achieve communism, bypassing the capitalist phase. The seventh thesis said, for instance, that in the dependent countries of the East and, consequently, in India above all, there are he found, two distinct movements which every day grow farther apart from each other. One is the bourgeois democratic nationalist movement with a program of political independence under the bourgeois order, and the other is the mass action of the poor and ignorant peasants and workers for their liberation from all sorts of exploitation. The former endeavors to control the latter, and often succeeds to a certain extent. 1 italics added MP \. Sardesai, criticizing this contention, writes, where, in India of 1920, were there two such distinct movements? They may have existed in Roy's dreams, but dream is not reality. 2-3 ***. As much was said by Jihad Hilkari, who criticized Roy for separating a united movement into two opposing parts, contractopposing the spontaneously developing workers' and peasants' economic struggles to the general national liberation movement. 8 As already stated, there was an all-embracing national liberation movement gaining ground in India, with sporadic action by workers and peasants as one of its elements. Yet it was quite obvious that neither the workers, still less the peasants, were fighting to liberate themselves from all exploitation. They did not do so for the simple reason that there was no communist party in India in those days which alone could have set them such a task under certain circumstances. Now, all the workers and peasants wanted to achieve through their action was an improvement of their economic condition within the framework of the existing system of exploitation. That struggle fit in perfectly with the national liberation movement, as it was directed most often either against foreign colonialists or against their agents. Even the strikes of workers at the enterprises of the national bourgeoisie had anti-imperialist overtones in the long run, as they compelled the local bourgeoisie to take an active part in the national liberation movement. Lenin made some essential deletions in Roy's seventh thesis, which went far towards moderating its original left tone. He crossed out his contention that the bourgeois democratic national movement enjoyed no support of the masses and that there was a mass mistrust of bourgeois political leaders. 1 At the points of deletions made by Lenin in another, composite copy of the supplementary theses, the secretary of the Commission of the Second Congress, Henrik Mering, made handwritten inserts about the existence of a bourgeois order in India and about Indian workers being already in battle for their full social liberation. The inserts did not make at all for the leftist propositions they replaced, but, nevertheless, somewhat intensified the leftism of the phrase Lenin left to stand. The words added by Mering are italicized. There seems to be no reason to believe the inserts were written by Mering on a special instruction from, and with the participation of V.I. Lenin too, since the supplementary theses had been adopted, wholly and entirely, on an instruction from, and with the participation of V.I. Lenin, if one could put it that way. Should Lenin, while editing the supplementary theses, have chosen to write a few new words or phrases, he would have done that without anybody's assistance. It is far more likely that, once thoroughly corrected by Lenin, the theses were naturally referred to the secretary of the commission to take down all the corrections accepted. The secretary apparently found it possible to make certain concessions to the author of the supplementary theses and accept the inserts which had probably been suggested by Roy himself. In any case, the inserted words were most consistent with Roy's ideas about the high level of the social movement of Indian workers and peasants and about a bourgeois order of society already prevailing in India at the time. The left Indian communists' nihilistic attitude to the national movement in their own country ought, it would seem, to have made them totally immune to nationalism. Yet, it was just the other way round in actual fact. Nationalism clothed in ultra-revolutionary trappings was still one of the essential elements of their outlook. Rostislav Ulyanovsky, having discovered that contradiction, pointed out with good reason in 1967 that for the left, who sometimes called themselves communists, to have denied the revolutionary significance of the democratic national liberation movements squared, as a rule, with their narrow-minded nationalism. 1 In the Congress Commission, Roy said that the destiny of the revolutionary movement in Europe turns entirely on the progress of the revolution in the Orient. Without a triumph of the revolution in Oriental countries, the communist movement in the West might be reduced to naught. To support this inference, he argued that world capitalism is deriving its main resources and its dividends from colonies, mostly in Asia. For that reason, it is necessary to shift the thrust into promoting and arousing the revolutionary movement in the Orient and to base it on the idea that the destiny of world communism depends on the triumph of communism in the Orient. 2. This point of view was widespread among the early communists not only of India, but of other Asian countries as well. 3. Even in his speech at the plenary session of the Congress on July 26, Roy sought to prove that to bring down European imperialism, it would be enough to have it expel lead from the colonies, even without waiting for a socialist revolution to win out in Oriental countries. Naturally, Roy maintained, a revolution started by the masses, the peoples of Oriental countries MPJ in that stage will not be a communist revolution, for revolutionary nationalism will be in the foreground. But at any rate, this revolutionary nationalism is going to lead to the downfall of European imperialism, which would be of enormous significance for the European proletariat. 4. To sum up, Roy went out of his way to prove at the meetings of the Commission on the National and Colonial Questions and at the plenary sessions of the Congress that the proletariat of Europe, which had battled for decades behind the banner of socialism, could not hope for a victory until the Orient had won its political freedom. Only after the fall of the colonies, that is, after the abolition of the colonial system, could the proletariat of the West count on the successful conclusion of its revolutionary struggle. That one-sided theory bordering on peculiar Oriental fatalism produced an utterly wrong orientation divorced from the realities of life. Objectively, Roy's concept implied not the consolidation of the unity of all anti-imperialist forces of the West and the East, not rallying them around Soviet Russia, but, virtually, disuniting these forces and, consequently, weakening them and condemning them to defeat. Lenin patiently and tactfully explained to Roy and other left communists in the Congress Commission that their stand was mistaken, and said that Comrade Roy goes too far, and his views are largely unfounded. 1. That erroneous point of Roy's was deleted, as stated earlier on. It was replaced by the statement that world capitalism could be overthrown by two revolutions at once, the National Liberation Revolution in the colonies and the proletarian one in metropolitan countries. Nevertheless, some of the starting points of Roy's original idea were left to stand. For instance, the closing part of the second thesis ran as follows: without the control of the extensive markets and vast field of exploitation in the colonies, the capitalist powers of Europe cannot maintain their existence even for a short time, and further on, if not for the extensive colonial possessions, the capitalistic structure of England would have crushed under its own weight long ago. This point is borne out by the opening lines of the third thesis: super profit gained in the colonies is the mainstay of modern capitalism. 2. So, having said at the beginning of the second thesis that the colonies were one of the major sources European capitalism is drawing its main strength from, Roy went on to make it quite clear at the end of the same thesis, and at the beginning of the third one, that the colonies and dependencies were the main source of subsistence and power of European capitalism, and no sooner was it withdrawn than imperialism would collapse under its own weight. The supplementary theses were cleared of Roy's original contention that the communists should not support the bourgeois democratic movements in the Orient, but not of the arguments behind this contention. The ninth thesis reads: the revolution in the colonies is not going to be a communist revolution in its first stages. But if from the outset, the leadership is in the hands of a communist vanguard, the revolutionary masses will not be led astray, but may go ahead through the successful periods of development of revolutionary experience. 1. What could this contention mean? 4. Indeed, the national bourgeoisie had been at the head of the national liberation movement for years, as far as India was concerned. Now, speaking of communists, there were almost none of them in most of the Oriental countries, or very few of them, as in India. So, how were the early communists of the Orient, the Indian ones among them, to act? To follow this thesis, they were to start not by supporting the national revolutionary forces but by ousting them to take leading positions in the revolutionary struggle. That is to say that, instead of uniting all anti-imperialist forces, they were to start fighting among themselves, and that was to be a struggle in circumstances unfavorable for the communists. That this was precisely what Roy had in view can be seen from his pre-Congress article, in which he argued that once a proletarian communist party was created, it would immediately begin to fight systematically against the policy of bourgeois nationalism and lead the mass of the people forward on their way to social and economic liberation. Point 2. S.G. Sardesai angrily commented on the substance of the ninth thesis: how on earth was a communist party in a subject country to secure the leadership of its freedom movement from the outset? A task which called for immense labor and patience, even given a correct policy and tactics, was for Roy something to be achieved in the twinkling of an eye. 3. The wording that was left to stand in the sixth thesis also causes some doubt regarding the same issue of cooperation with the national bourgeoisie. It says that since foreign domination has obstructed the free development of the social forces of the Orient and, consequently, was holding back the revolutionary development of the proletariat, so to help overthrow the foreign rule in the Colorado Nice is not to endorse the nationalist aspirations of the native bourgeoisie, but only to open the way to the smothered proletariat there. 1. Apparently, it is this position of Lenin's that can be held to explain why the supplementary theses retained some points that diverged from the main resolution of the Congress on the national and colonial questions. The debate on the national and colonial questions at the Second Congress of the Comintern has been extensively covered by many bourgeois authors. And it is indicative that all of them saw nobody but Roy among Lenin's left opponents. What escaped their notice was the main thing, to wit, all Roy did was to express the left revolutionary views which were widespread among the budding Oriental communists at the time. And the theses he had submitted acquired a social value just because they reflected what were still immature from the Marxist standpoint ideological and political views of the incipient communist movement in Asian countries. Therefore, they had to be worked on, and were worth being discussed and updated. Bourgeois historiography, while ignoring this important aspect of the matter, has been concentrating all attention on Roy's personality, inordinately extolling him and claiming him to have played just about the decisive role in the original formulation of the Comintern's Oriental policy. The Indian scholar, Dr. Nayuk, has attempted to prove, for example, that among the leaders of the Communist International only Roy was developing an analysis of the different stages of development of the various colonies and the necessity of adopting suitable tactics for them. 1-2 John Patrick Hayth-Cox maintains that Roy played a highly significant role in the formulation of Comintern policy on the national and colonial questions, and that precisely as a result of Roy's criticism, Lenin's theses on the national and colonial questions were modified. 3-4 Overstreet and Windmiller argue that Roy acquired considerable prestige as the man who had forced the great Lenin to make concessions. 4 But these and similar assessments represent almost word-for-word repetition of the complacent pronouncements of Roy himself, who wrote, in particular, Lenin created a sensation by declaring that prolonged discussion with me had made him doubtful about his own theses. 1 In reality, nothing of the kind ever happened. Lenin, far from being doubtful about his own theses, found all the points of his preliminary draft to be correct. None of the positions of principle in Lenin's document was either disproved or even called in question. What the general discussion did show was the expediency of producing a somewhat more precise definition of the formula about supporting the bourgeois democratic movement in backward countries. Roy pressed for that important point to be deleted, but it was reaffirmed and only a little specified. Lenin's theses, which had become the resolution of the Second Congress, now pointed out that it was necessary to support the national revolutionary forces, that is, the bourgeois democratic movements that were revolutionary indeed. There was nothing new in point of principle in that new formula. As early as 1916, Lenin demanded that socialists must also render determined support not to the national bourgeoisie of the East in general but precisely to the more revolutionary elements in the bourgeois democratic movements for national liberation. 2 Besides, a definition of the revolutionism of the national liberation movements was given in the 5th paragraph of Lenin's 11th thesis and was left unchanged in the resolution adopted by the Second Congress of the Comintern. As to the second and last of the more or less essential changes made in Lenin's preliminary draft, it was virtually aimed at toning down one of Roy's left sectarian precepts which had survived to a certain extent in the supplementary theses. Roy wanted aid to the national liberation movement cancelled or at least restricted. So, the eighth paragraph of the supplementary theses, as was shown earlier on, made it incumbent upon the Comintern and Western Communists to render that aid only through the local Communist parties. Lenin's theses, which became the first resolution of the Second Congress on the national and colonial questions, contain the principle of providing direct assistance for the national liberation movement by all the communist parties of capitalist countries, and a new proposition limiting the role of local communist parties in lending assistance to discussing its form. Consequently, it was Roy's theses that were, indeed, amended fundamentally, if not completely. Even though certain changes were made in Lenin's preliminary draft, only two of them can be considered to be more or less essential in point of clarification which, however, only emphasized Lenin's guidelines. As to Lenin's and the Comintern's concessions Bourgeois writers are so fond of talking about, these concessions were made, indeed, only not to Roy but to those budding communist elements of the East who were on their way to Marxism. The Second Congress of the Comintern played a tremendous part in the development of the communist movement in the East, in defining its strategy and tactics, and in indicating the sure ways to follow to achieve the unity of all anti-imperialist forces. Lenin and the Second Congress of the Comintern urged Oriental Communists to create a united anti-imperialist front and to support the national liberation movement and cooperate with the national revolutionary parties. Asterisk. Non-Marxist historians are quite unanimous in the view that the policy of cooperation with the bourgeois democratic national revolutionary forces of the East was enunciated only at the Second Congress of the Comintern and began to be pursued still later, and that the adoption of that policy was due to the loss of hope for an early victory of socialist revolutions in Western Europe. For instance, Professor Itarish Kapur of the Graduate Institute of International Studies in Geneva maintains that the Comintern and the Bolsheviks turned to Asia only in mid-1920 when they had discovered that it was impossible for the Western proletariat to win an immediate victory. It was now necessary for the Bolsheviks, he goes on to say, to draw the Asian masses into an alliance with the workers and peasants of 158. Russia, to revive their flagging spirits. The same idea has been expressed by Demetrio Borzner. He believes that the new tactics of aiding bourgeois nationalist movements directed against the Western colonialist powers too only emerged at the Second Congress of the Comintern III but began to be applied after the First Congress of the Peoples of the East in September 1920. Like other authors, he believes that only after the end of the Baku Congress, and after the Red Army's retreat from Warsaw did the Comintern begin to turn to the East in a national revolutionary spirit, proposing collaboration with bourgeois nationalists. Borzner goes on to formulate his idea with still more accuracy: the new Comintern policy based on the failure of the immediate proletarian revolution in the West, consists in supporting all Eastern governments and political movements which showed a tendency to fight for the complete independence of their countries from Western influence. For none of the assumptions made can be accepted. What is utterly unfounded, first of all, is speculation about the supposedly flagging spirits of the Bolsheviks and the delay of the proletarian revolution in the West as accounting for the turn the Communists made towards supporting the national liberation movements of Asia. In his report on the current situation at the Second Congress of Communist Organizations of the Peoples of the East on November 22, 1919, Lenin said, in particular, that the social revolution is maturing in Western Europe by leaps and bounds. Nevertheless, in the same address, Lenin urged the Communists to base yourselves on the bourgeois nationalism which is awakening among Oriental peoples and must awaken, among those peoples, and which has its historical justification. He reaffirmed the correctness of the point of the RCP program which said that the coming world socialist revolution would consist of merging the struggle of the proletariat of all advanced nations against their own bourgeoisie with the national wars of colonial and dependent countries against international imperialism. In 1920, the international proletariat was passing from the tactics of a head-on attack against capitalism to trench warfare against it. Lenin reviewed the new situation in his theses on the fundamental tasks of the Second Congress of the Communist International. The Communist Party's current task consists not in accelerating the revolution, but in intensifying the preparation of the proletariat. 2. Nevertheless, not even at that time did the Bolsheviks rule out altogether the possibility of an early victory of the working class in some capitalist countries, which Lenin referred to in the same theses. In the meantime, the domestic situation of Soviet Russia was being consolidated. The Civil War was drawing to its victorious conclusion, and it was precisely in 1920 that Lenin declared that it is with far greater assurance and determination that we can now set about a task that is dear to us, an essential task, one that has long been attracting us, that of economic development. 3. Yet in spite of that obvious consolidation of the Soviet system of government and the hope that still remained for a victory of the Western proletariat, Lenin repeated in brief, in June 1920, the formula that determined the Bolsheviks' attitude to the national liberation movement in Oriental countries, which he had presented in detail back in early 1916. In the outline of his theses on the national and the colonial questions, Lenin once more pointed out that it was not enough just to recognize the right of colonies and subject nations to sex Zion. What was necessary, he emphasized, was effective aid to the revolutionary struggle and uprisings in the Colorado Knees. For so the Oriental policies of the Bolsheviks and the Comintern were governed by the principles of Marxism-Leninism, not by the time-serving considerations of the political struggle of the West European proletariat, although, naturally, the gains or setbacks of the international working class did essentially influence the development of the national liberation movement of Asian peoples. To motivate his argument about the New Deal of the Bolsheviks and the Comintern, Borsner pointed out that the RSFSR had signed all the first treaties establishing diplomatic and friendly relations with Oriental countries as late as 1921. The author makes the reader think that was the fault of the Soviet government, since it had refused to support the moderately nationalist movements until the very end of 1920. 1. But this line of reasoning holds no water either. Starting from October 1917, the Soviet government worked hard to establish friendly and diplomatic relations with the peoples and governments of Oriental countries. That was a hard battle, indeed, for it meant having to overcome not only the resistance of reactionary forces of the Oriental countries themselves but the outright opposition from the imperialist powers. Besides, the territory of all Eastern countries contiguous to Russia was used by imperialists as jumping-off ground for anti-Soviet armed intervention, while Turkey and China were even directly involved in it. It is clear that under such circumstances Soviet Russia signed those treaties with Eastern countries within amazingly short time limits, which was due, above all, to the persistent and invariable Bolshevik policy of supporting the national forces of oppressed Asia, as well as to the mounting liberation struggle waged by those forces. In a further succession of arguments designed to justify his allegation of the new Bolshevik and Comintern line of supporting the national movements, Borsner undertook a comparative study of the decisions of the First, Second, and Third Congresses of the Comintern on the Eastern question. He draws the conclusion that the First Congress was dominated by the Western tendency proceeding from the need for the European proletariat to win first and then help carry out the subsequent liberation of Oriental countries and set them on the road to socialism, skipping capitalism. To take Borsner's argument at its face value, one would have to believe that the Comintern unequivocally denied the possibility of, and the need for, cooperation with the national bourgeois democratic forces of the East. In his opinion, instead of the Western tendency which showed itself fully at the First Congress and partly at the Second Congress, and which claimed that the proletariat of the West would revolutionize the East, the EEC, now stated the opposite: the nationalists of the East would revolutionize the West. 1. A letter sent by the ECCI to all member and prospective member parties indicated, as Borsner said, the new line that revolution will be impossible in the West unless it breaks out in the East. 2. Was that really so? A scrutiny of the documents of the First, Second, and Third Congresses on the national and colonial questions will show the invariable basic priorities of the Comintern's Oriental policy in those years. The First Congress of the Comintern, although it proceeded, for quite valid reasons, from the possibility of a very early victory of the West European proletariat, laid it down in no uncertain terms in its political platform, adopted on March 4, 1919, that it will support the exploited peoples of the colonies in their struggle against imperialism for the Indian Revolution. 2. To judge by a report of Indian communists on the work they had done in Turkestan and by some other material, the General Plan posed three major tasks. First, the convocation of an All-India Congress of Revolutionaries and the establishment of an All-India Revolutionary Centre capable of preparing and holding, in particular, this Congress. Second, the immediate formation of a Communist Party of India and, third, the immediate launching of the military and political training of revolutionary forces. Some of the measures outlined under that plan began to be carried out in Moscow, where the Indian Communists stayed until about mid-September, and continued in Tashkent where they had moved from the Soviet capital on October 1920.1. Chapter 3. Ideological and Political Battles among Indian revolutionary émigrés in the Soviet Republic. The first Indian communist group formed by calling, in their general plan, for the convocation of an All-India Revolutionary Congress and the formation of a National Revolutionary Centre. Roy and his group must have sought to demonstrate their commitment to the decisions of the Second Congress of the Comintern regarding a united front of all anti-imperialist forces. The same object was behind Roy's rather frequent declarations about the aspiration of Indian communists for bringing together the multifarious elements of Indian society in the name of their country's liberation. In his statement on communism made before a general meeting of Indian immigrants in Tashkent late in October 1920, Roy declared, "The Indian Revolution, as far as the overthrow of British rule is concerned, has to be done by a heterogeneous body. We want also to overthrow British rule. For this purpose, we must work in conjunction with all the revolutionary elements of India. As far as the overthrow of British rule we all agree, and let us advance hand in hand." In reality, however, Roy did not give up his left sectarian views even after the Second Congress of the Comintern, and went on, in particular, to hold a negative stand on cooperation with the national bourgeoisie and various national revolutionary organizations and parties. That was consequent upon his earlier theory of a direct socialist revolution, which he tried hard to develop and justify. Contrary to the decisions of the Second Congress of the Comintern, and evident from his activities in the Indian immigrant community of Tashkent. A letter of August 9, 1920, from the Indian delegates of the Second Congress of the Comintern to the British Communists said, "We Communists must believe that a social revolution, and not only a bourgeois one, is just as possible for India as for any other country." In September, Roy wrote his article The Social Revolution in India, one while he was still in Moscow, in all probability, in which he sought to prove that India was on the point of making a proletarian revolution. He maintained that India was a capitalist country, properly speaking, because her feudalism has been destroyed by English imperialism which has brought the working masses into submission to the bourgeoisie. Roy arrived at the conclusion that it was not only in the Indian cities but in the countryside as well that the national bourgeoisie held its sway, and, therefore the mass discontent is directed against most intensive capitalist plunder. Strongly impressed as he was by the sweeping popular uprisings in India in 1920, and, more particularly, by the strike struggles of the Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta proletariat, and peasant rebellions, Roy argued that in spite of India's backwardness in the sense of her capitalist development, the proletarian revolution has, as a matter of fact, already got underway there. Overstating the independence of the working class and the class consciousness of the Indian proletariat, Roy gave a one-sided interpretation of the sum and substance of the united front of anti-imperialist forces. He saw it as nothing but a means by which the communists had to centralize India's entire revolutionary movement of liberation, quickly take over the leadership of that movement and steer it towards a socialist revolution. The measures under the general plan were to meet Roy's objective for a swift communist takeover in the Indian revolutionary movement. a provisional Indian Revolutionary Committee established. One function in the execution of the general plan was to convoke as soon as possible an All-India Revolutionary Congress composed of delegates from all existing revolutionary parties, factions, and elements within India. Moreover, the Congress was to produce a centralist program and plan of work and an All-India Revolutionary Party, and elect from its midst an All-India Central Revolutionary Committee to bring off the job forces and, thereby, ensuring the success of the Indian Revolution. In the opinion of Roy and his group, such a Congress was to be an unprecedented development in the Indian people's struggle for liberation and one of tremendous historic significance. It might seem at first glance that the measures thus outlined reflected the actual need to create a united front of India's anti-imperialist forces and, consequently, were directed towards the implementation of the basic decisions of the Second Congress of the Comintern on the national and colonial questions. But one could not think so if one considered the actual realities of colonial India, where the liberation movement had been developing for years under the leadership of the bourgeois nationalist Indian National Congress Party, whose well-known leaders, above all, Mahatma Gandhi, were by no means disposed to let Roy's communist group take over the leadership of the liberation movement. Yet it was just that Roy had counted on, in the belief that he could eliminate the bourgeois leadership of the masses easily and simply by calling a revolutionary congress, virtually abolishing the Indian National Congress Party and steering the revolution towards a socialist perspective. Properly speaking, the Roy group made no secret of their intentions, after all. The Indian Communists' letter of August 9 to the Communists of England, which had already been mentioned, contained some unrealistic proposals side by side with a sensible and reasonable plan for cooperation to develop the revolutionary movement in India. The British Communist Party was recommended to send a delegation of communist organizers and Indian agitators to India to take the leadership of the masses away from the nationalist politicians and passive resistors and organize the Indian workers on class lines for political freedom and economic and social emancipation. Cannot ameliorate the conditions of the masses. Abdur Rab Bark believed that even if it had been possible to conduct the propaganda of communism among the masses, it could still not have been accepted by the people in large measure. He produced quite a few arguments trying to prove this point. First, it would have been impossible anyway to convince the masses of the justice of communistic ideals, since the proletariat of India was steeped in darkest ignorance and in grossest superstition. They would not follow a person with a material program rejecting religion, morality, and castes, preaching equality of the pariah with the Brahmin. Second, communistic agenda will have served the English by throwing into their arms the ruling chiefs, big landlords, local bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, and all those who shall be the losers by the social revolution. In Abdur Rab Bark's opinion, it was nationalist propaganda alone that had reason for existence in India at the time. As we see, Abdur Rab Bark could not be regarded either as a partisan of communism or as a man who had a good knowledge and understanding of Marxism-Leninism. Nor did he pretend to be anything of the kind. In the same letter, Abdur Rab Bark only asserted that the association had pronounced socialist tendencies which, however, would take long in showing up. Yet his judgments did contain quite a few sensible inferences that reflected the actual state of affairs in India, which the communists had to reckon with. 181. That is to say that M. N. Roy advocated an immediate socialist revolution in India, while Abdur Rab Bark claimed that there could be nothing but a nationalist revolution. Roy maintained that the level of the class consciousness of the working class movement in India was very high, and, therefore, a proletarian revolution could be said to have actually got underway in India. Supporting M. N. Roy, A. Mukherjee wrote in his letter to G. Safarov, although religion in India dominates the minds of the workers and peasant masses, it was, nevertheless, enough to remove the artificially inculcated religious prejudice for them to side with the communists. By contrast, Abdur Rab Bark declared with good reason that the Indian proletariat was numerically small, and that it had not yet separated itself from the peasantry and was split into a multitude of castes and creeds, and that it was only caste not class conscious so far. Roy sought to prove that the only propaganda that was possible and necessary in India was of a socialist kind, and that nationalist patriotic propaganda would not be understood by the people, since the Indian movement looked more like that of European, rather than Asian countries by its economic, political, and social conditions. The peoples of India can be united only on economic ground. Pure nationalist propaganda will not succeed. One Abdur Rabbark challenged that point and considered that the only propaganda that the Indian people could understand had to have a purely national, anti-English character, since the Indian proletariat desires no social revolution, but will accept the revolution that the bourgeoisie may force on it. M. N. Roy and M. Mukherjee ruled out the possibility of cooperation with the national bourgeoisie, since, in point of fact, they called for its party, the Indian National Congress, to be abolished. Mukherjee maintained in his letter of April 27, 1921 to Safarab that instead of the Congress, it was necessary to create a new central revolutionary nationalist party. Abdur Rabbark argued, in his turn, that the present situation in India demands an unbroken and united front against English government, and that nothing should be done which could destroy the present political unity against the common enemy. 1 M. N. Roy, in point of fact, ruled out cooperation even with petty bourgeois nationalist revolutionaries and called for them to submit to communist leadership. Abdur Rabbark advocated the political and organizational independence and full rights of the Indian Revolutionary Association. Only on one issue did M. N. Roy and Abdur Rabbark hold similar views. As Lenin put it, speaking about Roy, both of them had gone too far in overplaying the role of India and of the Orient in general in the world socialist revolution, and most definitely showed their nationalist egoism. In a letter of August 9, 1920 to the British Communists, M. N. Roy pointed out that the revolution in England. Lenin saw what a hard job it was for the early Eastern Communists to create communist parties. At a meeting of the Second Congress Commission, Lenin pointed out, the Indian Communists have not yet succeeded in creating a communist party in their country, too, and even if they eventually succeeded in forming one, it would, of necessity, be a small party with limited opportunities for an indefinite period of time. 3 Unable to disprove Lenin's arguments at the Congress of the Communist International, Roy attempted to oppose them in actual practice by speeding up the organization of the Indian Communist Party. The idea that he could create a communist party quickly must have occurred to him before the Second Congress of the Comintern. In any case, in his pre-Congress article, Roy put forward two propositions. First, a top priority for India was to create a strong, well-disciplined, centralist and genuinely revolutionary communist party, and, second, that the number of workers in India for such a party to be organized was great enough. 4 At a meeting of the Commission on the National and Colonial Questions, Roy assured everybody that in India already there exist elements for the creation of a strong communist party. 6 As subsequent events have shown, it seemed to Roy at the time that the existence of a group of Indians who had declared themselves communists was quite enough for the Indian Communist Party to be considered as existing in fact. His National Naste, which printed on July 25, 1920 the Manifesto of the Revolutionary Party of India, signed by Roy, had a footnote saying that the document had been brought to the editorial office by a member of the Communist Party of India, Comrade Roy. The same issue carried a poorly argued article by G. Torchinsky, staff writer, The Revolution in India and Its Conditions, asserting, "We know absolutely nothing at present about either the material or intellectual forces of the Communist Party of India, but the very fact of its existence can by no means be ignored since the natural base for a Communist Party in India is too broad." As stated earlier on, the Indian delegates wrote a letter to the British Communists and, separately, to the Secretary of the British Communist Party on August 9, only 2 days after the Second Congress of the Comintern was over. After congratulating the working people of Great Britain upon the creation of their national proletarian party, they stressed that it was necessary to form a communist party in India quickly and expressed the hope that they would soon be able to report its creation. Under Roy's pressure, Indian communists were over hasty in dealing with the matter. For instance, The first Congress of the Communist Party of China had been preceded by a substantial amount of work done over 2 or 3 years to form communist groups of Chinese workmen in Russia and in a number of cities of China proper, particularly among intellectuals. Besides, there was an All-China Preparatory Conference of Communists in March 1921, that is, in advance of the Congress. The communist movement among the Iranian seasonal workers in Russia and among limited groups of revolutionary intellectuals in Iran proper had taken at least 4 years to develop before the first Congress of the Iranian Communist Party became possible. Almost 2.5 years had passed from the origin of a communist movement among the Turkish POWs in Soviet Russia to the first Congress of the Turkish Communist Party in Baku in September 1920. That went on parallel with communist work developing in Turkey itself, which, as a matter of fact, made it possible to convene the Congress at all. 191. The first Congresses of the Chinese, Iranian, and Turkish communists were attended by 12, 48 and 24 delegates respectively, representing the communist movement of their countries. The first Indian communists acted differently at the beginning in Soviet Russia. They wanted to begin from the end by proclaiming the Communist Party to be in existence, without first setting up communist groups in India proper and without doing sustained propaganda among a small number of Indians who had assembled in Soviet Turkestan, and even without concerting their action with Marxism-bound Indian revolutionaries in other countries. However, the group of Indian communists itself was divided on the issue of forming a party at once. Roy was in a hurry, and shortly after the Second Congress of the Comintern he was prepared to declare the formation of the Communist Party of India. In a letter of September 1, 1921 to the ECCI he announced that the organization of the Communist Party of India began in September, exactly a year ago, that is, back in Moscow. As I have shown earlier on, its origin may, in fact, well be dated from August 1920, too. Roy did not want to consider the fact that only 4 budding Indian communists, or 5, if you count his American wife Evelyn Trent Roy, had gathered there at the time, and they did not achieve, nor could they have achieved as yet, a full ideological unity and a necessary level of understanding of Marxist theory. Prativedi Acharya held a different view which looked convincing as he stated it. On January 30, 1921 he wrote to the ECCI, "When Comrade Roy proposed setting up an Indian Communist Party, I declared clearly and openly that it would be better not to have a party so named at all than to have one composed of different sorts of people calling themselves communists. If a good and disciplined organization realizing what communism must be like and really anxious to achieve it was impossible." 2 other members of the Indian group probably supported Roy and his work of organizing. The Communist Party went on, although the closing act of forming it was, they decided, to be staged in Tashkent, where many could be expected to want to join the communists. Roy's group is known to have arrived in Tashkent on October 1, 1920. The actual situation in the Indian immigrant community in Turkestan did not look as rosy as Roy and some other members of his group had pictured it to themselves while in Moscow. It became clear very soon that the creation of the Communist Party, a sufficiently complex problem by itself, was even more complex in that particular case. Émigré communists found themselves among young nationalist revolutionaries, mostly, involved in the Caliphate movement. There was practically no working class element among them, yet those who came from land-owning peasants' families and the urban petty bourgeoisie predominated. Most of them were just beginning to be involved in political activities, which did not go beyond patriotic nationalism and belligerent Islamism. Incidentally, Roy, greatly disappointed as he was by Tashkent realities, did not even want to acknowledge their anti-imperialist role. In an official Revolutionary Committee report of January 1921, about the work done in the course of 3 months, he wrote, "These Caliphate pilgrims from India are all of them lacking in even the most elementary political consciousness, having no nationalistic or revolutionary sentiments whatsoever, and declaring openly that they came to fight for Islam, not for India." That was a rather subjective and, obviously, unfair assessment which characterized Roy himself, his limited outlook and Inability to form an alliance with nationalist revolutionaries, rather than the people he wrote about. In this particular case he showed quite clearly how easy it was for him to go to extremes, which was generally typical of the left communists because it was not so much a scientific analysis of social economic conditions as their own self-will that governed their theorizing. Roy and his group started doing propaganda among the Indians. Its main object was to convince the immigrants that a nationalist revolution would be no revolution, properly speaking, because it would not free the working people from the local exploiters who were no better than the English. In his memoirs, Roy described the way he did propaganda. I had not spoken to them at all about communism. I only told them that driving British out of India would be no revolution, if it was succeeded by replacing foreign exploiters by native ones. I had to explain the social significance of a revolution, that, to he worthwhile, a revolution, would have to be a communist revolution. 1. Of course the native exploiters were no better than the English, nobody would quarrel with that. But was it possible to get them out of the way to advance to socialism without getting foreign exploiters out of the way? Could the Indian working people, considering the level of their understanding, the degree of their political organization, the extent of perception of their class status and of their role, resolve at once two basically different problems, appropriate to two different stages of the revolution? Did the realities of India at the time offer an opportunity of linking up these two stages of the revolution, that is to say, was it likely for India in 1920 to have a socialist revolution that would also have resolved the problems of a bourgeois democratic revolution, as had been the case in Russia, or a bourgeois democratic revolution rapidly developing into a socialist one? There was no opportunity of this kind in India. Therefore, the whole scheme Roy and his followers had thought up was impracticable. The propaganda that was done with a view to creating a communist organization, natural and indispensable though it was by itself, struck, in that particular case, at the political aspirations of national revolutionaries, discredited and affronted their ideals, which was quite inadmissible. Only a minority of politically advanced émigrés could stomach Roy's propaganda. Most of them, however, were simply discouraged by it. And well they could, because they were told, as a matter of fact, that the cause they were fighting for and were ready to uphold, arms in hand, the cause for the sake of which they had condemned themselves to privation by having embarked on such hard work, was senseless or, in any case, unnecessary for the majority of the Indian people. What made Roy's propaganda even more repellent to the bulk of the immigrants was, of course, the hostile work of British agents who had wormed their way into the midst of the revolutionaries, although that work was not essential and shaping the outlook of the people who hated British colonialists as their worst enemies. Roy's precepts went against the very heart and soul of those men, inspired as they were by the sweeping upsurge of the national liberation struggle in their country and anxious to step it up and bring it off by their own action. Neither can one overlook the mentality of Indian immigrants, many of whom were the prisoners of their religious conceptions and habits. In short, to debunk the ideas of nationalism altogether and oppose the principles of communism against them would have been unjustified in the eyes of national revolutionaries in substance and pointless for tactical reasons. When Indian communists set up 3-week classes of history, economics, problems of the working class movement and socialism in Tashkent, they found no students to attend them. A report on the Revolutionary Committee's work said that the reason for the partial failure of these classes was the preconceived idea on the part of many of the immigrants that a knowledge of political economy and social science went against their religion, and there were no registrations for these classes, but only for the language classes. 12 Lenin always condemned the practice of imposing any tasks on the masses that they were not yet ripe enough to accomplish. He made a very instructive remark in this sense in January 1923 when he said one could not commit oneself to implanting communism in the countryside straight away. As long as our countryside lacks the material basis for communism, it will be, I should say, harmful, in fact, I should say, fatal, for communism to do so. 5 This idea, expressed by Lenin in a different way back Indiana 19183 applied to India and to the Indian nationalist revolutionaries no less than it applied to the Soviet countryside of the day. Some Soviet men who worked with Indian immigrants saw Lenin's idea borne out by practical experience. For instance, M. Schulman wrote on December 1, 1920, "It is fairly well known that it is impossible to do purely GOM." The protocol was signed by Roy as chairman of the meeting and Acharya as secretary. At the end of the year, as can be seen from the minutes of the meeting of the Indian Communist Party in Tashkent, on December 15, 1920, it was decided to set up the party's executive of 3 men: Acharya, chairman of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of India, Shafiq, its secretary, and Roy, member of the Central Committee. 1 It is not difficult to notice that the newly formed party consisted of the same 5 Indian communists who attended the Second Congress of the Comintern. Only 2 newcomers joined them, Muhammad Ali and Rosa Fidingov. It is noteworthy that the decision about the official registration of the Communist Party of India in Turkestan was taken at a meeting of communists as late as December 15, and the official letter announcing the formation of the Indian Communist Party was sent to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Turkestan on December 20, registered 2 months after the party had been officially declared founded. The delay may have been caused by the desire to wait for the Communist Party to grow in number at least a little, and that proved impossible until mid-December, 1920. It was at that meeting of December 15 that the group admit 3 members for 3 months probation: Abdur Qadir Saray, Mahmud Ali Shahkazi and Akbar Shah. 3 8 A few days later 3 more probationers were admitted, as A. Mukherjee reported in his letter of December 30, 1920 to Shiva Prasad Gupta, an Indian nationalist leader: "We have formed an Indian Communist Party of 13 members." Only after that did the Indian Communists decide to register as the Communist Party of India. The Comintern received no immediate formal notification of the creation of the Communist Party of India either. Moreover, paragraph 5 of the English copy of the minutes of the first meeting of the Indian Communists on October 17 stated that it was agreed that information as to the formation of the IGP would be sent to the 3 International, as soon as the program of the party is ready. 1 Yet it proved impossible to draw it up at that time. It was as late as January 2, 1921 that its draft, prepared by Mukherjee, was discussed at a meeting of communists, but it was rejected at M. N. Roy's insistence. 2 At that time, the Comintern recognized the Indian Communists in Tashkent only as a group. The list of the parties and organizations invited to the Third Congress of the Comintern mentioned India, the communist groups. 3 These facts most palpably demonstrated the difficulties in forming a party which Lenin had warned about. Regrettably, Roy's left sectarian tactics, far from removing the natural obstacles along the road taken, raised even more of them. So it must have been just because the story of the first Indian Communist organization had so clearly proved Lenin to have been right and the left to have been wrong that Roy distorted it in his memoirs in defiance not only of the facts as they were, but even of his own assessments which he had given in 1920 to 1921. Let us recall that in the Revolutionary Committee's report, drawn up in January 1921, he pointed out that none of the immigrants had even the most elementary political consciousness, let alone communistic consciousness. Roy said so contrary to the truth just to claim credit for overcoming great difficulties in the political education of the immigrants and in building a communist organization. But a few decades later, Roy, in a bid to justify better late than never his former hasty actions he had taken contrary to Lenin, resorted to an outright untruth. To begin with, he claimed that his work among the educated minority of the Indian immigrants in Tashkent has produced a greater result than he expected, and even greater than he wanted. Lai wrote that due to his propaganda effort, most of them transferred their fanatical allegiance from Islam to communism. Roy said that some of them approached me with the proposal that they wanted to join the Communist Party. Others inquired why we should not found the Communist Party of India there and then. It is amazing to read that Roy supposedly tried to convince all those men who were increasingly determined to create a communist party immediately, that there was no hurry. They should wait until they returned to India. There was no sense in a few emigrant individuals calling themselves the Communist Party. But, according to Roy, those men were intransigent, and then he began to fear that his continued resistance could dishearten them. Therefore, Roy concludes, so I agreed with the proposal of the formation of a communist party. 1. It is curious that M.N. Roy did not mention his opponents by name, though he could well have done it, if they had existed. M.N. Roy's version appears to be quite suitable to Bandyopadhyaya, the historian, who, by playing up the argument about the Muslims' predisposition to communism, sought to prove that the impact of the October Revolution on India had been insignificant. His line of reasoning turned largely on the assertion that the so-called Communist Party of India had been proclaimed in Tashkent at the demand of the Muhajirins of the Caliphate Exodus movement and consisted of them, too. These fanatically religious Muslims who went to Tashkent were met by M.N. Roy, joined the India House, and the military school, and founded the Communist Party of India. Thereupon, he declared Abdur Rab, a Muslim, and Acharya, a Hindu, leaders of the Indian Revolutionary Association to have been the founders of the Communist Party of India. These two individuals, he writes, rather than M.N. Roy, were the real founders of the Communist Party of India. These contentions have been accepted by many bourgeois historians who do not share the far-fetched theory of ideological community between Islam and communism. They have accepted it just because they wanted to make their readers believe that the Indian communist movement had been initiated by casual individuals who had no Marxist convictions whatsoever. John P. Cox, for instance, writes, in late 1920 an émigré Communist Party of India was organized in Tashkent. The party was formed from among Indian Muhajirins, who had participated in a Tijrat, or exodus, from India in protest against the dismemberment of Turkey. 1. This is also the view of David N. Druhi, a minority of Muhajirins who had been converted to communism in the Tashkent propaganda school advocated the immediate formation of the Communist Party of India. And he went on, Acharya and his follower, the old traitor Abdur Rab, rather than Roy, may be deemed the founders of the Communist Party of India too, but, as I said earlier on, P. Acharya had been opposed to the hasty and unprepared proclamation of the CPI, not to speak of Abdur Rab, who had never declared himself a communist. The reality was not what M.N. Roy made it out to be in his memoirs, or what some Western and Indian historians said it was. The real state of affairs as far as the formation of the CPI was concerned has been described by the same M.N. Roy in the report of the Indian Revolutionary Committee in January 1921, the communist elements present in Tashkent numbering 7 in all, in pursuance of their principles and the plan previously formed in conjunction with European communists, constituted themselves into a duly organized Communist Party of India on October 17, 1923. In all probability, the allusion is to the plans for creating the CPI drawn up in cooperation with the British Communists, which could take place only in Moscow and only during or shortly after the Second Congress of the Comintern, in other words, long before Roy met the Muhajirins in Tashkent. As you see, the first Indian communist group, which proclaimed itself to be the Communist Party of India, had no Muhajirins at all in it, at first. Of the 7 men of that group only 2 had been Muslims before Muhammad Ali and Muhammad Shafiq Siddiqui, but even they had arrived in Tashkent as representatives of the so-called Provisional Government of India, which had existed in Kabul since 1915, and had not been involved in the exodus as a Muslim movement. Should the Muhajirins, as Roy claimed in his memoirs, have insisted on organizing a communist party as quickly as possible, and Muslims should have been known to be particularly disposed towards socialism, then the original communist group would, probably, have been much more than 7 strong, because there were over 100 Indian immigrants in Tashkent alone at the time. Even such foremost Muhajirins as Shaukat Usmani and Rafiq Ahmed joined the Communist Party only in Moscow in 1921 because they had not been prepared to do so earlier on. Let me note one more thing, neither of them mentioned in their recollections the fact that they and their comrades in Tashkent had insisted on the earliest possible proclamation of the Communist Party of India. M. N. Roy invariably referred in the official report of the Indian Revolutionary Committee to the Comintern and in other important documents of the day to the political inferiority of the Muhajirins even from the standpoint of a nationalist revolution and, of course, to their total incapacity for learning the ideas of communism. The Provisional All India Revolutionary Committee, it was stated in the report, considered it futile to try and make internationalists out of the men who have not even the primitive notion of nationalism. 1. With regard to the Muslims' so-called predisposition to communism, the report was rather specific. The fact that the Indian Revolutionary Committee has been made up of communists alone has made these exclusively Muslim elements reluctant to work with people who have been branded by their religion as kafirs, unbelievers. 2. The religiousness of most of the Indian revolutionary immigrants in Soviet Turkestan, who still had not even the slightest idea of Marxism, was a factor which, far from facilitating, seriously impeded the immigrants' adoption of Marxism and, in particular, kept them from joining the Indian Communist group in Tashkent. The view that it was not M. N. Roy but others, Abdur Rab and Prativedi Acharya, together with the Muhajirin section were the moving spirits behind the formation of the CPI, is widespread. It is erroneously supported even by some Indian communists who appear to give too much credence to Roy's memoirs and to have too little first-hand information. The preface to the well-known documents of the history of the CPI says, for instance, that the initiative to form the CPI in Tashkent in October 1920 did not come from the CPI or from its official representative there, viz. M. N. Roy. It came from the other Indian revolutionaries there like Acharya and Abdur Rab and from a section of the Muhajirins. 1. M. N. was compelled by necessity to take the initiative in founding the Communist Party of India in Tashkent. 2. Another author, S. V. Gliade, ignoring Acharya and Abdur Rab, considers that the Tashkent CPI was created by a faceless group of Muhajirins who had left India to fight for the restoration of the caliphate under the standards of Kemal Pasha, but, having found themselves in Tashkent, banded together in a communist party. After so oversimplifying the course of events, the author concludes, no wonder Roy was not keen to found the CPI with such elements. Besides, the author presumes, Roy was not personally committed either to creating the CPI because many of the communists who attended the first and second congresses of the Comintern represented either nobody but themselves or some small communist groups. 3. The author thereby disproves the opinion of Muzaffar Ahmad who insisted on M. N. Roy's personal, career-related interest, so to speak, and the creation of the CPI. 4. Numerous documents, cited and mentioned in this work, indicate that Roy was the sponsor and organizer of the CPI in Tashkent although the idea to create a communist party had been expressed in the Indian section of the Council for International Propaganda before not only the Muhajirins, but the Indian Revolutionary Association of Abdur Rab and Acharya arrived in Tashkent. Now did Roy have an axe to grind as far as the proclamation of the CPI was concerned? If one may put the matter that way at all in this particular case, one can say that Roy was, of course, anxious to represent his country's communist movement, rather than himself, in the Comintern. The main thing, however, is not Roy's personal interest, but his left sectarian ideas that could and did, as you have just seen, prompt him to press ahead with setting up the Communist Party of India. Let me remind you that even in the supplementary theses which he had written for the Second Congress of the Comintern, he referred to communist parties supposedly existing already in Eastern countries. Of course, he wanted to see India, first and foremost, among such countries. As to Roy's official status as a Comintern representative, there was nothing to limit his personal initiative and responsibility for a while. Although the Comintern did not demand the immediate creation of communist parties in the East, it did orient the Asian communists towards promoting the communist movement in their own countries. The decision, however, on how to pursue this course, when and where, depended on the particular individuals and circumstances they had to operate in. Such are a few considerations in support of the Indian communist historian, D. Kaushik, who, back in 1966, spoke up, though with inadequate arguments, against the allegation that M.N. Roy had not been involved in initiating the proclamation of the CPI in Tashkent. 1 Having started full-scale preparations, while still in Moscow, to proclaim a communist party, Roy stepped them up in Tashkent. It must have been not without reason that many Indians accused him at the time of applying what were sometimes utterly impermissible pressure tactics against immigrants in a bid to build up the membership of the communist organization. For instance, by his authority as chairman of the Indian Revolutionary Committee, he put off the rations a group of Indians on December 3, 1920 for refusing productive employment. It is quite likely that this act was not at all meant to prod Indians into joining the Communist Party, but in a conflict-haunted immigrant community it was taken to mean just that. M. Shulman, for instance, wrote about a mistake made in respect of the immigrants in Tashkent, about forcing communism on them and dividing them into privileged communists and offended non-communists, as they put it. M. Shulman was right to say that the left sectarian propaganda of Roy and his group, far from attracting the masses, antagonized them. Abdur Rabbark more than once referred to M.N. Roy's wrong attitude to immigrants. A document of December 5, 1920, signed by the Indian Association, regarding M.N. Roy's attitude to Indians in Tashkent, said unequivocally, there was no need at all to make most of the Indians sign on as hospital guards or become communists. We are not against communism, we do not make a difference between a communist revolutionary or just a revolutionary. All we object to is forcible conversion. We have respect for convictions and object to the use of force. Comrade Roy cut off supplies to the Indian Revolutionary Association and immigrants from 3rd instant. 1 Now let us turn to Roy himself and to his statement on communism which he made before a general meeting of Indian revolutionaries and immigrants in Tashkent. That was a few days after the formation of the CPI was announced, in October 1920, and the character of Roy's statement clearly reflected the emotion, controversy, and dissension among the Indians over the proclamation of the so-called Communist Party of India. M.N. Roy said, notably, in view of the fact that the terms communist and communism are giving origin to a great deal of misunderstanding and to some extent, harmful dissension among the Indian revolutionaries here, we thought it necessary to make a clear statement about the attitude, plan, and policy of us who believe that it is only through the conscious action of the pauperist masses that real liberty can come to India. We work for the social and economic emancipation of the masses, political independence is but a stepping stone. Therefore we are confident, when both of us will go before the masses with our respective programs, they will be with us. So, comrades, you can rest assured, that it is not necessary for us communists to seek for converts. Of course, we are doing, and will always do propaganda to put forth the communist principles before the Indian masses and the young intellectual revolutionaries. But don't impose our principles on anybody. The people who tell you that we are trying to make communists of you forcibly, are nothing but fools and mischief makers. It appears that if Roy should, indeed, have been attacked by the Muhajirins who wanted him to get down to setting up the CPI immediately, as he maintains in his memoirs, the accent in his speech should have been different. He would, probably, have spoken then about a great number of those who wanted to join the party and said that admission had to be limited for the time being, because far from all had achieved the level of understanding that was required to make a communist, and so on and so forth. The notes in Roy's speech were quite different. Reassure yourselves, don't believe the mischief makers, we are not going at all to make you join the party. Many Indians at the time, consequently, were uneasy not because they saw themselves barred from the party but, on the contrary, because they might be called on to join it. It will not be beside the point in this context to quote a communication from A.M. Tarakanov, the commissar of the Indian Military School in Tashkent. In reporting in December 1920 to the political department of the Tashkent Board of Military Educational Institutions about the difficulties of working with Indian students, He pointed out that very few of them are communists, and many are very religious. If you talk to him about communism, he will hardly listen to you, so the author called for upgrading the political training of Indians. 1. The tension between the Revolutionary Committee and the association ran high. Relations between them were discussed at a joint meeting of the Turkestan Bureau of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party and the Executive of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Turkestan on December 31, 1920. The minutes recorded that the conflict occurred, on the ground of differences over the methods of work among Indian immigrants. It was at that meeting that P. Acharya accused Roy of having coerced immigrants to join the party organization. He said, Indians must be told that they will be taught communism here, but not forcibly recruited in the party. He went on to argue that M.N. Roy must be dismissed from his job in the Indian Revolutionary Committee because he has lost his prestige among the Indians. 2. Attempts to reconcile the feuding factions failed, and it was recommended that the members of the Revolutionary Committee should leave for Moscow as soon as possible to resolve these issues, with the Comintern. 1 Early in January 1921 Roy, and then Acharya and Abdur-Rab Bark left for Moscow. The small bureau of the Comintern spent several months studying the Indian affairs. A special ECGI commission of Karl Steinhardt, Konstantin Zetkin, and Yat. K.H. Peters, of the Turkestan Bureau of the Comintern, was sent to Tashkent in March 1921, for an on-the-spot inquiry. The commission reported back to Moscow on March 14. It stated that it was differences of principle and those of personal relations that were at the root of the conflict. Speaking of the essential differences, it said that the group of Abdur-Rab Bark had accused Roy of an erroneous policy of communist propaganda which is pointless at the present time. In Abdur-Rab Bark's opinion, nationalism had to be used, too, in considerable measure. The commission was in a rather pronounced left revolutionary mood and, evidently for that reason, had arrived at the unwarranted conclusion that the program of the Mukherjee-Roy group corresponded exactly to the directives of the Second Congress. 2. The small bureau of the Comintern held special sessions with Indians in March and April 1921, in an effort to reconcile the contending parties. It suggested a compromise arrangement setting up a joint committee of Indian communists and non-communists with 2 RCP members in it. Abdur-Rab Bark was prepared to sit on such a committee, but Roy struck an intransigent posture, refusing all cooperation with the association. Mukherjee energetically supported him with his messages from Tashkent. In one of them, of April 13, 1921, he wrote, "We all agree with you. No compromise with Abdur-Rab and Acharya." In the prevailing situation, the Comintern took what was a wise decision, indeed. The idea behind it was to help Indian revolutionaries learn Marxist-Leninist theory so as to switch them from futile pursuit of an immediate socialist revolution to a strategy of long and fundamental preparation. Laureate. That was, at the same time, a real way to shaping the Communist Party of India, a true party of the Indian working class. In April 1921, the small bureau resolved to stop work with Indian immigrants in Turkestan and transfer all Indians to Moscow. 122 He admitted to the just-established Communist University of the Toilers of the East. A Moscow with its turbulent political life was in itself an invaluable school for the revolutionary education of Indians. At a time when, under pressure from Britain, the Afghan government took up a hostile stance towards the Indian revolutionaries and obstructed their movement into Soviet Turkestan, there was no point in working on with them in a city where appropriate staff and material resources were not enough for it. Moscow with plenty of educational facilities and teaching staffs could offer far better conditions for the ideological and theoretical training of Eastern revolutionaries. So the decision of the small bureau of the Comintern met the desire of the Indians themselves perfectly well. In a letter of September 12, 1921 to the ECCI secretary, M.N. Roy explained the reason for that turn in the Indians' lot as follows: "It was resolved to remove our communist group with several others to Moscow to enter the Communist University and complete their political training, which they had already been receiving for several months. This resolution was taken partly on account of the desire of the university to have Indian students, and partly on account of our intention to train a number of agitators and propagandists capable of beginning the organization of the Communist Party of India. In the letter just quoted, M. N. Roy referred to the real state of things. Nevertheless, a few decades later, in his memoirs, he joined the chorus of bourgeois and revisionist historians who explain the decision to transfer work with Indians to Moscow as the Soviet government's retreat under pressure from British diplomacy. One simple way to measure the objectivity of such an explanation is by comparing M. N. Roy's two positions on the matter in question. It remains for me to add, first, the above-mentioned decision, although it had, of course, been taken in agreement with the government of the RSFSR, was actually adopted by the Comintern, not by the Council of People's Commissars, and, second, one cannot speak of a retreat since the very work which had provoked the fear and protests of the British colonialists, far from coming to an end, was carried on in circumstances that promised a far greater effect. It took too long for the decision of the small bureau of the Comintern to be fulfilled. Indians were coming to Moscow in stages. 23 of them assembled in the Soviet capital in August. By October 1, 1921 there were 18 Indians, mostly communists, studying at the university. That was the starting point of a new phase in the life of the bulk of Indian revolutionary émigrés in Soviet Russia. They worked hard to learn the subjects that were to make them educated revolutionaries. It was here, in Moscow, that the number of Indian communists went up faster than ever before. According to M. N. Roy, there was a compact group of 30 Indian communists established in Moscow by September 1, 1921. For a certain proportion of national revolutionaries, who had become disillusioned in conspiratorial activities and in the Gandhian methods of passive resistance, were coming round to Komunisti, ANXES to find it to contain a scientific clue to resolving India's national and social problems. News of the creation of the Communist University of the Toilers of the East reached India fairly quickly and made many of its nationalist revolutionaries eager to study in Moscow. One Indian communist we could never identify, who had left the Soviet capital in August 1921 and reached Bombay on December 15, wrote to the secretary of the Indian Communist Party to tell him about his nearly 7 months' travels throughout the land. He said he had passed through 10 industrial centers of India and met many who wanted to go to Moscow to learn the art of revolution. Of that number, some 50 young students ready to pay their way to Moscow, if there was a chance for them to enroll at the Communist University. The Ghadar Party leadership, too, showed an eagerness to study socialist theory and see how it worked in Soviet Russia. So Hun Singh, the then party leader, wrote subsequently, already a communist, that the party realized the significance of the Soviet Revolution and decided that it was necessary to send some comrades of responsibility to the Soviet Union as the first step in order to get an understanding of socialist theories propounded by Marx and Lenin. So Hun Singh reported that, having contacted the Comintern, Ghadar sent young men to Russia from America and Canada for revolutionary training. We know the names of 2 members of the Ghadar Party who came from the US, Ratan Singh and Santak Singh, both workers, who arrived in Moscow in 1922 in order, as they stated in their questionnaires, to obtain the necessary knowledge and go back to India to do revolutionary work. Both attended the 4th Congress of the Comintern. Members of the Provisional Government of India, who had not been to Soviet Russia before, also arrived in Moscow. One of them was Rahmat Ali Zakaria, who arrived early in 1921 to study the general political situation, as was stated in his identity card. Representatives of other nationalist revolutionary organizations of India also stopped over in Moscow. The Communist University of the Toilers of the East played a paramount role in the political education of the Indian émigrés. Most of the Indians who had come from Turkestan also studied at it. It was they who actually shaped the function of that educational establishment in the complex process of development of communist outlook. The first group of 8 Indians who had completed their course of study at the Communist University I sent messages of gratitude to the ECCI and the RCP on November 20, 1921. In their first letter, to the Comintern, they said, "We, the Indian section of the Communist University for Eastern Peoples, on the completion of our course of study of social sciences, send our greetings to the Executive Committee of the Communist International, and, we wish to express our loyalty to the communist ideas which we have received through our contact with the Communist International, the first revolutionary organ of the world proletariat, to extend the hand of comradeship to the oppressed peoples of the East." In their second message, the Indians expressed their gratitude to the RCP for the welcome we have received in Russia and the opportunities for study and improvement that have been given to us here. They said they trusted that with the inspiration received from the Russian Revolution they would play their full part in the revolution that is coming in India. It was in the process of study and contact with the Soviet people in Moscow that Shaukat Usmani, Rafiq Ahmed, Muzaffar Ahmed, Rahmat Ali Zakaria, to mention just a few, two who subsequently played a significant part in creating the Communist Party in India, had become communists. So it was not so much in Tashkent as in Moscow that the Indian group of communists shaped up. In any case, it was largely in Moscow that it developed its ideological stability and grew numerically. The process of formation of the first communist group in the history of India and its actual activities inside India gave rise to the Indian Communist movement. Little by little, the Tashkent and later Moscow-based CPI developed into a foreign-based communist centre which, under Comintern leadership, fulfilled an important function in laying the ground for a real Communist Party of India. One therein lay the great historic significance of the activities of the pioneer Indian communists in Soviet Russia. There has been hectic controversy among Indian communist intellectuals in recent years over what event in the communist movement in India should be considered to have been the CPI's point of origin. Properly speaking, it was back in 1959 that all uncertainty about the issue was removed. Until then, different dates of the party's founding 1925, 1933, and 1936 had been mentioned. But on August 18, 1959 the CPI Secretariat, after a careful review of the party's history, came to the conclusion that it was the first All India Communist Conference at Kanpur on December 26, 1925, which was attended by over 500 delegates, that established the CPI. It elected the Central Committee and adopted the party's constitution. Soon after the conference, the constitution was amended to identify the relationship between the party and its foreign center, based in Western Europe at the time, which had apparently contributed to convening the Kanpur conference itself. However, one of the organizers of the Communist Party of India, Muzaffar Ahmed, is not inclined to consider the Kanpur conference as the constituent one. In his papers on the Indian Communist Movement, he maintains that the CPI was founded on October 17, 1920 in the city of Tashkent, and that when the history of the Communist Party is written in the future, the compilers will have to start from this point since, first things should come first. 4. Indeed, first things should come first, and it is for this very reason that the activities of M. N. Roy and his comrades in Moscow during and after the Second Congress of the Comintern and subsequently in Tashkent and in Moscow again were the beginnings of the Indian Communist movement, which found its expression, notably, in the constitution of the first communist group known as Communist Party. But there is no reason to consider the group established in Tashkent and Moscow as a communist party and to deny this name to other groups which shaped up in India proper in 1921 to 1922. Why do otherwise? Just because Roy's group was the first in the field? That is an extremely important point, beyond dispute. The Roy group must be considered to have been the first. But one cannot see it as anything but a small group and as a party on that AC count. An Indian commission under the chairmanship of a Dutch communist, S.J. Rutgers, formed by the small bureau of the Comintern on June 13, 1921, produced the following assessment of M. N. Roy's group, as they also consider international party discipline as essential to the revolutionary movement. They may be considered as the beginning of a real communist party, although the smallness of the group and the fact that it possesses not yet roots in India itself gives it a provisional character. One that is to sdy it was not a party but a group that laid the beginnings of the prospective party or, which is the same, laid the beginnings of the Indian communist movement. One cannot help noting, on the other hand, that the Commission recommended to the Comintern to recognize that group as a party but grant it nothing but a consultative vote at the Third Congress of the Communist International, which had just opened. That is apparently just what was done because the list of delegates to the Third Congress Stat India Communist Party, too as distinct from the earlier list of invited groups which referred only to Indian communist groups. Point 3. Yet, neither does this element change anything about the substance of our assessment of the Indian communists who organized themselves in Tashkent and Moscow as the first communist group which tried to create a communist party in exile and by that act alone had laid the ground for the Indian communist movement. THIRD-WORLDISM does not agree with that conclusion, although she does admit that the Tashkent group has played a certain part in creating the Communist Party of India by the very fact of proclaiming the Communist Party and by its propaganda activities. One, it is difficult to argue with THIRD-WORLDISM since she avoids, in fact, giving an assessment of the actual significance and role of the Tashkent group by referring to a certain part which shows her judgment to be quite indefinite. The arguments she produced in support of her statement about a certain part and against our conclusion boil down to the following. 1. The communist groups created in India proper a year or two later than that of Tashkent served as organic elements of the CPI, whereas the group formed in Soviet Russia soon ceased to function, and its individual members acted as communists in other associations or personally and remained immigrants, save a few exceptions. 2. M. N. Roy's group is not the first émigré organization to have declared itself communist, for a committee of Indian communists, about which there is very little information, was set up in Berlin early in 1920. 3. For the first argument. Unfortunately, THIRD-WORLDISM failed to point out that some of the Indian communist groups at home which had subsequently become organic elements of the CPI were created with full-scale participation, or, sometimes even upon the initiative of individual members of the Tashkent group who had been expressly sent to India to that end. Now, the very reason why the Tashkent group had ceased to function was because most of its members had been sent to India to prepare the Communist Party and to Western Europe to establish a foreign center which is known to have subsequently played an essential role in launching the communist movement in India. For the second argument. It holds no water for the simple reason that there is very little information about the Berlin group of communists and none at all about its activities inside India. Besides, it is the Tashkent group that was the first to establish itself organizationally and politically, and it was that group, rather than any other, that was admitted to the Comintern as a communist party. In consequence, the pioneering role of the Tashkent group in starting the communist movement in India appears to be perfectly obvious. The fact that the first organized Indian communist group sprang up in Soviet Russia would seem to bear out the claim of bourgeois historians that the Indian communist movement had been nurtured abroad and transplanted into the Indian soil, and that it was, consequently, a result of the activities of agents of Moscow. 1. Because inside India there was no ground for combatant revolutionary organizations of the working class to arise. 2. 3. He asserts that the communist movement in India had emerged because of the activities of the Red Agents. Red Agents, he writes, were, after all, merely creatures of circumstance whose conversion to communism had been a purely fortuitous event. 8. Cox also puts down the origin of Indian communism to the work of Comintern agents and money from Moscow. He goes even further, trying to persuade his readers that the only reason why the communists had put forward their demand of national independence for India was in order all the easier to indoctrinate, recruit, and convert individual nationalist revolutionaries. 4. Indian bourgeois historian Zafar Imam, elaborating on the same argument, maintains, as a matter of fact, that it was not the Indians themselves but Soviet leaders who had decided on setting up a communist party. 214. In India. Once they felt they wanted a solid foothold inside India, they set about working to create communist groups in that country. One Overstreet and Windmiller, in spite of their serious approach in the many pages of their study, have, nevertheless, been unscientific in denying that the Indian communist movement had any national ground of its own. They attribute its origin to the decisive role of the money and the political support of the Comintern and Moscow, which pursued their own objectives. And it is probable, they write, that, like many other Indians at the time, he was drawn to the Communist International not because of ideological convictions but rather because it provided political and financial support for his struggle against imperialism in India. 2. However, all these contentions were possible because their authors were afflicted with an anti-communist bias which made them blind to the real facts of history. Now, the facts are that it was the imperialists themselves who, by their colonialist policies, contributed towards creating fertile ground in Oriental countries for the fast germination of the seeds of communism and for a more rapid turn of nationalist revolutionaries to the Bolsheviks. The Satare Iran newspaper referred to it back in December 1921. Its commentary had been provoked by a British note to the government of the RSFSR charging the Soviet minister in Iran, F.A. Rothstein, with having spent much money to organize Bolshevik propaganda in that country. British leaders, the paper said, as enlightened people, cannot have any claim to present to the Russian government, for they must know by whose policies in the Orient Russian propaganda is occasioned. If Turkey were happy, would it be possible to conduct any socialist propaganda over there? If everything were all right in India, could the Russian consuls have any influence on that society? It is not by Russian consuls but by England's aggressive policies that resentment in the Orient against the British government has been caused. We are sure that, but for all that, neither Turkey, nor Afghanistan would have to face such an issue even 100 years from now. There is nothing but the imperialist policies of the English in the Orient to account for their rapprochement with Bolshevism, if there is any. One more thing the facts indicate is that the organizers of the first Indian communist group M. N. Roy, A. Mukherjee, and P. Acharya, former nationalist revolutionaries, arrived in Soviet Russia considering themselves communists already, and the initiative in proclaiming the Communist Party of India belonged to them, and not to the Bolsheviks and to Lenin who, on the contrary, had urged restraint and a stage-by-stage approach to the matter. M. N. Roy himself referred, in September 1925, to Lenin's restraining position which he ignored by acting the way he did in 1920 and which he understood and appreciated only much later. In his report on party work in India in 1925 he related, "We had advisedly refrained from creating a communist party right until late 1923. That was premature. The ground had not yet been prepared, the intellectual vanguard was insufficient, the proletariat remained much too backward, there was no point in creating an illusion of a communist party with a handful of members that had no idea of communism. We guided ourselves by Lenin's warning about the danger of painting various liberation movements in Oriental countries in the colors of communism. 2. Besides, scores of Indian national revolutionaries, representing the bourgeois and petty bourgeois intellectuals of India, arrived in Soviet Russia. Nobody forced them to come to make communists of them. They did so at their own free will. So where was the ground that produced the irresistible urge of many Indian revolutionaries to go to Soviet Russia and of some of them, to accept communism? That was the national ground of India, the exigencies of her anti-imperialist revolutionary struggle for independence. It is indicative that very many, perhaps, even most of the first communists of India emerged from the ranks of national revolutionaries. The best representatives of India's nationalist revolutionary petty bourgeois democracy came to realize after years of fruitless work in various conspiratorial organizations that nationalism alone was insufficient for resolving the problems of national liberation. The October Revolution made them see the great force of Marxism-Leninism, and it was only natural for them to feel attracted by it and, consequently, by Soviet Russia. They had spent too much of their time in Western Europe with nothing, as a matter of fact, to show for it. Only in Soviet Russia could they get real support, because what united them with the Soviet government was a community of anti-imperialist interests, and, of course, only in Soviet Russia could they best of all study the experience of the revolutionary struggle of the Russian proletariat, which they, apparently, needed, first and foremost. It was a little later than in Soviet Russia that communist groups began to be formed in India proper, in 1921 to 1922, in spite of persecution by the British authorities. Some people, also former nationalist revolutionaries, left-wingers or trade union militants, appeared in 4 cities: Calcutta, Bombay, Lahore, and Madras, who, apart from one another, ventured upon the task of building an all-India party. So what was the argument behind the claim that there had been no ground in India for communist groups to arise? Wasn't it that the British authorities had done their best to destroy that ground by mercilessly suppressing the slightest communist sentiment, let alone action? But the anti-communist policy of repression could not but confirm the existence of a natural historical environment for the emergence of a communist movement in India. However, the process of mastering Marxist theory was long and complex, especially for the Indian nationalist revolutionaries, because they could not easily discard their earlier petty bourgeois revolutionary concepts. The attempts of the first Indian communists to create a communist party abroad immediately, back in 1920 to 1921, were due just to their immature knowledge of Marxism and failed on that account. India still had not all of the social and economic and political conditions that were indispensable for it. Neither could such conditions have been created in a foreign land, within an immigrant revolutionary community, because that community was part of Indian society. It was not until December 1925 that the Communist Party of India was eventually proclaimed in Kanpur, following the merger of home-based and émigré communist elements inside the country. Yet even after that, it took years for that difficult process of its creation and building to be over. That happened after the necessary conditions had emerged and Marxist socialism began to fuse with the Indian working class movement. So what was there to regard as artificial about that long process of formation of the Indian Communist Party out of isolated communist groups that had first appeared in Soviet Russia? Where was the hand of Moscow in it? Incidentally, there was the hand of Moscow, indeed, but only as an expression of the objective influence of the October Revolution on the colonial world, supplemented by the natural subjective action of Russian communists who were anxious to pass on their knowledge and their revolutionary experience to whoever wanted to learn them. What determines the value of the Indian communist group which had shaped up in Soviet Russia was not only that it was the first one, but the whole record of its activities. With Soviet aid, the Indian communists did great and important political work. And although that work was deficient because of left sectarian trends that afflicted it, it did, nevertheless, help towards the political awakening of the Indians by demolishing their traditional, religion and caste-inspired notions of society, and implanting new concepts of classes, class struggle, proletarian solidarity, the Soviet system of government and socialism. Among the Indian revolutionaries, the communists were the first to speak out against the traditional mistrust which their country's working people had, for obvious reasons, not only of the British bourgeoisie but of the British proletariat as well. That prejudice underlay the Indian national revolutionaries' still surviving view of India as one nation of exploited proletarians and of Great Britain as a nation of exploiters. Lenin wrote that the distrust of the oppressed in the oppressor nation as a whole had been a national prejudice, one of the hardest to die, and that without overcoming it there could have been no voluntary alliance of the proletarians of all lands, nor any alliance of the national liberation movement with the revolutionary struggle of the international working class. It was by setting out to establish a militant alliance with the vanguard of the British proletarians that the Indian communists started their practical work. Indian and English communists delegates to the Second Congress of the Comintern sat down as comrades in Moscow as early as August 12, 1920 to draft a program for their common struggle against British imperialism. 2. That program essentially consisted of the proposals put forward by the Indian Communists in their letter of August 9 to the British Communist Party. Indian Communists did some important work in Tashkent as well. Instead of the abortive 3-week courses of history, economics, the working class movement and socialism, the Indian Communists began to organize weekly meetings of immigrants to give talks and deliver lectures for them on current topics, particularly, on the events in India, on the sense and importance of the Russian Revolution and on revolutionary developments around the world. The Revolutionary Committee's report said, an encouraging fruit of these efforts is found in the awakening interest of the students in political discussion, and it is gratifying to find a steadily growing tendency towards political rather than religious ideology in their outlook. 3. A 2-week debate on the draft program for the Indian Revolution aroused the Indians' considerable interest. I had already referred to that document and pointed out that under the prevailing conditions it could not have become a base on which to build a united front of all the anti-imperialist forces of India. At the same time, many of the social-economic demands of the draft program, particularly those of abolishing feudal exploitation, could not fail to impress the Indians who, perhaps, were just coming round to grasping the interdependence of the problems of national and social liberation. Tashkent schools and various courses played a certain role in the political education of the Indian revolutionaries. Several immigrants went to primary school to learn to read and write in Russian, 15 attended the Tashkent Party School for Muslims, and some Indians were among the students of the Turkestan Trade Union School. 1. A fairly large amount of work was carried on to produce propaganda material for India. It was expanded particularly after the Turkestan Bureau of the Comintern was established in Tashkent on October 20, 1920. A manifesto of the Turkestan Bureau of the Comintern, K. Marx's preface to the Communist Manifesto, draft theses on the Eastern question for the Third Congress of the Comintern were published in Urdu and English in the space of 6 weeks. An appeal to Indian youth, one to Indian soldiers in Iran, and some other items were prepared for publication in Urdu and English during the same period of time. 2. It was not only literature but propagandists as well that Indian Communists sent back to India. They did propaganda among the British occupation forces in Iran. The Revolutionary Committee's report pointed out that out of 100 immigrants that were in Tashkent at the very end of 1920, 18 went back to India and to its border areas for revolutionary work among independent tribes, and 5 went to Iran for propaganda among British Indian troops. 3. Once in Moscow, a great number of Indians enrolled at the Communist University of the Toilers of the East. However, the early Indian Communists did not confine themselves to studying the fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism and the Soviet people's effort in building a socialist society. They took the knowledge they had acquired in Soviet Russia back with them when they returned home to spread it, above all, among the nationalist revolutionary intellectuals as most of them had themselves been shortly before, and to form new communist groups. Roy did a considerable amount of ideological and political work to prepare TB conditions for the constitution of the Indian Communist Party, although his left sectarian views interfered with that work. Using the links he still had with national revolutionaries, M.N. Roy carried on much fruitful critical work, in his personal correspondence with them and in his printed statements, to show up the inconsistency and harm done by their tactics of individual terrorism, plotting, ignoring the mass of the people. In that way he did a good deal to bring a large number of nationalist revolutionaries over to Marxism. 1. His repeated imperative appeals to the Indian National Congress to show concern for the immediate interests of the working masses were instrumental in radicalizing the left wing of the INC. In 1921, M.N. Roy, with the Comintern's permission, sent 3 ministers of communism Muhammad Ali, Mohammad Shafiq and Nalini Gupta to India or close to her borders. Muhammad Ali arrived in Kabul in the spring of 1921 to do a wide range of organizing and propaganda for North India. He came in touch with immigrant Indian national revolutionaries, trying to win them over to communism. According to him, that was an interesting part of his work because those individuals did not have any more or less definite idea of the Russian Revolution and of effective application of its ideas in other countries. 2. With the help of his old and new friends in Kabul, and with F.F. Raskolnikov's cooperation, Muhammad Ali passed Marxist literature over into India, arranged for articles about Soviet Russia to be published in ink papers in North India, and got a message from Roy and Mukherjee across, if belatedly, to the Ahmedabad session of the Congress. Muhammad Ali's activities were quite productive. He succeeded, for example, in getting the consent of a group of prominent national revolutionaries in exile, though they would not accept communism, to render full moral support to our cause. 3. That was to help the communists in achieving their main goal of setting up an all-India Communist Party. Moreover, Muhammad Ali succeeded in pressing the ideas of communism on a great Sikh, one of the leaders of the anti-imperialist Akali movement, Inc. member Mota Singh. He had gone to Afghanistan to escape persecution by British authorities. Mota Singh declared his desire to become a communist, and Muhammad Ali acknowledged him as a party member. Muhammad Ali maintained stable contact with Mota Singh after he had come back to Punjab and begun to put together the first communist group in northwest India, so as to get down to creating the Communist Party in all India, one as he officially announced in papers. That happened most likely at Jalandhar in the autumn of 1924. However, in mid-1922, Mota Singh was arrested, but that did not mean any stop in the efforts to form communist groups in northwest India. In January 1922, Muhammad Ali had Mohammad Shafiq, secretary of the Tashkent Communist Group, join him in his work in Kabul. 2. A new communist group was set up with their help and began to operate at Lahore with Ghulam Hussain as leader. The activities of both communists of the Tashkent group in Kabul showed them to have dropped some of their left sectarian intransigence. They established and maintained contact in every way with the leaders of the left wing of the Inc. Moreover, both of them, as well as Abdul Haq, also back from Tashkent, joined the All India Congress Committee, which was formed in Kabul in the summer of 1921 as a provincial Inc. and existed for a year. 3. That was already a demonstration of their recognition of the need for communists to cooperate with the Inc., which they would not accept shortly before that. M.N. Yegorova has gathered some interesting information about an appeal which must have been addressed to the Inc. in the spring of 1922 by Mohammad Shafiq, on behalf of the CPI, and signed by both communists. For that document, to judge from its author's letters to Roy, along with restating common leftist postulates playing down the essence and value of the struggle for Swaraj and underestimating the role of the national bourgeoisie in that struggle, paid tribute to Mahatma Gandhi as the greatest national leader of the Indian masses. The appeal to the Congress once more called on it to include the economic demands of the working people of town and countryside in its program. There was, however, some disbelief at the same time in the Ing's ability to fulfill this recommendation, since the appeal suggested creating an independent mass party of working people which would fight not only for national liberation but for an improved condition of the workers and peasants as well. As you see, Muhammad Ali and Mohammad Shafiq no longer believed that the Inc. should be abolished, nor did they proclaim a clear line to seek cooperation with it, although they were themselves rather active in contacting its left leaders. They would not explain, for example, what they meant by creating a mass party of the working people within the Congress or outside. And what relations was that party to maintain with it? In other words, they had not yet realized full well what course they were to pursue to build a united anti-imperialist front in India. Although this appeal was never published, it still found its way into the hands of ranking Congress leaders, including Mahatma Gandhi, and was discussed by them. It was a document of positive value, since it again announced the existence of a communist movement in India and showed it to be active in attacking Indian society's major political problems. Nalini Gupta discharged an important function in India. Having left Moscow in August 1921, he arrived in Calcutta late in December and stayed on in India for over 2 months. 1. He succeeded in gathering copious information about the incipient communist movement in India and helping establish links between its individual groups which existed in isolation from each other at the time, and also between them, the Comintern and M.N. Roy's Foreign Centre. In M.N. Yegorova's opinion, it was Nalini Gupta most probably that was the first to present to the Comintern the Bombay Socialist Group, the Calcutta Communist Group of Muzaffar Ahmed, and the Madras Communist Group of Singh Aravelli Chettiar one. It was not only Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Shafiq, and Nalini Gupta that carried on communist work in India. Early in 1922, 13 young Indians, mostly communists, having been through an abridged course of instruction at the Communist University of the Toilers of the East and having armed themselves with the Leninist theory of struggle for national liberation, hurried home to tell their people about the socialist revolution in Russia, share in fighting for their country's national independence and undertake a wide range of activities to lay the ground for setting up the Communist Party of India. Revolutionaries Mir Abdul Majid, Firozuddin Mansur, Rafiq Ahmed, Habib Ahmad, Akbar Shah, Sultan Mohammad, Abdul Qadir Sray, Gauhar Rahman, Said and Nizmuddin set off, by separate groups, on a hard and long journey home across the Pamirs. 2 Muhammad Akbar Khan returned to his northwestern border province alone and earlier than everybody else. Carrying out the communist group's assignment, he procured a printing press and was getting ready to start putting out propaganda literature for India in a zone of independent frontier tribes. 3 However, all those Indian revolutionaries were captured and thrown into prison. Later on, in 1922 to 1923, the British authorities staged a series of trials of their prisoners at Peshawar. The revolutionaries were charged with having participated in the so-called Moscow-Tashkent conspiracy to overthrow British rule in India. The colonial authorities wanted to warn the Indian people that to stay in Soviet Russia, adhere to the ideas of socialism and spread them in India meant committing a very grave crime punishable under severest regulations. Muhammad Akbar Khan was tried twice. On the first occasion he was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment in a top security jail, and on the second one, that is after a letter he wanted to smuggle out had been intercepted, to 7 years. Other defendants were condemned to various terms of imprisonment within the same limits. The Peshawar trials were clear pointers not only to the British colonialists' abject fear of the force of Bolshevik influence on Indian society, but also to vigorous activities developed in India by the members of the first communist group formed in Tashkent and Moscow. That was a long and complex process of preparing for the creation of an all-India Communist Party, involving an interaction and progressive merger of two communist trends, external and internal, which had sprung up almost simultaneously. Regrettably, S.V. Gata ignores the activities of the Tashkent-Moscow group of Indian communists and the link they had with their native land. While quite properly stating that it was not in Tashkent but at the All India Communist Conference in Kanpur that the CPI was constituted, he used a set of erroneous arguments to make his point. Lai wrote, almost all of them had no record of socialist or working class activity when in India. They had no connection with any group or trend in the country and represented no one. They did nothing to further the movement at home. 2 But each revolutionary does begin his revolutionary activity sooner or later. The Indians who left India for Soviet Russia to study the revolutionary experience of the Russian working people and get Soviet aid for the battle to liberate India had thereby taken the first, yet very great step, on their way to the revolution. On having made their first study of Marxism and accepted that doctrine in Soviet Russia, and having then returned to their native land to popularize it, the foremost Indians made yet another, still more significant move which contributed not only to the struggle for India's national independence, but to the development of the communist movement in the country. They could not have participated in the socialist movement in earlier times because it was still virtually non-existent in India. As to their non-involvement in the working class movement, one must note that one peculiar feature about the swing of the petty bourgeois revolutionary intellectuals of the Orient to the proletariat and its struggle was that this swing began with stage-by-stage learning of the theory of Marxism, which subsequently made the new socialists see the working class and understand its historic mission. Yet it was not in the name of the proletariat and its movement, still weak and spontaneous, but in search of effective means by which to deliver their native land from the yoke of colonial oppression that they turned to Marxism, in the first place. Nor is it surprising, therefore, that the communist movement throughout the East should have come before the proletariat's conversion into a class for itself and anticipated the appearance of advanced forms of class struggle. So that was the objective process of the origin and early evolution of the communist movement in the East, initiated not by the proletariat but by progressive revolutionary democratic and nationalist revolutionary intellectuals, actively involved in the struggle for national liberation. And that was the objective evolution of India's national revolutionaries on their way to Marxism. The first Indian communists considered the organization of their military school their major concern and achievement. And that was perfectly logical, for overstating the role of the military factor in a revolution was the most important element of their entire system of left sectarian views, just as the similar views of other early communists of the East, those in China, Iran, Turkey, Korea. The military school of Indian revolutionaries. The military factor in Eastern revolutions. M. N. Roy and the pioneer Indian communists denied not only the anti-imperialist potentialities of the national bourgeoisie, but also the revolutionary potential of the Indian proletariat, or, at least, questioned it. The point is that in their theories M. N. Roy and his group proceeded not from the prospect for a long-term struggle to organize and rally the forces of the Indian Revolution, but sought to prove the feasibility and necessity of an immediate socialist revolution. But there were no essential social and 226 economic conditions in the India of those days for such a task to be accomplished. To begin with, there was no class-conscious proletariat, that is a working class for itself. The only thing that showed it to be politically awakening was that it had started to pass, step by step, from a purely economic struggle to supporting the slogans of national liberation. Of course, that was an appreciable and necessary step forward in the long process of transforming the working class into a great revolutionary force of social development. There was no communist party either, without which the very process of formation of a class-active proletariat could neither bokar ride on nor brought off. One cannot say that M. N. Roy failed to see that specific aspect of Indian colonial society. Undoubtedly, he saw it, and even wrote and spoke about it, amazingly knitting together conflicting statements in his theoretical works. Inconsistency and eclectic fusion of Marxism and petty bourgeois revolutionism may be said to have been the major elements of the entire system of his views. While insisting over and over again on the high level of the class struggles of the Indian working people who, he claimed, had already dropped slogans about sentimental nationalism, Roy simultaneously maintained something opposite. He referred many times, for instance, to the backwardness of the Indian working class movement, which was still in its infancy, stressing that the organization of the Indian revolutionary proletariat was almost impossible in the context of India dominated by British imperialism. And then, replying to the proposal to organize the delivery of printed communist propaganda from Europe, he wrote on December 23, 1920, "It is easy to have literature printed on good paper and in good type in Germany and have it smuggled out to India, but who will read it? At least 90% of the population is illiterate." While thinking of how to surmount that objective obstacle, Roy arrived at the conclusion that the only way to make an immediate socialist revolution in India was by having a revolutionary army of liberation, formed in Soviet Russia or on the territory of independent Afghan tribes, move in. It was not the revolutionary impatience alone that drove the Indian communists to such a solution, although it did play a great role. There were some objective circumstances of different kind which influenced the first Indian communists in the same vein. The imperialist powers conducted an armed anti-Soviet intervention using the captive eastern countries, contiguous to Russia, as their bridgeheads. In particular, India's early communists could watch the mammoth anti-Soviet activities of British agents in Iran, Afghanistan, in Bukhara. Therefore, they had enough reason to believe that a march by armies of liberation from the territory of Russia into India was necessary and justified, all the more so since it, so they thought, could have turned the sweeping national liberation movement which was going on in their own country into a socialist revolution. They were greatly impressed by the Red Army's successes on the Civil War fronts, which seemed to demonstrate the great efficiency of military tactics in revolutionary struggles. What they accepted, however, was the Red Army's victories only, but failed to consider well that those victories had been possible only because of the support by the large masses of the revolutionary people, and only because that was not a mercenary, nor a foreign army but a national army that was part of millions of insurgent workers and peasants and was led by the mature and great party of Lenin. They forgot that the victories over the homegrown and foreign reactionary forces had been predetermined by the October Revolution, not the other way round. It was not clear enough to the left communists, the Indian I-communists among them, that the victorious course of military events had become possible only as a result of years of the party's hard work to educate the masses, fuse the working class movement with the ideas of socialism, and consolidate the proletarian vanguard organizationally, ideologically, and theoretically. One more factor behind the banking on a revolutionary war with the help of an attacking army was that British imperialism had occupied a vast country with a population of 400 million for 150 years with the help of a small army, 400,000 officers and men, and that it ruthlessly repressed not only any manifestation of sympathy for Soviet Russia and for socialism in India but also the bourgeois-led democratic movement by military means. The early Indian communists believed that it was a revolutionary army alone that could crush the military force behind British rule, and that it was such an army alone that could clear the way to a socialist revolution. What influenced the position of the first Indian communists in no small measure was their surviving petty bourgeois nationalist revolutionary mentality. Many of upright Indian revolutionaries were most committed to extremism and terrorism. It was back at the time of the First Russian Revolution of 1905 that the most radical elements of the Indian petty bourgeois intellectuals began to preach the idea that it was the army that had to play the decisive role in liberating India from British domination. This was also the theory of diverse conspiratorial organizations of national revolutionaries. There was, for instance, a secret Muslim anti-English society, set up under the auspices of the Deoband school on the eve of World War I, that also sought to create a standing army to liberate India. And it was the frontier Pashto tribes that were expected to play the major part, with support from Afghanistan, in forming it. Ubaidullah Sindhi, one of the leaders of the Deoband Society, was delegated to Kabul for recruitment and other organizational work. 2 He stayed on in the Afghan capital for years afterwards. It was there that he became a member, in 1915, of the Provisional Government of India under M. Pratap, which also shared the idea of a liberating army crusade from outside. It was also there that he, in 1921, became a member of the executive body of the newly established Committee of the Indian National Congress. Indian communists Mohammad Ali and Mohammad Shafiq contacted Ubaidullah Sindhi in Kabul. The head of the Soviet embassy in Afghanistan, F.F. Raskolnikov, reported on May 5, 1922 that Ubaidullah Sindhi stands by the left wing of the Congress and considers the Pathan tribes to be the major external tool for expediting and facilitating the Indian Revolution. It may be recalled that the Caliphate Exodus movement was also consumed with the idea of having a Muslim liberation army formed outside India. That is to say that the joint struggle, together with the Kemalists, against the Entente forces was not the Muhajirins' only objective. M. N. Roy was a particularly zealous advocate of the idea of an armed expedition. On a foreign tour in search of arms in 1915, Roy attempted to arrange for a foreign army to march on India to liberate it. A member of the Berlin group of Indian revolutionaries, Nalini Gupta, related that Roy sent him a letter from China in 1916 in which he set out a plan to use 40,000 to 50,000 Chinese soldiers for an invasion of India. However, Sun Yat-sen did not approve of Roy's plan, neither did Nalini Gupta. The ideas of using the army as the starting factor in the revolution, that is having India liberated through a national revolutionary war organized by means of an armed expedition from without, persisted in the views of the first Indian communists as a relic of their recent past. The exaggerated notion of the role of the military factor in a revolution was due, in a way, to the communists' divorce from the masses and to their lingering fear of real difficulties of working with the masses ignorant and downtrodden. In the opinion of the first Indian communists, the army was to have replaced both the rather weak, if not altogether absent, class-conscious proletariat in India of those days and its revolutionary alliance with the peasantry, and even the Communist Party itself. They thought they could rouse, with the army's help, the masses to a socialist revolution which those masses did not, nor could, naturally, see as the necessary thing to do. Consequently, the idea was to give up trying to convince the working people and force upon the masses the blessings that the founders of Marxism-Leninism one had always rejected. The Indian communists were not alone to hold such views at the time. The leaders of the first Turkish and Iranian communists were quite frank in speaking of the army as the primary revolutionary force in the Orient and as the only one capable of doing the job of the absent proletariat. Mustafa Subhi, who was the chairman of the Council for International Propaganda in the East, and Sultanzadeh, who was at the head of the Adalat organization, reorganized into the Iranian Communist Party in June 1920, sent a letter to the Revolutionary Military Council of the Turkestan Front on March 11, 1920. They asked for permission to form Iranian seasonal work ERS into some army units to be stationed in Turkestan. Their reason for the request was that because of the Colorado Nile policies of Britain and Tsarist Russia, which had turned Persia into their market and blocked the development of its national industry, that country found itself without any proletariat at all. In exchange, the colonialists had created a whole army of pauperist proletarians in Persian cities. In such circumstances, they went on to say, with but the peasant and semi-proletarian masses in Persia itself to rely on, we would not be able to field enough forces against the landed oligarchy backed by England. Should the Iranian communists have some armed forces, that would be a different matter. Our party hopes that with the help of those army units, the working people of Persia would not only get rid of British imperialists but would once and for all be liberated from their own exploiters, capitalists and landlords, and would enter the fraternal commonwealth of the Soviet republics. In another document, the Turkestan Area Committee of the Iranian Communist Party wrote that the Revolutionary Army was the vanguard of the socialist movement in the East and that the day is not far off when the gallant Persian Red Army will hoist a red banner in the heart of Persia's second capital Mashhad. 2***. A similar idea was expressed by the first Korean communists. Their report, drawn up in early November 1921, about the propaganda activities of the political department of the 1st Korean Brigade which had participated in the fighting on the Soviet side in the Far East, pointed out that the force of the Korean Revolution, which is part and parcel of the revolution in the East, resides in the Korean military units. 8. It is clear that the theoretical and political immaturity, typical of the first Eastern communists, was the main reason which caused them to overstate the role of the military factor in a revolution. Furthermore, the first Eastern communists, Indian among them, considered a revolutionary expedition by Soviet forces to liberate their countries to be the principal means of starting socialist revolutions in Asian countries. The reasoning of Sultanzadeh during a conference with Lenin on July 28 or 29, 1920 over the progress of the Gilan Revolution in Persia is most noteworthy. The leader of the Iranian communists declared for some radical agrarian reforms in Gilan and, apparently realizing that that was an unrealistic objective, went on to elaborate on the need to act with determination in Persia and to dispatch more troops so as to capture Tehran, which, he claimed, would not be very difficult to do because the population was just waiting for the Red Army to appear in order to rise. Naturally, Lenin rejected Sultanzadeh's adventurous offer. 1. The statement by the Turkish communist Mustafa Nafi was no less typical. In the report he sent to the Revolutionary Military Council of the Soviet Republic in February 1921 he said, "The unfortunate Turkish workers and peasants and the whole proletariat are waiting for the Bolshevik Red Army which will deem it its duty to save their life all over the land from north to south, and rid them of despotism, tyranny and intrigues of the Turkish pashas who are more capitalistic and imperialistic than the English." 2. The same views in point of substance, were held by certain Soviet communists involved in the revolutionary struggle of the Asian peoples, not to speak of the adventurous Trotskyist elements in our country. ***8. Overplaying the role of the military factor in the revolution, and even treating it as an absolute, were the major elements of left sectarian theories widespread among the first Eastern communists of the day. Of course, each Oriental country had its own particular internal circumstances which conduced to spreading that kind of views. But there were some common reasons as well: the international situation keynoted by the anti-Soviet intervention of imperialist powers and the Red Army's victorious struggle on the Civil War fronts, the fact that the first communist elements of the East had emerged principally from the midst of petty bourgeois revolutionaries, the political immaturity and poor Marxist grounding of Asia's first communists, and the weakness of the Asian proletariat, which had not yet created an independent class movement of its own. While still in Moscow, Roy began to work out his plan to organize a military version of the revolution. He hoped that thousands upon thousands of Indian immigrants would start coming to Turkestan and could be banded together into a revolutionary brigade which he proposed to have complemented by units of independent tribes inhabiting the frontier regions from the Pamirs to Baluchistan, in the so-called Duran Strip. Pressing the Soviet authorities for aid in setting up a liberation army, M.N. Roy wrote on November 25, 1920 to E.M. Sklyansky, Vice Chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council of the RSFSR, that the tribesmen in the frontiers are very good elements for an offensive to be undertaken in due time. This attacking army set up outside the country was to have ensured the making of a socialist revolution in India. Shaukat Usmani wrote to M.N. Roy to tell him, as something taken for granted, that before starting a communist revolution in India we must occupy the country, for that will make our job much easier. Point 1. The first Indian communists did not find it in any way embarrassing that the soldiers of such an army of whatever elements, whether of Indian immigrants involved in the Caliphate movement or of militiamen of frontier tribes who lived under a patriarchal clan system, had no idea at all about socialism. Other Eastern communists were just as indifferent to the social composition and political standard of the projected forces, even though they did regard the armies as prime movers of socialist revolution. For example, late in March and early in April 1920, Turkestan organizations of Iranian communists, with assistance from the Turkestan Front, began to form a volunteer Persian international detachment of migrant seasonal workers. Point 1. However, the pauperist elements that made up a large proportion of the Iranian seasonal workers in Turkestan were not prepared to fight for socialist goals that the first Iranian communists had called on them to do. Perhaps, many of the seasonal workers joined the detachment because that meant getting a roof over their head and some decent food. Desertion, brawls, card playing, opium smoking and other drug habits, black market of unit equipment, absence without leave, and reluctance to learn the ABC of politics were rife. 99% of the total strength of the detachment was illiterate. The detachment chief H. Hasanov reported in mid-August 1920, that the fighting men of his detachment were mostly ill-clad and ill-fed teenagers or old men of the street, and that the political department is powerless to influence those men. 2. The hope of creating a Persian army 25,000 to 30,000 strong never materialized. So Hasanov proposed selecting the best of the fighting men for a solid combat unit and expelling all bad elements from the detachment. That seems to be just what they attempted to do. An order of the day of August 31, 1920 for the First Army of the Turkestan Front called for the Persian detachment to be reorganized into a special Persian International Infantry Regiment with an artillery platoon attached to it. 1. By September 3 the regiment had a total strength of 1,038 or 2,334 short of the establishment strength. 2. Here is an example from the history of the Communist Party of China. Its first Congress in 1921 adopted the party program stating that the Revolutionary Army together with the proletariat must overthrow the power of the capitalist classes. The army came first. It was the army that was to make a socialist revolution together with the proletariat. 3. Now, Since the early Chinese communists had no army at all, they believed they could make it up of the bandits that operated in large numbers all over China. Zhang Tailai, one of the organizers of the Communist Party of China, speaking at the Third Congress of the Comintern, described the bandits as fighting revolutionary material, if still raw. For the plan of military operation in the borders and in India, be worked out by the first Indian communists, pointed out explicitly that the attacking army raised from among tribes will be naturally mercenary. But since the mercenaries could easily turn to pillage and plunder, the plan limited their role to carrying out initial strikes at the British forces and consistently liberating individual regions and districts of the country where revolutionary authority was to be established straight away and proletarian military units would begin to be created. Besides, the idea was to hand over the leadership of the mercenaries to communist officers. It was envisaged that the proletarian army would gradually counterbalance the mercenary attacking army and would subsequently become the main strength of the revolutionary forces in its advance in the country. Consequently, it was the army, not the proletariat, that was to lead the revolution. Incidentally, the plan referred not only to the organization of military operations to ensure the victory of an armed proletarian revolution. At the very outset, its compilers asserted that the ultimate success of the proletarian revolution in India greatly depends on the organization of a strong, well-disciplined party which will carry on an extensive doctrinarian propaganda among the masses of workers and poor landless peasantry. However, this contention was followed up by another one which made nonsense of that right idea. The present state of the country, the document said, and conditions of the people make all organization and propaganda work ineffective, if not impossible, and therefore military operations on a sufficiently large scale are indispensable for the beginning of the work. As a matter of fact, individual phrases elsewhere in the plan about the role of propaganda work with the masses or to the effect that if possible, the military movement should be accompanied with a general strike were pointless since they were considered as issues of secondary importance, rather than top priority elements. 1 The plan turned the whole organization of the revolution upside down by leaving out a mass proletarian and peasant movement and, as a matter of fact, the parties, propaganda work and organization of the masses. The way the plan suggested for the Revolutionary War to be transformed into a revolution of the masses is noteworthy in this respect. The attacking army, having liberated a particular region from the British authorities, would install provisional revolutionary working class power in it, which was to begin demonstrating to the people through its lawmaking and administrative activities that the program of the proletariat was on the way to realization and that the revolution was, consequently, socialist in character. Such a demonstration was needed in order to get the masses to join the revolution with enthusiasm. The effect would be to stage armed uprisings in each liberated area. Subsequently, as more areas were liberated, regional uprisings would merge into one sweeping all-India uprising. British rule would be overthrown, and the provisional workers' government, led by the Communist Party, would embark on a socialist recasting of society. Roy's military plan, being as it was integral to the whole system of his views, was, of course, stamped with his own self-will and looked like a reckless venture. M. N. Hoy related in his memoirs how Lenin insisted, in talking to him, that the projected march of the attacking army through Afghanistan and India was impracticable and venturesome and that the very idea of creating such an army was far-fetched, and argued that there had to be different methods of struggle conducive to preparing a revolutionary situation in the country. Back in 1918, Lenin stated the Bolsheviks' position of principle with regard to imposing blessings on the masses and forcing them into tackling the tasks and using the methods they were not yet ripe to understand. We have always said, the emancipation of the working people from oppression cannot be brought from outside. The working people themselves, by their struggle, by their movement, by their agitation, must learn to solve a new historical problem, and the more difficult, the greater, the more responsible this new historical problem is, the larger must be the number of those enlisted for the purpose of taking an independent part in solving it. 2. Enhoy and his group set themselves an opposite aim, that of finding a solution to the new historical problem without the masses, without their direct involvement. Roy must have believed that the plan of military operation in the borders and in India was the clue to this issue. Having arrived in Tashkent, the Provisional All India Central Revolutionary Committee tried to carry through the plan of organizing a revolutionary attacking army. It decided to begin by training revolutionary officers who were to get down to putting together the attacking army. The plan to organize a military school was ready by October 5, 1920.3. A report on the activities of the Indian Revolutionary Committee pointed out that the committee regarded the organization of the military school as its principal work and called on it, first, to teach all Indian revolutionaries to handle arms, which most of them could never do because of the harsh firearm possession acts imposed. *8. For underground propaganda in the army, the bulk of which is voicing its discontent. Third, train Indians as officers to take the place of British officers upon the outbreak of the revolution, and to issue competent orders for the revolutionary units. 1. Indian revolutionaries asked the Soviet government for help in setting up military courses and in providing them with material equipment and teaching staffs. This request was granted. A plenary meeting of the RCP Central Committee passed a special decision, approved by the Comintern, for a certain amount of money and arms to be supplied to the Indian revolutionaries for their struggle against imperialism. 2. Similar decisions were taken on the issue of assistance for the Iranian and Turkish revolutionaries anxious to participate in their people's armed struggles against imperialists. In carrying out these decisions, the Soviet government proceeded from its invariable policy of lending assistance to the oppressed people's anti-imperialist struggle of liberation, whose objectives were entirely in accord with the interests of the Soviet Republic, which was, besides, beating back the armed intervention by imperialist powers. Material support and communication of military and political knowledge to the Indian, Iranian, and Turkish revolutionaries were important forms of such assistance and had nothing to do with the impracticable plans of the first Eastern Communists, still less pointed to Soviet Russia's intention to overrun Turkey, Iran, or India, as bourgeois historians have since been claiming. 3. An order of the day, dated October 11, 1920, for the Turkestan Front announced that the All India Central Revolutionary Committee had set up the first Indian commanding courses for all arms with N.A. Kiselev, undergraduate of the Academy of the General Staff, in command. 4. However, on December 21, 1920, Kiselev left for Moscow to continue his own course of study at the Academy. He was succeeded first by Kodo Yarkanov and, from February 1921, by G. N. Frolov, a former Tsarist officer who had joined the Red Army and had some experience in organizing military training and instruction. 1. It took 2 months to man the school with commanding officers, teaching staffs, and service personnel. A. M. Tarakhanov, an authentic representative of Russia's mass of workers, peasants, and soldiers who had made the October Revolution and were now defending their country and building up the Soviet state, was appointed political director of the school and was principally responsible for political instruction and education of Indi. Answer. A. M. Tarakhanov, a 27-year-old former peasant and subsequently textile worker, joined the party in June 1917 while on the front lines. Lai was chairman of a revolutionary regiment committee at the time of the October Revolution. Upon demobilization in 1918 he was chairman of a village soviet and of a provincial executive committee. In 1919 and in early 1920 he was a communist cell organizer on a district party committee. For a short period in 1920 he was assistant political director of the 1st Moscow Artillery and Infantry Courses, from where he was sent to Tashkent to work with the Indian Revolutionaries. 2. A considerable proportion of the teaching and administrative staffs and service personnel of the school was made up of members of the Soviet mission of military instructors that was on its way to Kabul at the request of the Afghan government but stopped in Tashkent. 3. Because the Emir refused to admit them under pressure from Britain. It was not only Soviet citizens but some of the former POWs, Austrians, Germans, Slovaks, members of the internationalist movement who fought on the Civil War fronts in defense of Soviet government that worked with the Indians. It is noteworthy that an Austrian communist, Anton Grandeur, appointed as a platoon commander at the Indian Military School, put down internationalist under the heading of nationality as he filled in his questionnaire. For he worked in company of platoon commanders Ivan Kosic, a Slovene, Franz Prindl, a German, Husan Yambulatov, a Tatar, Dmitry Savanovich, a Belarus. Shion, who was secretary of the Communist Cell, a Ukrainian, Ivan Marchenko, who was chairman of the Communist Cell, was a riding instructor. The prevailing mood at the school, that of its staff and their activities, was one of proletarian internationalism, which mattered a lot lore the political education of young Indian revolutionaries. The first group to arrive for training on November 10 consisted of 11 men: Shafiq Mohammed Siddiqui, Nazir Siddiqui, Mansur Firazuddin, Trip Abdul Hamid, Mir Abdul Majid, Fida Ali Zahid, Aziz Gorayaman, Qurashi Mohammed Seber, Shah Selshi, Mira Bishidas, Muhammadan Abdul Karim. 2-3 All of them were enrolled in the Air Department, which began classes under the direction of the Air Flight Commander V.V. Gopp on November 12.3. The number of students increased slowly. A further 8 Indians were admitted in December: Bashirullah Ghulam Ahmed, Said Mohammed, Aziz Ahmed, Wafa Habib Mohammed, Alisha Masood, Gahar Abdur-Rahman, Fateh, Ghulam Amir. It was, evidently, upon the arrival of this second group that an infantry machine gun department began to function. The school had no more departments. 9 men arrived in January 1921: Abdul Qayyum, Habib Ahmed Mansour, Ghulam Rasool, Mohammed Abdullah, Ismail Khan, Fazil, Abdul Hamid, Mohammed Farooq, Mamujan Shamil. 45 Early in February, the school had 27 pupils present. 6-7 usually, from 2 to 4 men were on various missions under instructions from the Indian Revolutionary Committee. So the list of students had, as a rule, more than there were actually present. Nabi Bahash Abdurrahman, Abdullah Inwaya and others entered the school in March. Fazil Ilahi, Saray, Ramdas, Kudumai, Manobar Nasir and others did so in April. 0 The order of the day, dated April 22, 1921, announced that there were 39 students on the list, and 4 of them on business missions. That is to say that 35 were actually present. That number rose to 40 after April 25.7. No more of the Indi. 240 ANS who had enough training to study military subjects, could be enlisted, although the projected admission was to have been 110. Some 10 illiterate or unprepared Indi ANS were enrolled as Red Armymen. That is, shortly upon being opened, the military school discovered a shortage of those who wished to attend it. This was due again to M.N. Roy's left sectarian tactics and to the incessant feuding it provoked between the Revolutionary Committee and the Association. For that reason, many members of the Association who would have liked to attend the school did not enter it. By bringing up the objectives of socialist revolution for the students to study, M.N. Roy and A. Mukherjee, naturally, kept the Indians sticking to the positions of nationalism away from the school. Yet even those admitted were by no means prepared to fulfill the mission M.N. Roy entrusted to them. A.M. Tarakanov wrote, for instance, that the students, having practically no idea of socialism, are full of ethnic and, partly, religious prejudices. 2 Yet for all that, Roy was in a hurry, leaving no time for serious political training of the students. Indeed, he believed that there ought to be a socialist revolution immediately. In his letter of November 20, 1920 to E.M. Sklyansky, he attempted to prove that Indians must not enter Soviet military educational establishments because their course of instruction is too long, while the Indians have to be taught and sent to India and to her borders for work. The school functioned for less than 7 months. Its closure was announced on April 27, 1921.3 The students were offered an opportunity to continue their studies at appropriate institutions of learning in Soviet Russia. And yet, the military school, even though short-lived, played a positive role. Soviet commanders and political officers worked enthusiastically, striving to pass on the whole of their military and revolutionary experience to their Indian brothers. In March 1921 A.M. Tarakanov had this to say about the Soviet people who worked at the school: "The teachers are anxious to equip their students with the military knowledge that is indispensable to a Red Army commander in the Civil War and the revolutionary struggles, and train their students to develop a concise revolutionary discipline." 1. He also pointed out that the teachers themselves were revolutionaries who had emerged from the midst of workers and peasants and who live in close unity with the students. 2. Kf. Rafiq Ahmed, one of those who became communists in Soviet Russia and studied at this school, would relate years after, "We learned to handle machine guns and studied gunnery. Some of us were training to fly an airplane. Naturally, we had regular drill exercises." However, the author wrote, the newly established military school provided political as well as military training for its students. 3. The school experienced great difficulties. There was a shortage of teachers, the academic process was complicated because of the need of double translation, and there was little military equipment, although, as M. N. Roy and many bourgeois authors maintained, it was taken over to Tashkent in 2 freight trains of 27 cars each. For it was, however, the organization of political education of students that caused the greatest difficulties. It was a matter of great concern not only to the political director and the chief of the military school but also to the party organization and the entire teaching staff. A.M. Tarakanov wrote in one of his reports to the political department of the Tashkent Board of Military Training Establishments that only political education could make of students revolutionary leaders. Red Command ERS who could be an example to emulate and worthy lead ERS of the Revolutionary Army in the cause of liberating the enslaved masses of India from the yoke of English capital. 5. The managers of the school many times asked the Tashkent Board of Military Training Establishments and even the Comintern, for teachers of social sciences to be sent over, provided they were familiar with the Orient and had great political vision. 1. Apparently, a small proportion of the students, the best prepared and communist-minded, was also preoccupied with removing shortcomings in the organization of political education and laid down certain demands to that end. The demands were noteworthy because they showed how much the political interests of Indian revolutionaries had grown and expanded during their sojourn in the Soviet Republic. In his report of February 1921 to the political department of the Tashkent Board of Military Training Establishments, A.M. Tarakanov wrote, in particular, "There is nobody at all to teach the ABC of politics, and I have to deputize for a time, but I consider myself unprepared to read the ABC of politics for the Indians, as the lectures they will find interesting must be on the following subjects: the history of revolution and evolution, Capital of Karl Marx, Marx economic theories, communism and its historical definition, how to organize work, what the Soviet state is and what purposes it pursues, and in what way it differs from the capitalist state, the international working class movement." 2. Naturally, everything possible was done to improve the standard of instruction in social subjects. More teachers and lecturers appeared, Berkut was giving a course of political work, Kolosov conducted classes of political economy, Kazantsev and Vera Fryman, those of the ABC of politics, and Alexander Fryman was in charge of the organization of lecturing. 8. Indians were invited to be active in social and party activities at the school. A mixed communist cell was made up not only of teachers but also of students. M. Shafiq, Masud Shah, Abdul Hamid, Aziz, and Salim. Shafiq was elected a full member and Abdul Hamid, an alternate member of the presidium of the cell. 4. The Indians did interesting clubhouse work. The school had a commission which dealt with recreational activities and cultural education. It was headed by I.P. Marchenko, with Nazir as his deputy and M. Shafiq as secretary. 6. As Tarakanov communicated, the Indians were rehearsing a 3-act drama under a meaningful title, The Moon Russia, written by one of the students. On March 12, 1921, the students joined with members of the Proletarian Culture Club in holding an international soiree. First they put on a Russian play and then The Moon Russia, which was a real hit. 1. Unfortunately, the text of the play has never been found. In all likelihood, it, to judge by the title, was about the power of attraction Soviet Russia had by holding up the torchlight of the October Revolution to show the way for Indians to freedom, and about Indian revolutionaries roused by the October Revolution to a stout battle for their country's liberation. I believe the only author could be the 20-year-old poet Habib Wafa, who directed the theatrical section of the Commission for Cultural Education. 2 La Turan, he adopted Soviet citizenship and became a member of the Union of Soviet Writers and a scholar. His plays were running in Soviet theaters and his verses were printed in literary magazines and reviews. He became a professor of the Institute of Oriental Studies, where he held an Indian languages chair, and was the first in the USSR to set up a scientifically governed course of Hindustani. In the process of political instruction and education of the Indians, the staff of the military school took into account its complexity and did not rush things. When there was a suggestion to invite students to take part in all-city economic recovery subotniks, the chief of the teaching department, Kolomyatsev, wrote in a report to the headmaster, "The Indians have not yet adapted themselves at the school, they do not understand the rules of discipline they are expected to obey, and show themselves to be excessively sensitive because of their particular racial background. There is no political, nor military education." In view of the foregoing, I deem it necessary not to call on the trainees to turn out for working Sundays in the first few months of training, giving special attention during this period to their political, physical, and military training, as well as to providing the facilities for them to learn the Russian as soon as possible. The headmaster agreed with him. 3*8. Yet the process of the Indians' political maturing seemed to proceed faster and more efficiently than the men who worked with them had expected. As early as February 14, 1921, a general staff meeting discussed the role of unpaid working Saturdays and Sundays in rebuilding the country's war-ravaged economy. Reports were made by A.M. Tarakanov and M. Shafik. They reviewed the hard economic situation of the Soviet Republic and called on teachers, trainees, and Red Armymen of the military school to do their bit towards national economic recovery. Shafik said that the Indians must take most enthusiastic part in working Saturdays and Sundays because they have found refuge and protection under Soviet government, which was striving for the liberation of the proletariat of the Orient. The meeting took note of both reports and resolved that the trainees should attend the Voskresniks on April 17. The trainees turned out for their first all-city Voskresnik, and on April 19 the school management issued a special order of the day to review their performance on so important an occasion. It pointed out that all the participants in the Voskresnik, members of the staff and Indian trainees, showed energy at work and devotion to the common cause, and they with honor their duty in rebuilding the war-ravaged Soviet economy. The order of the day recorded the conviction that on their return to their native land, the trainees will be able to lead the proletariat of India to the final overthrow of British capital and the establishment of their own proletarian Soviet rule. 12 It is difficult for us to judge how effective actual military training was at the first Indian courses for all arms, but political education was effective, and that not so much because of the efforts of competent teachers of social subjects. For they had not appeared overnight, and there were very few of them, as because of the Indians' close contact with the Soviet people, including their teachers, and because of the trainees' participation in this country's public affairs. Many Indians gained a closer understanding of the ideas of socialism, the character of the Soviet state, and the essence of its policy based on Lenin's principles or proletarian internationalism and the right of nations to self-determination. At a later stage, Indian revolutionaries took home with them the knowledge they had acquired and the understanding they had developed in Soviet Russia of the tasks before India. That was just what British imperialism feared most, although it disguised that fear of the ideological influence of Bolshevism by playing up the alleged danger of a Soviet armed invasion of India. Bourgeois historians still claim that Soviet Russia planned at its very inception to overrun India and had supposedly taken some practical steps to that end. This is the standpoint of the Indian scholar Bandyopadhyaya. Yet he still had to admit in his book that some of the leaders of the Indian national liberation movement, as Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, to name but two, did not, by a long shot, share the idea of aggressive plans of the Soviet authorities with regard to India, although that idea had been floated far and wide by the British press even in connection with the victory of the October Revolution and, more particularly, during the Third Anglo-Afghan War of 1919, and after it. Bandyopadhyaya quoted Gandhi as having declared, "I have never believed in a Bolshevik menace." The author quoted more of that statement in which the Indian leader denounced the repressive policy of British imperialism in India and stressed Soviet Russia's noble role in opposing it. Fraternization of the Soviet Union with Asiatic countries and the anti-British policy 6F King Amanullah in Afghanistan, Gandhi said, served as a check on the naked repressive character of British imperialism. One Bandyopadhyaya did not confine himself to that remark but went on to make what were unpalatable conclusions for him. He wrote that even Mahatma Gandhi, who had no ideological sympathies whatsoever for the communist viewpoint, nevertheless seems to have thought at this time that the Soviet Union was, directly or indirectly, promoting the cause of freedom in the world and, in particular, that the Russian Revolution had helped the Indian people in their struggle for freedom. Bandyopadhyaya went on to point out that even relatively conservative leaders in India took a somewhat favorable view of the Russian Revolution in the early years. So, how did Bandyopadhyaya propose to reconcile these more or less objective conclusions with the anti-Soviet thrust of his book? He simply declared the nationalist leader's favorable views on the October Revolution invalid because the Indian leaders did not know about the aggressive designs of the Soviet government, Lenin, and the Comintern with respect to India. He wrote, "These views indicate that the Indian leaders at this time were unaware of the ideological, strategic, and tactical considerations regarding India which were engaging the serious attention of Lenin, the Bolshevik government and the Comintern, and the nature of Soviet activities in Tashkent and other parts of Central Asia. 1. Allegations of Soviet Russia's intention of the early 20s to occupy India had been made by British propaganda in an effort to justify England's involvement in the anti-Soviet intervention. In general, the governments of imperialist powers accused the Soviet authorities in those years of insatiable aggressiveness and of attempts to seize just about the whole world. Lenin ridiculed and exposed the class nature of one of such spurious charges. In his report on the party program at the 8th Congress of the RCP, he said, "Now Scheidman's party is already saying that we want to conquer Germany. That is of course ridiculous, nonsensical. But the bourgeoisie have their own interests and their own press, which is shouting this to the whole world in hundreds of millions of copies. Wilson, too, is supporting this in his own interests. The Bolsheviks, they declare, have a large army, and they want, by means of conquest, to implant their Bolshevism in Germany." Some Western historians of our day have been making such allegations and seeking to prove them even more often than in the past. David N. Druhy, an American historian, is one of those who have come forward with that kind of idea. In his outspokenly anti-Soviet and anti-communist book Soviet Russia and Indian Communism, he clearly showed his utter contempt for Indian revolutionaries, their ambitions and misconceptions. It is his book that Bandyopadhyaya usually refers to in search of arguments to bear out his own points. Opening his story with a glance back upon the history of Russian-Indian relations, Druhy tells us, essentially, of course, about the intention of Paul and Alexander I to join with Napoleon in crushing England with a blow at India, and also about the abortive attempts at organizing military marches on the Indian subcontinent undertaken by other Russian czars in the 19th century. He follows that up with concluding that in spite of all that, Tsarist Russia had no design of invading India either to liberate the Indians or to substitute Russian for British rule in the peninsula. Then Druhy went on to describe the Soviet intention, which, naturally, was an entirely different matter. Druhy considers that as applied to India, the plan of the World Revolution meant nothing more nor less than the substitution of the British Raj by a disguised Russian Raj, ruled as a radical Indian organization, the Communist Party of India. It is quite interesting to note that as early as 1920 Leo Pasvalsky formulated just about the same idea. He wrote, "This Russia is found to be, by its very nature, insatiably aggressive, though in a different sense from its imperial predecessor, because the Soviet government dreams of a world revolution, of spreading it to Asia, and of an armed expedition into India, calculated to arouse whatever revolutionary fires in that land. 3. Unlike Druhi and Pasvalsky, another American historian, Godar Singh Samra, of Indian extraction, tried to give substance to the old contention that the presence of Austrian, German, and Turkish POWs in Central Asian regions of Soviet Russia created a stark danger of an invasion of India by a Turco-German army through Afghanistan. He writes of some unknown German machinations allegedly encouraged by Soviet Russia which threaten the very gates of India. 4. He goes as far as to try and justify the British intervention in Soviet Russia, holding it to have been an act of self-defense against the Bolsheviks, who did not only contribute to the Turco-German crusade but made efforts warlike in the beginning but passive afterwards to spread communism in India. 1. To back up his argument about the Soviet government's encouragement of the Turco-German intentions, the author refers to the recollections of some figures involved in the British intervention in Soviet Turkestan, the British consul in Kashgar P.T. Etherton, to the head of the so-called military diplomatic mission of Great Britain in Tashkent, Light Colf.M. Bailey 3. And Major General W. Malison, for it was under the latter's command that British forces invaded the territory of the Trans-Caspian region in August 1918. Not even by drawing upon the material of such authors did Godar Samra succeed in producing any evidence at all. He just stated the opinion of the above-mentioned leaders that a Turco-German army might materialize for a campaign against India through Afghanistan. 56. It is, however, well known that there was no Turco-German army at all in Soviet Russia. There were just some former POWs scattered throughout many regions of this country whom the Soviet government was repatriating at regular intervals from 1918 onwards. Samra opened his book by stating his intention to contribute towards resolving the controversial question of whether Soviet Russia's policy towards India was a follow-up to the imperialist designs of Tsarism or not. Phi did not give any straightforward answer to this question. But, quoting plenty of anti-Soviet fabrications of the Times of London, even those he found to be false himself, and using biased reports borrowed from the memoirs of interventionists, British generals and intelligence agents, and declaring all that to be facts, Samra wanted his reader to accept Druhi's standpoint. Druhi's arguments were more ramified but by no means more convincing. They reposed on outright inventions, uncritical references to what were clearly committed sources and unjustified conclusions drawn from them. As the major piece of evidence to prove Soviet Russia's aggressive intentions, the author takes his own contention that the plan of military operation in the borders and in India, drawn up by M.N. Roy, had been approved in the early autumn of 1920 by the Politburo of the Russian Communist Party and the Council of People's Commissars, and also by Lenin, who suppository-edly felt that Roy's scheme was in the interest of the world revolution. 1. That is not so, however. The plan of military operation in the borders and in India reflected in a striking way many symptoms of the infantile disorder of leftism which afflicted the early communists of the East and even some Soviet officials as well. Lenin was the first to have detected this disease of Eastern communists and fought hard against it even long before the Second Congress of the Comintern, at the Congress and after it. During the preliminary discussion of Lenin's draft the SES on the national and the colonial questions before the Second Congress of the Comintern, a group of Soviet political workers from Turkestan, T. Raskulov, and Kodjaev and others, unequivocally raised the question of a liberation march by the Red Army into India through Afghanistan. In their letter to Lenin of June 12, 1920, they tried to prove that India must be liberated by the Muslim proletariat with the help of Soviet Russia and, by all means, before the revolution in London. 2. The idea of the blessings forced upon not only India but upon all colonial and dependent countries adjacent to Russia was expressed also by Yet. A. Preobrazhensky. Opposing Lenin's argument about the duty of communists to support the national liberation movement in the East, he presumed, if the possibility of economic agreement with the leading national groups is ruled out, their suppression by force and forcible incorporation will be inevitable. 3. Lenin emphatically objected to all possible projects and attempts to bring about a socialist revolution in Oriental countries by force of arms. On Preobrazhensky's remark, he pronounced himself in his strongest and negative terms: "It goes too far. It cannot be proved, and it is wrong to say that suppression by force is inevitable." *8. That is radically wrong. 1. Back at the 8th Party Congress, Lenin emphasized, communism cannot be imposed by force. 2. In those distant times, left-minded Asian communists more than once proposed, as was stated earlier on, organizing a liberation march by the Red Army to spark off revolution not only in India but also in China, Turkey, and Iran. However, Lenin rejected such proposals emphatically. 3. The way he did during his conversations with M. N. Roy before the Second Congress of the Comintern. Lenin's statement of the Communists' indispensable duty to help the national liberation struggles of the peoples of the East remained unchanged and was approved by decision of the Second Congress of the Comintern. So much for the position of principle, which indicated that neither the Politburo of the RCP Central Committee, nor the Council of People's Commissars, nor Lenin could approve of the left sectarian plan of military operation in the borders and in India. So what does David Druhy base his contention on? His only source is M. N. Roy's memoirs. But, for one thing, in his recollections, 2, Roy mentioned Lenin's disagreement with his plan for an armed version of Indian revolution. 4. And, for another, one cannot regard this source as absolutely credible. It contains many errors, whether intended or unintended, and its material requires thorough verification, as one could see already in considering the question of the so-called Communist Party of India proclaimed in Tashkent, and a number of other issues. There has to be some checking in this case as well. Let us have a look at a well-known document, also written by M. N. Roy, not 35 years after the event, but just as it occurred. There is not a word about the subject of interest to us in the Comintern's official report of the work done by the Provisional All India Central Revolutionary Committee, which would have been impossible, if the Council of People's Commissars had approved of Roy's military plan. For that report contained a most detailed account not only of all the practical activities of Indian revolutionaries, but of the background to them as well. By ascribing to the Bolsheviks M. N. Roy's leftist precepts regarding the decisive role of the military factor in preparing and making a socialist revolution in India, David Druhy attempted to find evidence to bear out his argument. He treated the Soviet policy of backing the national liberation movements of the peoples of Iran, Xinjiang, and, particularly, Afghanistan as major acts in carrying through the ostensibly projected invasion of India. It is nothing short of surprising that the author should not have declared the Soviet policy of friendship and cooperation with the peoples of China and Turkey to have been the same kind of acts, and should not have contended that it was in order to carry out Roy's plan that the Soviet government had published, back in 1917, its appeal to all the working Muslims of Russia and the East. One of the essential arguments in Druhy's chain of evidence was his thrilling story of the arrival in Tashkent, on October 1, 1920, of 2 trains, each of which was composed of 27 cars loaded with arms, ammunition, outfit, dismantled airplanes, and also gold bullion and pound notes. There was a group of military instructors in one car, and M. N. Roy, the head of the expedition bound for Afghanistan, in another. 1 Overstreet and Windmiller quoted that story. 2.2 The only thing they added was that for the Bolsheviks, apart from offering a weapon against Britain, India in itself presented an attractive object for the export of revolution. 3 And claimed that, soon after his arrival in Tashkent, M. N. Roy had already formed what he described as the First International Brigade of the Red Army for the invasion of India. What happened in reality? Arms and ammunition that arrived in Tashkent, escorted by a small group of military instructors, were meant entirely for Afghanistan, for which the government of Amanullah Khan had asked the Soviet government and which had been promised to it. Back on November 27, 1919. Lenin, replying to Amanullah Khan's letter on the subject, which had been brought to Moscow by the Afghan Messiah of Mohammad Vali Khan, sent a friendly message to Kabul. In it, he announced that the Soviet representatives in Kabul had been instructed to enter into negotiations to conclude trade and other friendship treaties with a view not only to strengthening good neighborly relations to the best advantage of both peoples, but promoting the joint struggle in conjunction with Afghanistan against the most predatory imperialist government in the world, Great Britain. Lenin also wrote that in his conversations with Mohammad Vali Khan he learned about Afghanistan's desire to obtain military aid and that the Soviet government is inclined to offer this aid to the Afghan people on the widest scale. Point 1 Incidentally, the mission of military instructors which was on its way to Kabul at the Emir's request was not led by M.N. Roy, nor was under his control. Roy was simply traveling in its train to Tashkent. Invariably committed to supporting the national liberation struggle of oppressed peoples, the Soviet government was not only the first to recognize the independence of Afghanistan, won in the hard war with Britain, but lent it whatever material support it could. That was in the mutual interest of Afghanistan and Soviet Russia, since both nations were upholding their right to existence in the struggle against British imperialism. Britain was waging an undeclared predatory war against Soviet Russia along with backing up its internal armed enemies the White Guards and the Basmash bands. Back in July 1918, Lenin said that counter-revolutionary revolts have broken out in a number of towns in Central Asia with the obvious complicity of the British entrenched in India. Point 2 If Afghanistan and Soviet Russia could have acted in common against the British armed forces, that, too, would have been a fair act having nothing to do with the conquest of India. Under pressure from Britain, Kabul refused to admit the Soviet mission, and it remained in Tashkent. In consequence, some of its instructors began to teach at the Indian military school. In the orders of the day issued at the school, one could often come across this formula: so and so, coming from the Russian mission to Afghanistan, shall be appointed to the office of one. Some of the military equipment brought over was also used to teach the trainees. The Soviet-Afghan Treaty of February 1921, establishing friendly relations, was, in Drury's opinion, a stepping stone in preparation for a march of Roy's army on India, while the institution of Soviet consular offices in a number of Afghan cities meant setting up propaganda centers aimed against British India. Point 2 But, first, there was no Roy's army or Roy's brigade in existence either in 1920, or still less, in 1921, for, indeed, 100 or even 200 Indian immigrants, who were divided into feuding groups and dispersed in various Soviet cities, were physically unable to form any military brigade. Second, where and when, and in what documents has Drury found, or in what archives has he discovered so much as a hint at any Soviet propaganda against India? There has, indeed, been no end of it against British imperialism which oppressed India. But India and Britain are not exactly the same thing. Drury declared all the work done by Indian revolutionaries in Tashkent and other cities of Turkestan to have been directed towards preparing a Soviet invasion of India. He has labeled all Indian immigrants as a weapon of the Soviet government which, he claimed, wanted to have enough zealous communists and good soldiers, so that the invasion would look like a true liberation of India, and not as a conquest by Russia. 3 It is in the same light that he has treated even the arrival of Muhajirins in Tashkent and the training of 15 of them at the propaganda school, and the proclamation of the so-called Communist Party and, more particularly, of course, the setting up of military command courses which had between 20 and 40 men trained in the space of 3 to 4 months, and the joining of the Red Army by a small number of Indians who deserted the British forces which occupied North Iran. In actual reality, all of the facts just mentioned were pointers to the sweeping upsurge of the national liberation movement in India, and, notably, the rising number of revolutionary-minded Indians who were looking for more effective ways and means of a determined struggle against the British conquerors of India. Purely material aid along with assistance in terms of propaganda and military training which the Soviet PEOPLE gave to Indian revolutionaries as well as to the Revolutionaries of Iran, Turkey, Korea, and China, were entirely in accord with the Soviet government's commitment to an alliance with, oppressed Oriental peoples in the name of a common struggle against a common enemy, international imperialism. This common struggle is known to have become a reality and to be expressed in the full-scale participation of Chinese, Korean, Iranian, Turkish, and, partly, Indian citizens in action against the invaders, the Basmak bands and the White Guards. And, of course, contrary to the allegations of Druhi, Samra, Bandiopadhyaya and others, none of it had anything whatsoever to do with preparing a land-grabbing march on India or on any other Oriental country. Both Druhi and Samra considered that the struggle of the Bolsheviks to free Central Asia from the Basmash bands and invading forces were the key element of preparations for the conquest of India. These authors quoted an order of the day by Ziyad Sokhanikov, the then commander of the Turkestan Front, which he signed on October 10, 1920, in connection with the dispatch of a military unit to the Pamirs, and interpreted the words of that document as proof of Soviet Russia's aggressive designs against India. Here is an extract from that order of the day one as Gautar Samra quoted it: "Comrades of the Pamir Division, you have been given a responsible task. The Soviet Republic sends you to garrison the posts on the Pamirs on the frontiers of the friendly countries of Afghanistan and India. The Pamir's tableland divides revolutionary Russia from India. On this tableland you, the signalers of the revolution, must hoist the red flag of the Army of Liberation. May the peoples of India, who fight against their English oppressors, soon know that friendly help is not off." 1. The movement of a Soviet unit to the Soviet Pamirs was a natural and legitimate measure because national frontiers had to be guarded, all the more so since there was somebody to guard them against. 23. It is just as natural that the advance of the Red Army towards India's northern borders, inhabited by bellicose tribes that had rebelled against British domination more than once, was a factor which revolutionized the oppressed and, of course, worried Britain. That, however, was a perfectly objective circumstance arising from the very nature of the Soviet system of government. That is exactly what Solkonikov spoke about. Now, if you turn to his statement about Soviet Russia's readiness to help the Indian people, everything in this sense depended on the desire of the Indians themselves and did not attest to an intention to organize any march on the subcontinent in order to conquer it. Druhi also maintains that it was Lenin himself who proclaimed that the road to London and Paris lay through Peking and Calcutta, but Lenin never said anything like that, and so the author does not, nor could he, name chapter and verse to indicate where one could read this phrase because these or similar words belong to Trotsky, not Lenin. On August 5, 1919, Trotsky approached the Central Committee of the RCP with a plan for creating a cavalry corps with the idea of launching it against India so as to bring nearer the revolution in Europe. To support his plan, Trotsky wrote that the road to Paris and London lies via the towns of Afghanistan, Punjab, and Bengal. 4 * The RCP Central Committee, with Lenin's active participation, turned down that adventuristic plan. That is perfectly true as far as the political education of Indian immigrants in Soviet Russia and their subsequent return to India are concerned. Yet what the work of that kind testified to was not the Red Army's preparations for the conquest of India, but the determination of the first Indian revolutionaries to tell their people the truth about Soviet Russia and so contribute towards revolutionizing them, advancing the communist movement, and radicalizing the national liberation struggle at home. For that was, in fact, what they had come to Soviet Russia for. The Soviet government, by meeting the aspirations of the Indian immigrants and lending all-round assistance, including aid in terms of military instruction, to the revolutionaries of adjacent Oriental countries, was helping the peoples of Asia find the way to an alliance with Soviet Russia and, consequently, to national independence at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, it was thus defending itself from the invading armed forces of imperialism which used adjacent Asian countries as springboards from which to strike at Soviet Russia. That is to say that the arguments produced by Druhi and other authors who shared his view were groundless and betrayed their anti-Soviet bias, pure and simple. Indian bourgeois historian Zafar Imam emphatically objected to Druhi's conception. He said that in spite of official declarations of the British authorities about the impending threat of an armed Russo-Afghan attack against India, a prominent member of the Congress characterized such allegations as a clear lie concocted by our enemies to divert the attention of the nation from the goal on which it has fixed its gaze. Zafar Imam arrived at the following conclusion: in 1920, no responsible Soviet leader, except perhaps Trotsky, seriously toyed with the idea of liberating India from British rule by army action too. The Western group of Indian national revolutionaries in Moscow, in accordance with their plans, the first Indian communists attempt to convoke an All-India Revolutionary Congress, although their leader's left sectarian position was in the way. The Indian National Congress was virtually kept out of a possible coalition of anti-imperialist forces. There was some hope for unity of action to be established with nationalist revolutionaries who had been in Europe for years. As early as October or November 1920, the Roy Group began to correspond with them. Late in November, Virendranath Chattopadhyaya even arrived in Moscow for preliminary discussions, as did Mukherjee, who had come over from Tashkent. It must have been at that moment that they agreed on holding a conference in the summer of 1921. However, the conflict situation which had arisen in Tashkent is known to have led to the leaders of the two feuding groups, M. N. Roy and his wife Evelyn Trent Roy, on the one hand, and Prativedi Acharya and Abdur Rab Bark, on the other, coming to Moscow as early as January 1921. The Comintern tried to reconcile the contending parties and, in the hope that it would succeed in doing so, invited also representatives of the Indian revolutionaries in Western Europe to come over to Moscow as well. Its intention was to help the Indian communists hold what was the long-planned conference of revolutionaries. The appropriate decision of the small bureau of the Comintern on that invitation was taken on April 5, 1921, and the Indians arrived in Moscow either late in April or early in May. 2 The group consisted of 7 revolutionaries: Virendranath Chattopadhyaya, Lohani, Pandurang Kankhoji, Bhupendranath Dutta, Nalini Gupta, Abdul Hassan, and American woman Agnes Smedley, at that time Chattopadhyaya's wife, who had worked with Indian revolutionary immigrants on the U.S. East Coast for 6 years. 1 Nearly all the newcomers had until recently been either members or staffers of the Indian National Committee in Berlin, organized at the beginning of World War I. But now some already considered themselves communists, while others still were no more than Marxist sympathizers. However, having started to move towards Marxism, following the failure of their own ideological and tactical precepts, and intensified liberation struggle of the Indian people, and under the growing impact of the October Revolution, they were still far from completing that transition. Declaring themselves to be anxious to join the communist movement, they brought into it, as Lenin put it, their prejudices, their reactionary fantasies, their weaknesses and errors. 2 Their outlook of the day, although they had accepted some tenets of Marxism, represented nothing but a stepping stone on the way to scientific socialism. 3 members of the group, Chattopadhyaya, Lohani, and Kankhoji, who may have come nearer than anybody else around them to accepting Marxism, set forth their political platform in lengthy 14-page theses on India and the World Revolution. They sent that document to Lenin and the ECCI. 3 Like many national revolutionaries, the authors of the theses exaggerated India's importance for the world revolution out of all proportion, claiming that in this sense India transcends other parts of the Asiatic and African continents. At the same time, the theses contained a perfectly justified statement of protest against the left communists' unscientifically optimistic evaluations of India's social and economic position made in the cloudy atmosphere of vague enthusiasm. The authors rightfully emphasized the plural structure of the Indian economy, which made it specific and difficult to study. In contemporary India, they wrote, feudalism, medieval guild organization of small industry and modern large-scale industrialism exist side by side in a curious medley. The authors accepted Marx's theory of classes and class struggle. They wrote, Indian society, like societies everywhere, has been divided along horizontal lines of cleavage between the exploiting and exploited classes. However, the peculiar thing is that these lines of horizontal cleavage have been intersected, from the very inception of India's history, by vertical lines of social and religious division producing additional antagonisms in society. Describing the class composition of Indian society, the authors pointed out, first and foremost, the immense preponderance of small-scale landowning peasantry. It was stated in the theses that in India there is a huge petty bourgeois agricultural population, traditionally fixed in its individualist method of agriculture. With reference to the industrial proletariat, it was said that it was under-organized and did not go, in its struggle, beyond demanding higher pay and a shorter working day. The authors arrived at the conclusion that the Indian proletariat could by no means be regarded as class-conscious and that it was very difficult to overcome its backwardness, ignorance, and conservatism cultivated by the caste system and religious antagonism. It was pointed out that rank-and-file workers were completely illiterate and that it was impossible, as a matter of fact, to do propaganda among them by the printed word, but it was the British bourgeois domination of Indian society that the authors of the theses rightfully regarded as the major obstacle in the way of the proletariat's class self-determination. Wherever there has been a politically unfree country, its exploited classes, the theses said, have not been able to come to clear perception of the existence and nature of the class struggle. Concluding this part of their theorizing, the authors contended that the Indian proletariat can take its rightful place in the ranks of the world proletariat in its struggle against the bourgeoisie only after the supervening British imperialism has been withdrawn. In another document, the so-called Memorandum to the Indian Commission of the Comintern, Chattopadhyaya and Lohani elaborated on the same subject. The Indian environment is today loaded, they wrote, with the superfluous element of British imperialism. Eliminate this element and you make class consciousness clear and acute. However, the theses did not condemn the Indian proletariat to waiting, inactively, for British imperialism to be driven out of India so as to get down, only afterwards, to fighting for its class self-determination. The theses said that the task before the Comintern was to arrange for an intensive propaganda and organizational work in India and the East generally to awaken the Oriental proletariat to revolutionary class consciousness, so that its advance guard may not only be an important factor in political liberation, but may also be prepared to seize power. That is how the authors came to moot the question of creating the Indian Communist Party, as the proletarian vanguard. This question was not elaborated in the theses, however, but was considered in the memorandum. The authors strongly and emphatically objected to the Communist Party created by Roy, for it consisted of men most of whom were communist only in intention and without any clear idea as to all that is involved in the communist orientation and, generally speaking, a party formed in Europe and imposed on the proletariat of India is an unnatural process of bringing into being a party organism. The authors believed that the only right way to follow was for a class-conscious section of the proletariat of India to form a party on its own. But, the memorandum said, a class-conscious section of the proletariat of India does not exist and therefore for the time being. 26. Any talk of an Indian Communist Party is premature. The authors of the memorandum believed that one specific task before the Comintern was to create an apparatus for propaganda and organized communist work in India proper and so lay the foundations of the future Communist Party of India. They believed that in the long run this concrete apparatus for such propaganda and organization would naturally appear to be an Indian Communist Party. So the authors of the theses and the memorandum must have known the Marxian argument that socialist ideology has to be infused into the working class from without and that the proletariat cannot, for a variety of reasons, work out socialist consciousness by itself. Nevertheless, they rejected the conclusions that followed therefrom: first, that the Communist Party can, at first, be made up only of a relatively small number of communist-minded intellectuals; second, that subsequently it is to become a major factor in connecting the working class movement with socialism and develop, step by step, into a genuinely proletarian party. While correctly criticizing Roy for being over-hasty and for disregarding the fact that there was no reason to declare a single, very small group of communists to be the Communist Party of India, they fell into another extreme by actually shelving indefinitely the job of making organizational and political preparations for launching the party. The theses upheld the idea of collaborating with bourgeois democratic and national revolutionary movements of political liberation in the East. The authors roundly criticized the left communists who objected to cooperation with the national bourgeoisie for they feared it could come to power. More academic objections on rigid communist grounds, the theses said, show a pathetic and stupid detachment from realpolitik of the world situation. Yet, for all that, the theses did not call for preserving and strengthening the communists' organizational and political independence, for the authors of the document evidently believed that the deliverance of India from British oppression would objectively be equivalent to a socialist revolution. Any danger of the Indian bourgeoisie getting down to the exploitation of the Indian proletariat as the result of the overthrow of the British Empire is entirely out of the question, they wrote. There was a rather involved system of arguments designed to justify this idea. 262. The theses maintained that British imperialism was so powerful, economically and politically, as to be, properly speaking, world capitalism by itself. It can almost be said that world capitalism is synonymous with British capitalism, it was pointed out in the theses. And since India was fundamental to the existence and power of British imperialism, consequently, the liberation of India from foreign domination would mean the destruction not only of England but of the entire world system of imperialism. That is just what the authors of the theses said. In the event of the destruction of British imperialism, world capitalism would be shattered to pieces. And after that, the weak Indian bourgeoisie would be unable to hold on and would be swept away by the world proletarian revolution. The Indian bourgeoisie, numerically insignificant, will not be able to make any stand against the irresistible march of proletarian revolt all over the world. The argument about the decisive role of the East in the world proletarian revolution, most widespread among the early communists of Asia, was quite distinct in this document, too. It stressed, in particular, the nationalistic ideas which overplayed India's role in the world revolutionary process. One important element in the philosophy of Indian national revolutionaries who were on their way to accepting Marxism-Leninism was their understanding and recognition of the role of Soviet Russia as the world revolutionary centre, which had to be preserved and strengthened and which was crucial to the liberation movement in the East. Characterizing the political positions of the Indian national revolutionaries, Agnes Smedley pointed out that everywhere among them there is a universal desire for cooperation with Soviet Russia and that they have defended Soviet Russia in every possible way. Yet their internationalism was limited. Chattopadhyaya and his two comrades sought to prove in their theses that it was impossible for the working class of the advanced nations of Europe and America to achieve unity with the proletariat of the Asian and African continents. They wrote that to base the tactics of the proletarian world revolution on the hypothesis of the international solidarity of the world proletariat is an idle preoccupation with an imaginary state of things. They 263 proceeded from the conviction that imperialism turned a considerable section of the proletarians of its countries into the accomplices in the exploitation of the East, for it endowed the working class aristocracy with a share of the surplus value derived from the colonial countries. In their opinion, the British proletariat was particularly perverted, and was a force hostile to the Indian people. The British proletariat, they maintained in the theses, may and does rise to a sense of solidarity with the proletariat of continental Europe, but with the wretched proletariat of England's Asiatic and African dependencies the British working classes have no sense of solidarity. In this respect, Chattopadhyaya, Kankhoji, and Lohani were no different at all from the rest of national revolutionaries. Agnes Smedley wrote that the viewpoint of the Indian national revolutionaries is opposed to any work with any English party, communist or otherwise. Every English person to them is either an enemy or a potential enemy. They made an absolute notion of the trend Lenin had detected for the top crust of the working class and its party, trade union, and social democratic officialdom to turn bourgeois, and they extended it to the entire working class of Europe and the US, which was wrong, in the first place. By all appearances, Chattopadhyaya and his comrades did not yet accept the organizational principles of the communist movement either, upholding the independence and autonomy of the whole group which had come over from Europe, although it was politically heterogeneous, and ruled out the very possibility of joining M. N. Roy's group. 3 The views of Chattopadhyaya's group are of a considerable interest because they were typical of the Indian national revolutionaries advancing to Marxism. In his reply to the authors of the theses, Lenin wrote in July 1921, "I have read your theses with great interest. But why the new theses? I shall soon talk with you about that." 3 Lenin does not seem to have had a chance to talk with that group of Indians. 1 In any case, nothing is known about the substance of such a conversation, even if it did take place. Yet one can easily imagine what Lenin's criticism of that document was like. Chattopadhyaya and his comrades did not accept in full Marx's theory of classes and the class struggle. They held it to be effective only within limited national boundaries, or, at the most, within the boundaries of the countries living under identical social and political conditions. They flatly rejected the class community of the proletariat on an international scale and, consequently, rejected the Marxist-Leninist slogan "Workers of all countries and all oppressed peoples, unite." 2 They were inconsistent even in their limited understanding of the principle of the class struggle. While rightfully regarding national liberation as a top priority task for the Indian people, they totally ignored the immediate interests of the working classes, which were one of the important driving forces in the battle for independence. However, the scale and success of the liberation movement depended on whether any objectives of agrarian or other social reforms to the benefit of the people were set as it developed. Chattopadhyaya, Kankhoji, and Lohani never set such objectives and, by the same token, objectively remained committed in this matter to the bourgeois nationalist wing of the liberation movement of India. Lenin strove to show the Indian national revolutionaries the right way to follow. But why the new theses? He asked his correspondents, intimating that there were the old ones, adopted by the Second Congress of the Comintern, which they should have turned to. A month later, Lenin expressed the same idea in no uncertain terms and went on to point up the need to take into account the interests of the peasantry, whose movement was an important factor in the mounting struggle for the freedom of India. On receiving the new theses, on August 23, this time from Bhupendranath Dutta, about the essence and objectives of the Indian revolutionary movement, Lenin replied to him on August 26, "Dear Comrade Dutta, I have read your theses. We should not discuss about the social classes. I think we should abide by my theses on the colonial question. Gather statistical facts about peasant leagues if they exist in India." Dutta's theses appear to have also suffered from nationalism, although they differed from the material of Chattopadhyaya, Lohani, and Kankhoji by lengthy discourse about the classes of Indian society. Dutta sought to prove in his theses that as long as the foreign enemy dominated India, the various classes should work together to organize a political revolution against it. 23 **** Lenin was not satisfied, apparently, with the absolute and excessively nationalistic sense of that contention. By his reply, he called the Indians' attention to the fact that in the context of joint action by the various classes, the peasants, nevertheless, had their own particular interests which ought to be taken into account by revolutionaries, all the more so by those who wanted to become communists. Dutta himself related later on that it had never occurred to him, as a national revolutionary, that the peasant movement mattered anything for the struggle for national freedom. Lenin's remarks were a revelation to him, an eye-opener to let him see the actual ground for the liberation struggle and make him change his views on its ways and means. 8 If Lenin criticized Roy and left communists for being reluctant to reckon with the national character of the liberation movement in India and its leading force the nation al-bourgeoisie, he criticized the national revolutionaries, particularly those who were on their way to Marxism, for the inconsistency and limitations of their class posture. Bhupendranath Dutta related in his book that Lenin, when receiving Kumar Mahendrapratap, Mohammad Barakatullah, Prativedi Acharya and other Indians, told them, "Go back to India and preach class struggle, and the road to freedom of India will be nearer. 1. The documents of Chattopadhyaya and his comrades just considered, contained, besides, quite a few elements of national limitations and petty bourgeois extremes. This was to be seen, first and foremost, in an overstatement of the role of British imperialism. By presenting it as an embodiment of the entire world system of capitalism, the authors of the theses would usually alleviate the contradictions among the imperialist powers and, consequently, failed to take them into account when devising the tactics of the liberation struggle. Second, they overplayed the role of the colonies, notably, of India, for the existence of imperialism. Third, the antecedent premise predetermined a misconception of India's decisive role for the world proletarian revolution. Finally, they belittled the economic and political potentialities of the national bourgeoisie, denied the possibility of it coming to power and, consequently, put an equals sign, as a matter of fact, between the national liberation and socialist revolutions. Abdur Rabbark nominally approved of the basic provisions of the theses of Chattopadhyaya and his comrades, but in a written policy statement of July 29, 1921 he stated what was essentially a familiar platform to us, one of national revolutionary character. Although he spoke and wrote about the socialist trends of the association, he denied the revolutionary capabilities of the Indian working class not only at present but also in the future. Demonstrating his failure to grasp the fundamental principles of Marxism, he proclaimed that the real proletariat of India are those untouchables, the Purias who number nearly 53 million, who possess neither home nor hearth, have no caste, no religion, no history, and no tradition. They are a class, and when class conscious, shall constitute a terrible weapon against social enormities and all other classes in India. They are to gain everything and lose nothing by social revolution except their disabilities. He was opposed to the existence of the Indian Communist Party and tried to prove that it was inconceivable for communists to work in the Indian conditions of the day. Pai argued that there were no true communists in the Orient at all and that 99% of the avowed communists of the East I have found to be nationalists at the bottom of their hearts, and the majority of the remaining 1% are charlatans and adventurers. In another statement, of May 8, 1921, Abdur Rabbark adamantly insisted on the idea of the unity of the people of India, trying to prove that there was no bourgeoisie in the generally accepted sense of the term in that country, and whatever there was cooperated with the proletariat. Abdur Rabbark was opposed to social change in the interest of the working people. In a letter of June 26, 1921 to the Small Bureau of the Comintern, he emphasized that our program should not excite the enmity of the ruling classes or the landed proprietor class. 1. Roy's attitude to the questions under consideration had not changed. He went on tenaciously upholding his left sectarian views and even pressed for the Third Congress of the Comintern to consider and adopt his new theses on the Oriental question. The hidden object of Roy's document was to strike off Lenin's resolution on the national and colonial questions, passed by the Second Congress of the Comintern, at least for the communists of such eastern countries as India and China, alleged to have already become capitalist. Roy sought to corroborate the validity of his left revolutionary conception which, in point of fact, implied setting an essentially socialist aim for such countries as India and China. To that end, Roy charged the Comintern with considering the eastern countries as something uniform, and with everyone having identical problems. At the same time, Roy flatly refused to recognize the feudal and colonial community of these countries and the oneness of their major anti-imperialist goal. He tried hard to prove that all of them differ strongly in their political, economic, industrial, and social conditions and that, consequently, they have different problems to resolve before them. 1. This idea was expressed for the first time by M. N. Roy back in late 1920 when he spoke up against the First Congress of the Peoples of the East in Baku. In a letter from Tashkent he declared that the policy of convoking the Congress of the Peoples of the East is a big mistake, for the peoples of various countries of Asia are not following the same ways. This argument was dishonest politically and wrong in substance. It was dishonest because neither Lenin nor the Comintern had ever viewed the countries of Asia as something uniform, as Roy had actually charged them with doing. On the contrary, Lenin taught the budding communists that, the unity of the international tactics of the communist working class movement in all countries demands, not the elimination of variety or the suppression of national distinctions, but an application of the fundamental principles of communism, which will correctly modify these principles in certain particulars, correctly adapt and apply them to national and national state distinctions. Roy's argument was wrong in the sense of being one-sided and because it ignored the objectively existing community of Oriental countries and played up nothing but distinctions chosen at random. The delegate of Chinese Communists to the Third Congress, Zhang Tailai, strongly objected to the neglect of the common things that brought the backward and advanced countries of the East together. In the theses submitted to the Eastern Commission of the Congress he wrote, "It is profoundly erroneous to maintain that because of the existing differences between the development levels of Oriental countries, the peoples that inhabit them have no common revolutionary tasks." 3. Yet another reason why Roy needed that argument was because he wanted the Comintern to be less influenced by the grievous events which occurred in Iran and Turkey at the time arising from the leftism and voluntarism of the early communists of those countries. Roy went out of his way to show that those events had nothing to do with India, which, he argued, had achieved a far higher stage of social and economic development than Iran and Turkey. The events in question were serious enough, however. One thing that had become clear by that time was the tragic development of the Gilan Revolution, which was a direct result of the left sectarian tactics of Iran's first communists. The spontaneous attempt of the first Turkish communists to launch full-scale communist party activities in Turkey at once ended up in the bestial murder of Mustafa Subhi and his 15 followers in January 1921. Acting in that way, Subhi and his group proceeded from the unripe and erroneous assessments of the situation as it obtained in Turkey. They exaggerated beyond all measure the degree of the revolutionary enthusiasm of the Turkish working people, and, what was particularly deplorable, of the Kemalist leaders. In a report on the work of the Central Bureau of the Turkish Communist Organizations, Subhi wrote in June or July 1920 that in 2 or 3 months, the organization will represent a powerful revolutionary force and that the Kemalists would rather prefer to see power handed over to the Turkish peasants and workers, i.e. clear the way for Bolshevism, to accepting the oppression by European capitalist imperialists. In actual fact, the Kemalists had no alternative of this kind before them. And so they most ruthlessly did away with a group of leaders of what was an incipient communist movement in that country. Those heavy losses vindicated Lenin's policy of cooperation with genuinely revolutionary forces of the national liberation movement of Eastern countries and the need to overcome leftist guidelines and actions capably of killing the revolutionary movement. As Lenin put it, the Gilan events were a striking example to show how left revolutionaries were killing the revolution out of the most revolutionary considerations. The developments in the community of Indian Revolutionaries in Moscow also attested to the danger of the left sectarian policies which had interfered with the attempts at grouping the revolutionary forces of India. Lenin denounced Roy's leftist stand and called for cooperation of communists with national revolutionaries. Lenin was well informed of the substance of the disputes among the Indians. He received messages with political guidelines from the Indians of the Berlin Group, and he had long known Roy's position, and, finally, on February 14, 1921, he received Abdur Rabbark to talk over the problems of the liberation of India. The head of the Indian Revolutionary Association criticized Roy's position and complained about his actions. Bhupendranath Dutta wrote about that conversation in one of his books subsequently, referring to a story told by Abdur Rabbark, who had summed up the conversation as follows: Lenin insisted that Indian nationalists and communists should work together. However, Roy stood pat on his left postulates, and in the theses submitted to the Eastern Commission of the Third Congress of the Comintern he sought to prove the existence of developed capitalist countries among Coloradonese, listing them as the most advanced extra-European states where the working people were fighting against capitalism because feudalism has already been abolished there. 2. In his opinion, the fast developing proletariat, together with the large mass of landless peasants, is the only class to base a revolution on in an oriental country like India. One, the poorest peasantry was the only revolutionary class in backward countries. He argued that foreign domination in general could not be uprooted by the national liberation movement because it principally involved the national bourgeoisie only, while the large masses of working people did not support it since they were interested only in economici, that is, social liberation. A movement that is led by the bourgeoisie, M. Roy wrote, and is fed with bourgeois economic ideology, cannot lead the masses since it can by no means win their confidence and does not offer them a way out of their miserable existence. It is impossible to unite the whole nation or even its sufficient majority for such a movement. 1 M. Roy stressed again. Proceeding from that assumption, M. Roy called on the working people even of economically backward Eastern countries, not to speak of such as China and India, to fight on two fronts at once against foreign imperialism and national capitalism, that is, native landlords and tradesmen. Point 2 His conclusion was not accepted by Zhang Tailai. II said in his own theses, in particular, that Roy's proposal was totally wrong, as such a formulation of tactical objectives is unacceptable not only to the economically backward countries of the Middle East but even to China, which Comrade Roy sets down, not without reason, along with a special group of advanced Eastern countries. Point 3 Although Roy never said outright in his theses that a socialist revolution was the order of the day in advanced Eastern countries, the whole substance of the document he had compiled brought the reader round to this conclusion. Consequently, Roy's theses totally rejected the idea of a united anti-imperialist front, which was the essential point in the resolutions of the Second Congress of the Comintern on the national and colonial questions. The Eastern Commission of the Third Congress of the Comintern, which discussed Roy's theses, turned them down. And, perhaps, wishing to emphasize that all the preceding resolutions of the Second Congress of the Comintern on the national and colonial questions were as valid as ever under the prevailing circumstances, decided not to pass any new resolution. M. Roy protested and, speaking at the plenary session of IE Congress on July 12, declared that such a decision is not correct and it is proper to change it. Roy called upon the Congress to entrust the Eastern question once again to a properly constituted commission and consider it with all the seriousness it merits. Point 4 But this proposal was not accepted either. So there was a heated debate on many aspects of the relation of national and social priorities for India between the three groups of Indian revolutionaries meeting in Moscow before, during and after the Third Congress of the Comintern. Although they never actually gathered all together, they did nevertheless set forth their political views quite definitely in their written statements for the small bureau of the Comintern and the Eastern Commission of the Congress, thus demonstrating wide divergencies of opinion between them. Naturally, the Indian Commission of the Comintern arrived at the conclusion that it was impossible to call the conference because of sharp differences not only on political, but on personal grounds as well. Point 1 M. Roy's and his group's left sectarian intransigence may be presumed to have been the main reason behind the Comintern's failure to rally the revolutionary anti-imperialist forces of the Indian immigrant community. However, the position of the Berlin group was also intractable. It would not accept the proclamation of the Sokal-led Communist Party of India in Tashkent and the Roy group's dominant role in it. The Berlin group, apparently, claimed the same role and pressed for the Comintern to recognize it as a self-contained and organized unit. In a co-elective message to the Comintern, they wrote that they have repeatedly addressed the small bureau and individual officials of the International and that the main question of the correspondence was our being recognized as a group. Since, however, the Indian Commission appointed by the small bureau intends to deal with us not as a group but as individuals, we have refused to recognize its one competence, to underscore at the same time, the Moscow controversy among Indian revolutionaries played a positive part, all the more so since Lenin and the Comintern had actually participated in it. Lenin's instructions helped the Indian National Revolutionaries understand the importance of the masses in the liberation struggle and subsequently brought many of them round to defending the interests of the working classes. Some of the national revolutionaries, who had already begun to pass over to Marxism-Leninism, speeded up their advance along that way. Even the first Indian communists, with M.N. Roy at their head, who persisted in their left sectarian philosophies, had to reconsider their views on certain important issues by late 1921 and early 1922. Properly speaking, even Roy's theses for the Third Congress of the Comintern, although they developed his sectarian theories, could be seen to have certain positive points. M.N. Roy was no longer trying to prove that the European proletariat would not be able to overpower its bourgeoisie unless and until the Orient won its political freedom. All he was now saying, and rightly so, was that the abolition of the monopoly right to exploit vast Eastern colonial possessions is an important factor for the eventual overthrow of the capitalist order of Europe. Another point, until and unless the masses of the subject population take an active and conscious part in the revolutionary movement, foreign imperialism cannot and will not be overthrown only by the action of the bourgeoisie. 3 is also correct. M.N. Roy took quite an essential step towards a better understanding of Oriental realities in February 1922. In his report to a ECCI session on the political situation in India at the time, he actually went back on his earlier contention that the masses of the working people did not and could not participate in the movement of bourgeois nationalism. M.N. Roy had to admit that the so-called extremists of the Indian National Congress who wanted to inspire the whole country with anti-British feeling, have succeeded admirably. Except the rich landowning class, big capitalists, and high government officials, the entire people of India, irrespective of class, is in a decidedly rebellious mood against British rule. And further on, in spite of all its defects, the non-cooperation movement within a few months' time has spread all over the country. 8. That movement seems to have influenced M.N. Roy's assessment. Nevertheless, he still had not come to the conclusion about the need to create a united anti-imperialist front in India and said only that now is the moment to organize these revolutionary forces into a powerful fighting apparatus in the shape of a centralist party with a program which will go beyond the overthrow of British rule, and advocate economic betterment of the people. 1 M.N. Roy apparently saw it outside the National Congress, about which he spoke in rather negative terms. The Congress is neither a permanent political organization nor does it reflect the views of certain political parties too. As far as the building of the Communist Party was concerned, it was not until they had run into big difficulties in trying to set it up in Tashkent and against strong resistance from the Berlin Group in Moscow, that the first Indian communists, as M.N. Roy said, subsequently, heeded at last Lenin's cautioning words. 3 They switched their effort into the Marxist training of prospective communists. Dropped their idea of creating a communist party immediately, and embarked on gradual and thorough preparations for it in India proper. Although Roy did say in his report that the Communist Party of India had already been created and was, it is true, very young and had to work illegally, he must have meant, however, nothing but the work of those first communists who had returned from Soviet Russia and were working to form communist groups in the country. And he rightfully hoped, that in this work they would find a footing in the ranks of the national revolutionaries who, in their turn, he said, are in touch with the mass movement and who represent the best intellectual leadership of the Indian movement. 4. The flow of hundreds of Indian national revolutionaries into Soviet Russia, along with large number of people from embattled Asia and, more particularly, the rise of communist elements among them were all clear pointers to the revolutionizing impact of the Great October Revolution on the oppressed East. Thanks to the October Revolution, the peoples of India and of other Asian countries got a true friend and powerful ally in the shape of the Soviet state in their struggle against foreign imperialism and for national independence. Indeed, the ways of the Indian Revolution began to pass through the land of Soviets following the October Revolution of 1917. This country was the meeting place of ideologically and politically heterogeneous fighters for the liberation of the East from imperialist oppression, national revolutionaries, revolutionary Democrats, and those of them who were on their way to accepting Marxism and, finally, those who had already declared themselves to be communists. The presence of Indian and other Asian revolutionaries in Soviet Russia, their revolutionary activities directed towards the liberation of their countries from imperialist domination and the aid they received from the Soviet authorities and the Bolshevik Party were all clear expressions of the fighting and political alliance that was shaping up between the Russian proletarian revolution and the national liberation movements of India and the rest of the East. That fighting alliance, without any treaties or agreements to formalize it, was, however, a practical thing which sub 27-7 subsequently played its positive part in the victory of the liberation struggle of many oppressed peoples, including the Indian people. Soviet Russia became a real school of revolution, a school of Marxism-Leninism for all Eastern, notably Indian, revolutionaries who stayed in it, and their teachers were Lenin, the Comintern, many Soviet communists and Soviet realities in general. Perhaps, no other Oriental nation received so much of Lenin's attention as India did. And hardly had the revolutionaries of any other Asian country happened to talk so many times with Lenin and listen to him, as did those of India. Lenin showed special interest in India and, in a note of November 14, 1921, he called on Soviet Party workers to see that there were more publications of Indian comrades in order to encourage them and to collect more information about India and her revolutionary movement. 1. Contact with Lenin and people of the Comintern, communists and other Soviet people was a turning point for many Indian national revolutionaries in changing their world outlook from revolutionary petty bourgeois nationalism to Marxism. Many Indian national revolutionaries became communists while they were in Soviet Russia, and many others did so after leaving it. For instance, Chattopadhyaya, after leaving Moscow at the end of 1921, came back, already a communist, a few years later to stay in the Soviet Union forever. Others, although they arrived in the Soviet Republic calling themselves communists, fully developed as such only in this country. Some never accepted Marxism in its totality. As a result of their sojourn in the Soviet Republic, they substantially evolved leftwards, expanding their outlook to include such important elements as recognition of classes and the class struggle, of the decisive role of the working people in the liberation movement, and the necessity of making social change in favor of the proletariat and the peasantry even during a bourgeois democratic revolution. One typical case in point is that of Bhupendranath Dutta, who said that when he returned from Moscow to Berlin after having had his theses criticized by Lenin, he called on the Indian National Congress to support the working class and 1 V.I. Lenin, 2 N.I. Bukharin - Collected Works, Vol. 45, 1981, p. 376. M. Peasant Movement in India. And when he went back home in 1925, he got down to defending the cause of workers and peasants. 1. The communist movement in India, just as in the eastern countries adjacent to Soviet Russia, had three major distinguishing features. First, it emerged in the countries which were at a pre-capitalist stage of development still, and therefore, it had no mass base adequate to it as yet in the shape of the advanced struggle of the working class. In other words, the communist movement in India, as well as in China, Korea, Turkey, Iran, which reflected the class requirements of the working class movement, still in its infancy, sprang up within the broad framework of the national liberation struggle which had been developing for a long time by then and achieved a particularly high degree of intensity under the impact of the October Revolution. Herein lies one of the causes behind the peculiar, yet logical situation. Petty bourgeois intellectuals, coming from the midst of national revolutionaries, played an especially great, even major role among the pioneers of the communist movement of India along with left-wingers and trade unionists. Once convinced of the futility of their earlier commitment to individual terrorism and conspiracy, national revolutionaries turned to Marxism, which had attracted them by its anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist message. That applies not only to the Indian revolutionaries. Generally speaking, petty bourgeois exponents of revolutionary nationalism and revolutionary democracy were logically attracted to Marxism by a totality of real factors. First, by their own radical anti-imperialism and anti-despotism; second, inevitable failure ol their conspiratorial and other methods of struggle, ignoring the mass movement of the working people; third, the influence of the success of the international working class and communist movement, particularly manifest in the victory of the Great October Revolution and in the process of Soviet political development. In that particular historical setting, it was quite natural for the national revolutionary and revolutionary democratic intellectuals in Oriental countries to produce the first communists and form the first communist groups which initiated the communist movement. The working class joined the communist movement at a later stage, which was as natural as the fact that it is not the proletariat itself that produces socialist ideology, but this ideology is brought in from without. That is how it was in actual practice, and not only in India but in other countries where the proletariat was just in the making, where it was still weak and had not yet developed well enough to start fighting for a socialist perspective. This makes it evident how utterly inconsistent and utterly unscientific are the claims of Bourgeois historiography about Oriental communist movements having no national ground of their own and being artificially implanted there by Moscow and the Comintern, since the Asian proletariat could not yet be ready, nor was it ready for such a movement. The actual record of history, which many bourgeois authors distort, is there to testify against them. The emergence of the communist movement in all colonial Eastern countries precedes the conversion of the proletariat into a class for itself. Consequently, it was not an advanced struggle of the working class, but the sweeping national liberation movement that, due to its anti-imperialism and the influence of the October Revolution, gave rise to the communist movement of the East. It acquired its adequate basis later, in the form of a class-conscious movement of the proletariat. The petty bourgeois origin of many of the first communists of India and other Eastern countries led to Trier outlook retaining some relics of revolutionary nationalism for quite a long time. This involved, besides, some essential difficulties of their ideological evolution, notably, the widespread infantile disorder of leftism among the first communists of Asia. Secondly, the communist movement of India and other Oriental countries contiguous to Soviet Russia sprang from two streams of almost simultaneous origin in exile and at home, merging into one after years of effective convergence to form the integrated communist parties of their respective countries. In 1918 to 1921, peoples from the oppressed East in Soviet Russia developed a communist movement, forming national communist groups. Many Easterners joined the RCP. In October 1920, Indian revolutionaries in exile formed a group which declared itself to be the Communist Party. 280 of India. Eastern communist groups in Soviet Russia and revolutionary elements in Asian countries established and maintained effective two-way communication. It was all the easier for them to do so due to the progressive repatriation of Eastern working people by the Soviet authorities and all manner of assistance they lent to Eastern revolutionaries anxious to come and coming to Russia. Both in Russia and in their own countries, the first Eastern communists made preparations to convene the foundation congresses of their national communist parties. That is to say, the communist movement that had arisen among the Easterners in the Soviet Republic was an important element in the making of national communist parties, which went on almost simultaneously in Asian countries themselves: India, China, Iran, Turkey, and Korea. Finally, the Soviet communists did their best to help lay the ground for the communist movement in India, China, Turkey, Iran, and Korea. As true internationalists, they conducted revolutionary propaganda and organizing work among Oriental nationals resident in Soviet Russia. That went far towards increasing the objective influence of the Great October Revolution on scores of thousands of Oriental nationals, Indians among them, in particular. By propagating the ideas of socialism and anti-colonialism, the Bolsheviks contributed towards marshalling the revolutionary forces of Asia and coalescing them into communist groups. That work was done by specialized political agencies of the RCP and the Comintern in Tashkent, Irkutsk, and subsequently the Far Eastern Secretariat of the Comintern, and Odessa, that is, in places of the greatest concentration of Chinese, Korean, Turkish, Iranian and Indian working men. Lenin said at the 8th Party Congress that the propaganda conducted by the RCP Central Committee among foreign nationals in Russia was an important element in the making of many national communist parties and of the Communist International itself. 1. 1c. V. I. Lenin, 8th Congress of the RCP, March 18 to 23, 1919, Collected Works, Volume 29, 1977, p. 161. 1824. 281. One distinguishing feature of the opening stages of the communist movement in India, just as in other Oriental countries contiguous to Russia, was the wide currency of left sectarian ideas and actions. M. N. Roy was their most typical and tenacious exponent. The early Indian communists exhibited the infantile disorder of leftism by their self-willed assessments of the social and political conditions in India, by advancing a number of unscientific propositions and by many unjustified actions. M. N. Roy and his group regarded India as a capitalist country, after all, if a backward one, which had to go through a socialist, rather than bourgeois democratic, revolution. It was a socialist revolution alone, they reasoned, that was to bring national independence to India as a byproduct of the solution of the fundamental problems of the social liberation of the working people. Therefore, they considered the demand of the right of nations to self-determination to be an expression of the limited objectives of the bourgeois democratic revolution, a purely bourgeois slogan of no interest to the Indian proletariat. The early communists of other Oriental countries contiguous to Russia were also obsessed with self-will and leftism, held nothing but a socialist revolution, not a bourgeois democratic one, to be their top priority, denied the anti-imperialist potentialities of the national bourgeoisie and, on that account, found it impossible for the communists to collaborate with its parties. This is, apparently, the kind of mistake that Lenin had in mind when he pointed out that, the left communists, however, do not give the slightest indication that they understand the significance of the question of the balance of forces won by what they said. Roy and his group, as well as the first communists of Iran, Turkey, and China showed they overplayed the degree of the class consciousness of the proletariat of their respective countries, but by what they did they showed that they did not believe, nor could they, indeed, in its socialist aspirations at that time, and, therefore, pinned all their hopes on the military factor which they considered to be of paramount importance for starting and advancing the revolution. The Indian communists believed it possible to even use mercenary troops made up of frontier tribes, still living under a clannish system, as a force capable of preparing the conditions for a socialist revolution in India. The first communists of Iran were ready to use the detachments of some feudal khans for overthrowing the tyranny of the Shah, if they happened to be in opposition to the central authorities at an appropriate moment. But, basically, the Iranian communists expected to put together revolutionary armies of pauperist elements, while the early communists of China hoped to do so with roving bandits. The notions of the decisive role of the military factor in a revolution arose not only from the actual weakness of the Oriental proletariat and its class movement, but also from the distinct military character of the major events of the day which strongly influenced the Indian and other budding Marxists of Asian countries. The specific conditions of each Asian country in particular added more substance to those notions. They were readily accepted by the first Indian communists as a major element of the tactics of the national revolutionaries. The early Chinese communists developed similar views largely under the impact of endless intestine wars going on in that country with a host of mercenary armies and politically indifferent roving bands. That situation, in the opinion of what were politically immature communists of China at the time, made it possible to create a mercenary or bandit squads and use them to seize political power so as to force blessings upon an ignorant and backward people who still did not know what they really wanted. The situation the early communists of Iran and Turkey found themselves in also prompted them to overrate the military factor in a revolution. What marked off the political situation in Iran was not only the revolutionary movement in Gilan which was up in arms against the Shah and the British occupation forces, but also the existence of numerous militarist khans ever up either for or against the central government and ruling their respective areas by force of arms. A national liberation movement was gathering momentum in Turkey. In 1920, it escalated into a war of independence against the forces of the Entente. The military factor became crucial to shaping that country's destiny as well. The left communists of India and a number of other Oriental countries combined their underestimation of the organizing and propaganda work among the masses with their naive belief in the omnipotence of the communist program. They thought it was enough to proclaim it to win over millions of working men. Besides, Indian communists inordinately overstated the significance of their own country and its revolutionary struggle for the liberation of the international proletariat from the fetters of imperialism, thus exhibiting their nationalistic limitations. There appears to be enough ground for believing the outlook of the early Indian communists in exile to have been a form of transition from petty bourgeois revolutionary nationalism to Marxism. This phenomenon seems to have been quite natural for backward India of those days, not to speak of other Eastern countries, just as it was natural, in the 19th century, for Germany in which, as Lenin said, the prevailing views of the time were in fact transitional, mixed and eclectic, lying between petty bourgeois and proletarian socialism. Point 1 That is, I think, why Lenin criticized those views so prudently and tactfully, without mentioning any names or trying to bend anybody else to his will by his own authority and interference, and without imposing any formulations which could not yet be accepted by the left because of their insufficient theoretical maturity. Lenin's criticism was intended to help the early communists of India and other Oriental countries overcome the left mistakes and these teething pains too and adopt the positions of Marxism wholly and entirely. The infantile disorder of leftism in the communist movement of Asia was caused by a number of objective factors. A backward social and economic order, undeveloped class struggle and an incomplete class self-determination of the proletariat are, perhaps, the most essential of them. It must be these features, peculiar to Oriental societies, that made it particularly difficult for the early Indian and other Eastern communists to grasp Marxist-Leninist theory. The backwardness of Indian society was the common cause which produced not only the left outlook of the first Indian communists, but also other of the just considered ideological forms of transition of national revolutionaries from petty bourgeois nationalism to Marxism. Engels pointed out that the level of maturity of socialist doctrines depended on the degree of development of the capitalist mode of production and the opposition between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Lai wrote that to the crude conditions of capitalist production and the crude class conditions corresponded crude theories. Point 1 Elaborating on that idea, Lenin pointed out that the backwardness of economic relations hampered the steeling of revolutionaries as Marxists who, under such circumstances, cannot make a determined break with the traditions of bourgeois democratic world outlook. Point 2 That was just what happened to the first communists of India, weighed down by a burden of many years of commitment to the ideas of petty bourgeois nationalist revolutionism. To overcome that ideology completely was a complicated thing, involving many difficulties. One more reason behind left aberrations was the impatience of the early Asian communists natural under the circumstances of the day in trying to carbon copy the Russian Revolution on their own national ground and so bring social emancipation, not just independence, to their own nation. It seemed unpardonable to start from scratch at home after the Russian experience had made it clear that only a socialist revolution could really free the peoples. Nobody in the Comintern saw the essence of the left errors of the early Eastern communists as clearly as Lenin did, and nobody realized as clearly as he did how dangerous those errors were for the incipient communist movement in the East. Lenin criticized the leftist ideas of Roy and other early communists of Asia because they meant that the work of educating workers, peasants, and intellectuals of Asian countries and that of speeding up the process of the differentiation of the proletariat from the bourgeoisie was to be replaced by a practice of commanding the masses and forcing them, by military methods, into accepting the slogans and addressing themselves to the tasks they could neither live up to nor support as yet. The infantile disorder of leftism exposed the communist movement of India and other Oriental countries to the risk of total divorce from the masses and threatened to convert the communist groups just in the making into isolated and powerless sects. The conflict situation that prevailed in the midst of the Indian revolutionary immigrants in Tashkent and Moscow at the time showed how real that threat was. Lenin worked with great caution and perseverance, producing thorough and systematic criticisms of the self-willed left revolutionary precepts of the early communists of the East and showing them to be injurious not only to the communist movement but also to the national liberation movement in the colonial and dependent countries. In the rough outline of his report on the international situation and the basic tasks of the Communist International at the Second Congress of the Comintern, Lenin wrote, "Revolutionary movement in colonies and dependent nations. Left errors." 1. In August 1921, Lenin stated that the World Army of Communists is still poorly trained and poorly organized. He said that, submitting ourselves to a most careful and rigorous test, and studying the experience of our own movement, we must train this army efficiently, we must organize it properly. To this appeal of Lenin's, addressed though it was to the German communists, applied very well to those of the East who were organized and trained worse than anybody else. Lenin himself did amazingly much for the training and education of the budding communists of the East, notably of India. While in Soviet Russia, the early Oriental communists had an ample opportunity not only to study Lenin's works but to talk to, and correspond with Lenin. In that way they learned how to define their own programs and base their own activities on the scientific knowledge of the life of the peoples of Asia and a Marxist understanding of social processes, rather than on the shaky ground of self-willed revolutionism. Under the influence of Lenin's criticisms, the emergent communist movement of India began to cure itself, if very slowly, from the left disorder, and as it made progress. In that sense, the Communist Party of India, which was not established, in fact, until 1925, began to develop stability and earn the support of the great mass of the working people of its country. Srinivas Gangadhar Sardesai aptly and vividly defined the importance of the October Revolution and Lenin's activities for the Indian revolutionaries in general and for the communists, who had now become an important factor of all Indian public life in particular. And if history is to be written honestly and truthfully, if the purpose of history is to reveal truth and not to hide or distort it, he pointed out, it is clear beyond doubt that we, in India, owe a deep debt to Lenin, the Russian Revolution and the Soviet Union for the churning up of our hearts and minds that took place in that period. The record of the early period of Indian revolutionary immigrant activities in Soviet Russia in the years immediately following 1917 is a peculiar and striking manifestation of the impact the October Revolution had on India's social development. There was a more important aspect of the Indian revolutionaries' stay in Soviet Russia. Their close contact with the people and the authorities of the workers' and peasants' state produced a friendship inspired by the common objectives of ridding the world of imperialist oppression. The Soviet government and people accorded the Indians their wholehearted hospitality and gave them material aid and moral support, offering to them the facilities to study at all kinds of schools and special courses, and helped the Indians train revolutionaries equipped with the theory of Marxism-Leninism. Soviet people were sincerely anxious to help the Indians in their hard battles to liberate their native land from British domination. On the other hand, the Indians, now having first-hand experience of the actual state of affairs in the workers' and peasants' state, lent their effective support to the Soviet government more than once, showing themselves to be increasingly aware of the sum and substance of the October Revolution and of its importance for the liberation of India. Many Indian soldiers in the British occupation forces in Iran refused to fight against the Red Army when it, together with the Persian military units raised in Turkestan, struck at the White Guards and British units entrenched in the town of Enzeli, in May 1920. Hundreds of Indians defected to the Red Army. Iranian communists were even on the point of setting them up as a special Indian communist detachment and taught them the ABC of politics. 1 Some of the Indian revolutionary immigrants in the Soviet Republic and large groups of Chinese, Koreans, Iranians, and Turks fought, arms in hand, with the Red Army against the Basmash bands, White Guards and foreign invaders. The Indian revolutionaries defended the Soviet system of government against invectives of imperialism, spread the truth about its liberating mission, and the first achievements and advantages it had brought to the peoples of Russia. That is to say, they contributed towards strengthening the Soviet state's moral and political prestige. It is well worth recalling in this context the statement made by Indian Communist Sayklatvala, member of British Parliament, in the House of Commons on July 9, 1925. In his speech he exposed the colonialist record of British imperialism in India and set off the liberating mission of the October Revolution in Russia against it. "You say," he declared, "you are the trustees of the people. You have had 150 years and today you say, that the education of the villager in India is impossible and that they are not to think that the population of India is like the population of Great Britain. Our Russian Bolshevist friends have in 5 years' time been able to give the political franchise to the agriculturists of Russia, who are a class parallel with the agriculturist population of India. They are also people of diverse religions, including Mohammedans, Jews, Greek church people, and others. The Bolshevists have been able to give them education in 5 years, yet in the Tsar's days these people were treated with the same callousness and brutal cruelty as that with which you have been treating the Indian peasant for 150 years. In 5 years after the Communist International Revolution in Russia, 65% of the agricultural population have received their education, and you have today the testimony of half a dozen British men and women that in spite of the blood-curdling articles in your newspapers, the Russians have done their job well. I appeal to this committee to allow a commission of Indians to go to Russia to study and to find what the British have failed to discover the way of. Granting to the people political franchise and education, scientific laboratories, institutions, health homes, compensation, and allowances for industrial workers. One friendly relations of the two peoples, which developed for years, have subsequently become an element of cooperation and friendship of two nations, the Soviet Union and the Independent Republic of India. In the last few decades, Soviet-Indian friendship has grown closer and now it is an important factor in strengthening peace among nations.